100 li or so north of the capital lay Lena County. Bordering the imperial territory, its land was flat, its farmhouses within sight of one another, its fields crisscrossed by footpaths, a prosperous county town on the outskirts of the capital. It was also a place I had to pass through on my way north to Jinbei. The autumn wind swept through, and the downpour arrived. Each autumn rain brought a deeper chill. Inside the county office, a fire had already been lit. County Magistrate Wang Fu and County Captain Li Bing sat around the stove, rubbing their palms together to ward off the cold. On the desk lay an opened letter, its wax seal broken, orders delivered by fast horse from the right chancellor, Guohuanji. Wang Fu was nearing 40, fair-skinned, with 3 wisps of short beard beneath his chin. At this moment, his face was dark. He held the letter, pinching it until his fingertips left the paper crumpled. The right chancellor has given his orders. We're to make some trouble for the 6th prince here in Linha. Blunt his edge, don't let him march up to Jinbei so smoothly. Li Bing was thick-set, his face fleshy and coarse. Hearing this, he froze, then lowered his voice. My lord, this is a prince. To openly slight or obstruct him would be inviting our own deaths. If it ever came to a real investigation, we wouldn't have enough heads between us to lose. Wang Fu let out a long sigh. You think I don't know that? But orders from above can't be defied. We're all in the same boat now. There's no getting out of it. He raised his eyes, his tone turning oblique. Doing it out in the open is absolutely out of the question. We'll just have to borrow some outside help. Outside help? Li Bing frowned. What do you mean, my lord? Wang Fu tapped the table lightly with a fingertip. That bunch out on Woniu Mountain, west of the city. They've been getting more and more out of hand lately. The common folk are crying out in misery, and the county's had no end of headaches over it. Woniu Mountain? Zhao Si and his lot. Li Bing scratched his head. They've been pretty quiet lately. Plenty to eat and drink up on that mountain. They've got it easier than I do as county captain. They haven't come down to cause any trouble. Wang Fu shot him a cool glance. This brute, his mind just didn't take the turns. Had it been Registrar Yang Zheng instead, he'd have understood by now. A pity Yang Zheng wasn't one of his kind. Quiet. They're mountain bandits. How could they stay quiet? Wang Fu said, his meaning heavy. As of now, they ought to be making a little noise. Li Bing suddenly came to his senses, his eyes lighting up. You mean, my lord, we use the Woniu mountain bandit trouble to make our case? Wang Fu nodded slowly. Once the bandits start stirring, the county's money and grain will all have to go toward defending against them. When the 6th prince arrives, naturally we won't be able to supply him in full, so we simply go along with it and ask him to step in and wipe out the bandits. Whatever happens after that has nothing to do with us. I get it. Li Bing slapped his thigh. We get Zhao Si and the others stirring, and use their hands to rob the 6th prince of his provisions and silver. We never lay a finger on him ourselves, but we can still cripple him. Even if he wins, he's bound to lose men and officers in the fight, which is exactly what those upstairs want. Brilliant, my lord. He clasped his hands in a solemn salute, then hesitated. But I've heard this 6th prince is a spoiled good-for-nothing with no real ability, and he's bringing only 100 personal guards this time. What if he's too much of a coward to go after the bandits at all? What then? Heh. Wang Fu gave a cold laugh. No matter. The 6th prince brought plenty of gold and silver. Even if he won't lift a finger himself, well, bandits are bandits. Greed takes over the moment they see riches, and they couldn't care less whether you're a prince or a peasant. Huh. Li Bing let out a hearty laugh. You scholars really do have a mind for schemes. Wang Fu shot him a look. Then his expression hardened, and he repeated his warning again and again. Remember, the bandits are only to rob the goods and cut down a few guards. Under no circumstances is the prince to be harmed, or disaster will fall upon us. Once it's done, even if His Majesty lays blame, the 6th prince will have lost nothing but some coin and a few of his personal guards. With the right chancellor shielding us, we'll come out of this untouched. Understood, sir. The two of them settled the whole plan then and there, waiting only for me to walk into the trap. After Li Bing left, Wang Fu sipped his hot tea alone, his brow knit into a tight knot. This was a thankless task. If it failed and I crossed the border safely, the right chancellor would never let them off. If it succeeded, the emperor would never let them off either. Damned either way. To quell the imperial wrath, Someone would have to be made the right chancellor's scapegoat in the end. Li Bing, oh Li Bing, I'm sorry. If it works, you were derelict in your duty and let the bandits run rampant. If it fails, you conspired with bandits to murder a prince. Either way, you won't survive. He murmured to himself, the road to office is a rough one. I'm weary to the bone. My procession still moved slowly, drilling the troops as we marched. But in Linha County, all hell had already broken loose. In just 3 days, Zhao of Sleeping Ox Mountain had plundered several villages and towns, like a swarm of locusts sweeping through. Yet these men only robbed goods and carried off women. They actually killed very few. Urgent pleas for help piled up at the county office. County Lieutenant Li Bing, burning with righteous indignation, gathered 300 constables and soldiers and charged towards Sleeping Ox Mountain, only to be ambushed and soundly defeated, half his men wounded. Strangely, most of the injuries were minor and not a single man died, whether because the bandits were weak fighters or because Li Bing had pulled back at just the right moment, no one could say. Afterward, Wang Fu, in the name of the county government, rallied the local gentry to put up money and men for another campaign against Sleeping Ox Mountain, while also sending word to the prefectural governor to request reinforcements. The performance was flawless, without a single crack. Timed to the very day before my arrival, everything was in place. The next day, my party entered Lena County. Early that morning, the county sprinkled water to settle the dust on the streets, smoothed the roads, hung colored silks, and set out incense altars. The 3 ranks of constables lined both sides of the main road from the city gate to the county office, sealing it off to all traffic. Wang Fu, Li Bing, and Chief Clerk Yang Zheng led the entire county's officials, standing respectfully beside the official road at the city gate, courteous and attentive to the last detail. Wang Fu wore a blue robe, his face gentle and his smile warm and kind. Only in the depths of his eyes lay a trace of calculation, too faint to be easily noticed. This humble official, Wang Fu, magistrate of Linha, leads all the officials to respectfully welcome the arrival of His Highness, the prince who guards the north. He stepped forward briskly and bowed. His Highness, by imperial decree, guards the frontier, his heart bound to the northern borderlands. That he passes through our humble county is truly a blessing for the people of Linha. Li Bing, clad in full armor, followed close behind and cupped his hands. His Highness's carriage and horses must be weary from the long journey. This humble. The magistrate has already prepared a banquet at the county office and respectfully invites you into the city. Yang Zheng, dressed in a plain blue robe, was lean-faced with calm, quiet eyes. He stood at the very back. He merely bowed and offered his greetings, and as his gaze swept over my group, it paused for an almost imperceptible moment before he lowered his eyes and fell silent. I gave a slight nod. Thank you all for the trouble. This prince is only passing through. I need nothing more than supplies of grain and fodder. There's no need to go to such lengths. You jest, Your Highness. Receiving a prince is our duty. How could we dare be negligent? After the exchange of formalities, Wang Fu smiled and led everyone into the city, attentive to the point of being effusive. But a thin mist of suspicion had already settled over my mind. This kind of thoroughness, it was a little too thorough. In the rear hall of the county office, the table was laden with rich food and wine. Wang Fu and Li Bing raised their cups again and again, their words deferential, the atmosphere warm and easy. After a few rounds of drinks, Wang Fu suddenly set down his cup, knitted his brows, and let out a heavy sigh. I looked up and spoke lightly. Magistrate Wang, why the long face? A bitter look crossed Wang Fu's face. He clasped his hands and said, Your Highness may not be aware, but our county has recently run into serious trouble. A band of bandits has gathered on Reclining Ox Mountain to the west of the city, 200 or 300 of them. They've claimed the mountain as their own kingdom, robbing merchants and travelers, oppressing the common folk. The banditry grows worse by the day. Li Bing immediately jumped in, his face full of indignation. I've led troops to root them out several times, but that mountain terrain is treacherous, easy to defend, hard to attack. The bandits are cunning and vicious, and every time we come back empty-handed. As things stand, the county's money and grain must mostly be set aside for the campaign against them. It's truly difficult to supply your highness with the full amount you require. The two of them played off each other, laying out every difficulty they could. I tapped my fingertip lightly against the edge of the table, my expression unreadable. Su Jing, Lu Shuren, and Zhou Lin sat in the lower seats, their faces slightly tense. Zhang Yunhu, sword at his waist, stood at attention behind me. Everyone was waiting for my decision. Wang Fu struck while the iron was hot, his tone growing ever more earnest. Your Highness is valiant, and your men are all elite soldiers, especially General Zhang here behind you. One look, and you can tell he's a seasoned warrior of the battlefield, more than capable of taking on 100 men single-handedly. If your Highness would be willing to step in and put down the bandits of Reclining Ox Mountain, it would be like pulling the people of Linha out of fire and water. When that's done, I will pour the entire county's resources into preparing ample grain and fodder for your Highness, not a bit short, and with no delay to your journey. I'll even submit a memorial to the throne requesting that your Highness be honored for the deed. I was silent for a moment, then spoke slowly. Banditry harms the people. Now that this prince has come across it, I cannot stand by and do nothing. Very well, I accept. After a short rest, we'll go to Reclining Ox Mountain. Wang Fu and Li Bing exchanged a glance, while delight in their eyes, though not a trace of it showed on their faces. They hurriedly rose and bowed. Your Highness is truly righteous. On behalf of the people of Linha, I thank you. Cups clinked, and host and guests alike were merry. When the banquet ended, I politely declined Wang Fu's invitation to stay the night at the county office, and our party returned to the post station. It wasn't that I was being difficult. Along the way, Su Jing had reminded me. The official post stations were part of the court's reception system, reserved specifically for high officials, imperial clansmen, and envoys. For local officials to receive, escort, and supply a traveler, everything had to go through the post station to be in accordance with regulations. As someone who was a prince, the northern garrison king, every word and move had to follow the rules. At first I found the old man too much of a stickler. What did it matter where I stayed? Just a place to rest my head. But nearly every one of my officials sided with Su Jing, and Lu Xian even dug out the great Xia statutes, citing chapter and verse. So I let them make the arrangements. Rules seem like they tie your hands, but think it through, and they're the rope that saves your life. A rope binds you, sure, but it also holds you back from stepping off the edge. I'd barely settled in when a soft knock came at the door. Your Highness, Yang Zheng, the registrar of Linha, requests an audience. It concerns the safety of the bandit suppression campaign. Zhang Yunhu's booming voice rang out. I raised an eyebrow and signaled Wang Huan to open the door. Yang Zheng entered alone, bowed, his expression grave. Your Highness, forgive my boldness. I have an urgent matter to report. Registrar Yang. It's only a band of bandits. What danger could there be? Speak freely. Yang Zheng's tone grew a little urgent. Your Highness, the bandits of Wonia Mountain are no ordinary rabble. I've served in this region a long time and know something of them. This crew has held that ground for years. They know the terrain cold, and they don't fear death. There are 287 of them, more than 50 of whom are seasoned veterans, all armed with blades, spears, bows, and crossbows. Their fighting strength far exceeds that of common bandits. My heart sank. I'd assumed they were just destitute peasants driven up the mountain with sickles and hoes. But by Yang Zheng's account, this lot had no ordinary origins. And thinking back to how hard Wang and Li had pushed for this at the banquet, the waters ran deep in this Lina County. Yang Zheng drew a linen map from inside his robe and offered it up with both hands. The road to Wonia Mountain's front stronghold is narrow and dangerously easy to ambush. The county troops took a bad beating there just a few days ago. Your Highness's guards are elite, but few in number. A frontal assault would be extremely perilous. This is a map of the terrain I've drawn over years of patrols. There's a woodcutter's path on the far side of the mountain, while hidden, that leads around to the bandits' flank. You could strike them where they least expect it. If your Highness intends to move in, you must watch the road ahead and not enter the valley lightly. Better to send an elite force secretly around the rear. Only then can victory be assured. I took the map, my fingertips tracing slowly across it. You've gone to great trouble. As for this matter, I have it well in hand. Yang Zheng bowed again. It's my duty, nothing more. I only wish your highness a safe victory over these thieves and peace restored to the region. I won't trouble you further. I'll take my leave." He bowed and withdrew without a sound. The room fell quiet. Zhang Yunhu clenched his fists and growled under his breath. "Your highness, this Woni mountain is no simple matter. Wang Fu and Li Bing have been hiding plenty. I'd wager they mean us no good." I nodded slowly, a chill already settling in my eyes. They've put on such a thorough performance, so let's play right along. Wonia Mountain, I'd like to see just what these people are made of. I paused. Still, even this Linha County has men of loyalty and integrity. Registrar Yang serves the public good with his whole heart. If all of Great Xia's officials were like him, the nation would be truly blessed. Beside me, but Lu Shuren frowned, stepping forward slowly, his tone gentle. "Your Highness handles matters with such composure. I truly admire it. Only, there's something on my mind I'm not sure I should say. Speak freely." Lu Shuren lowered his voice. "Just now, your Highness must have thought that although this Registrar Yang is only a minor local official, he keeps the people at heart, acts prudently, and can be counted a loyal and upright man. Is that not so?" I paused, then nodded. "He came in the dead of night, told the truth, and offered up a map. That's rare indeed. If every local official were like him, the northern frontier would have no cause for unrest." Lu Shuren gave a slight shake of his head. "Your Highness has a benevolent heart, and you tend to see the world too kindly. But in these official circles, no one ever shows goodwill without a reason, and no one ever lends a hand for nothing." I knit my brows. "What makes you say that, Chief Secretary Lu?" He dropped his voice even lower, so only a few could hear. "Before your Highness journeyed north, I had already sent men to quietly investigate the officials along the way. The three in Linha, Magistrate Wang Fu and County Lieutenant Li Bing, both belong to the Right Chancellor's faction. As for Registrar Yang Zheng, he appears to have no backing at all, yet he's on very close terms with Jiang Du, a protege of the Left Chancellor." My gaze sharpened. As I see it, Yang Zheng's help tonight was no act. It's just that his true purpose may go beyond it. What is your view, Master Lu? I'll venture a bold guess. What we have here is the struggle between the two chancellors in the capital, spilling over into this one county. Wang and Li tried to harm your Highness on the Right Chancellor's orders. Yang Zheng aided your Highness on the Left Chancellor's. From beginning to end, no one has acted purely for your Highness's sake. Each simply serves his own master and seeks his own gain. For a long while, I said nothing. I had once believed that no matter how deep the human heart ran, there was always some bottom line, some conscience. Only now did I understand that I had, after all, underestimated this world. That faint warmth I'd felt toward Yang Zheng just moments ago was washed away completely by his words. So the loyalty and righteousness I had seen was nothing more than a veil draped over by the powers of the court. A word of warning, a single map. Behind them all lay an unseen game of chess. I slowly closed my eyes, and when I opened them again, that simple warmth had faded from my gaze, replaced by a deeper clarity. Goodwill isn't necessarily false, but behind goodwill, something else is often standing. Seeing this clearly doesn't mean I should stop trusting people. It means I should remember, before I trust someone, I must first see clearly where they stand. I gave a slight nod, my voice calm and unruffled. "Every word you say rings true, Chief Secretary Lu. This prince will remember it." I gripped the map tightly, my tone steady. "Since this is someone else's game of chess, then this prince shall break it himself." The post station at Lena County. I gathered all my officials together, swept my eyes over the assembly, and spoke in a low, firm voice. "Gentlemen, the matter of Wonium Mountain is now clear. It was most likely a trap set by Wang Fu and Li Bing. They wanted us to lock horns with the mountain bandits and bleed ourselves dry. Now, how do we turn this around? Speak freely." I knew nothing of warfare. I'd oversimplified things earlier, agreed too hastily, and now I had no choice but to seek counsel from my subordinates. The moment I finished speaking, everyone leaned over the map, all talking at once. What struck me was that most of their eyes held not fear, but excitement. "Your Highness, this is easy. Besiege Wei to rescue Zhao. First cut off the stronghold's supplies and water. Force Zhao Si to abandon his fort and come to the rescue. Then ambush him on the road. Besiege Wei to rescue Zhao? That's nothing. Pulling the firewood from beneath the cauldron is the superior move. Send elite troops for a night raid. Burn the granary, sever their foundation. This rabble will collapse without a fight. Better to outwit than to overpower. Feign retreat to draw them in. That's the true way. Pretend to be weak, lure them out in full force, then set an ambush and net them all. We wouldn't even have to storm the fort. Feigning retreat is too slow. Luring the tiger from the mountain is more direct. Stage a diversion at the rear of the mountain to make Zhao Si split his forces. Then have the main army seize the moment to storm the central stronghold, swift and decisive. No, no, no. First pretend our morale is shaky and our supplies are running low, so they let their guard down. Then secretly move troops and break the fort under cover of night. Catch them completely off guard. Besiege Wei to rescue Zhao. Pull the firewood from beneath the cauldron. Feign retreat to lure them in. Lure the tiger from the mountain. Feint east and strike west. One strategy after another, each one hitting the bandits right where it hurt. Standing in the crowd, I was left in awe. They were nothing but a band of mountain bandits. Yet everyone had cooked up so many ingenious schemes. It felt a bit like using a cleaver to kill a chicken. For a moment, I felt like I was just there to make up the numbers. So many capable people, each with his own reasoning, and I didn't even know whose advice to follow. Having too many talented subordinates isn't entirely a blessing. Still, these plans put my mind at ease. At the very least, not one of them suggested storming the mountain head-on. They were all looking to win at the lowest possible cost. When the discussion finally died down, I turned my gaze to Zhou Lin, who had stayed silent the entire time. Zhou Lin came from the Ministry of War and had always been steady. He'd been staring at the map this whole time without saying a word. Zhou Lin, everyone has offered a strategy, yet you say nothing. Do you find these plans somehow lacking? Zhou Lin stepped forward and cupped his hands, his tone firm, every word measured. Your Highness, the strategies of these gentlemen are all excellent. Every one of them could defeat the bandits. But they're all focused only on how to fight the bandits, while overlooking how to break the deadlock. Wang Fu and Li Bing are hidden behind the scenes. Even if we wipe out Zhao Si, without solid proof of their collusion, we still won't have justification to charge them, and they'll surely become a threat down the road. What's more, our forces are weak. We can't afford heavy casualties in any single battle. His fingertip pressed hard on the map, on the narrow pass at the front of the mountain and the woodcutter's trail at the rear. In my view, we should combine 3 strategies into one. Lure the snake from its hole, shut the door to beat the dog, and catch the turtle in the jar. Only then can we break the deadlock in a single stroke and eliminate the threat for good. Step 1. Lure the snake from its hole. Feign weakness to draw out the enemy. Chief Secretary Su will draft a document to send to the county office, saying only that our troops are few and our officers scarce. We fear we cannot put down the bandits, and will head straight north to the prefectural city to request that the governor send soldiers. Wang Fu and Li Bing are anxious to carry out the right chancellor's orders. When they see us show weakness, they'll surely think we're afraid and egg Zhao Si on to come down the mountain and rob us. He paused, a flash of wisdom in his eyes. Step 2. Shut the door and beat the dog, cut off his retreat. Zhao Si is greedy, and with Li Bing pushing him on, he's certain to send out his entire force, leaving the stronghold poorly defended. We'll send 30 elite men to slip up the woodcutter's path on the back slope under cover of night. The moment Zhao Si leads his people down, we storm the empty stronghold. First burn their provisions, then search for secret letters and account ledgers. With witnesses and evidence in hand, we'll pave the way to charge Wang and Li later. Step 3. Catch the turtle in the jar, wipe out the bandits entirely. Your Highness will personally lead the main force, feigning a march north. When we reach the narrow pass on the front slope, we'll deliberately expose a weakness to lure Zhao Si into an ambush. Once the bandits have all come down and the stronghold has been taken, Your Highness will pin them down from the front and will strike from both sides. Attacked front and back, their lair lost, the bandits will scatter like startled birds and beasts. Then we take Zhao Si alive and keep him for later use. After the battle, with witnesses and evidence all in place, they won't have a leg to stand on. We break the bandit menace, root out the traitor's faction, and strike fear into the counties along the way. 3 birds with 1 stone. The moment this plan was laid out, the room fell silent for a moment, then burst into praise. Brilliant! 3 strategies rolled into one, each linked to the next. Both the bandits crushed and the traitors removed. Lord Zhou is a man of great talent. I was even more shaken inside, growing all the more aware of my own mediocrity. It was nothing more than a band of mountain bandits and 1 petty county magistrate. Yet these officials had calculated the strategy, the human heart, and the rules of officialdom down to the last detail. I pushed down my emotions and gave the final word in a low, firm voice. The plan is thorough. We'll do as Zhou Lin says. Does anyone else have anything to add? They discussed the details further and at last settled on the course of action. Then everyone set to their assigned tasks. Zhang Yunhu mustered the 30 elite men and readied their night gear and climbing equipment. Su Jing drafted the document feigning weakness, every word earnest. Lu Shuren arranged for servants to keep a close watch on the goings-on at the county office. Zhou Lin marshaled the remaining troops in preparation for the head-on fight. Everyone was busy but orderly, leaving nothing to chance. I stood off to the side, silently committing every one of their calculations to memory, turning them over and over. There was still so much for me to learn. So-called emperors, generals, and ministers weren't necessarily born knowing these things. Those who did know had merely taken apart the thoughts of others, seen through them again and again, and tucked them away in their own hearts. Linha County, inside the county office. Wang Fu took the document delivered by Su Jing's man, read it through, and a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. That fool Li Bing had actually guessed right. This 6th prince was timid and afraid of trouble. Having heard that Wonia Mountain was strong in soldiers and horses, he backed down. He handed the document to Li Bing and tapped the desk lightly with his fingertips. It seems this 6th prince really is. He's a spoiled brat, and he's about to skip town. Li Bing finished reading and burst out laughing. My lord, this is our chance. I'll send my most trusted men up the mountain tonight to get word to Zhao Si. Have him lead every last one of his bandits to ambush them at the narrow pass on the front slope. We'll seize Gao Ping's money and provisions and cripple his personal guard. Wang Fu clamped a hand down on his, eyes turning cold. You handle this, but remember, you must never show your own face, and you can't leave Zhao Si any evidence of collusion. Send only a trusted man to deliver the message. Once it's delivered, cut off all contact with Zhao Si. My lord, why is that? Wang Fu stroked his beard with a cold smirk and shot him a withering look. Only then did it dawn on Li Bing. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he hastily cupped his hands. Brilliant, my lord. I didn't think it through. I'll send my man with the message at once and give Zhao Si strict orders. Wang Fu nodded, satisfied, and drove the point home again. Remember, Zhao Si is only to seize the money and provisions and cripple the guard. Under no circumstances is Gao Ping to be harmed. Once it's done, have him pull straight back to the stronghold and not linger. Afterward, we'll wipe them out and clear ourselves completely. As he spoke, he drew a finger across his throat, his eyes vicious. Li Bing kept nodding and immediately dispatched his trusted man to ride up the mountain. Wang Fu watched him hurry off, picked up his teacup, and took a light sip. This was always how he operated, forever placing himself in the safest position, getting the job done while keeping an escape route open. This was the art of survival in officialdom. What he didn't realize, though, was that no matter how thoroughly you plan your escape route, there's always the danger that your opponent has seen through it before you. Just past midnight, the night was black as ink. I watched Zhang Yunhu muster 30 elite men, all changed into black fighting gear, each equipped with short blades, crossbows, and climbing ropes. Yang Zheng's trusted man led the way up front. The group moved in silence and soon melted into the vast darkness. What happened on Reclining Ox Mountain that night, I only pieced together later. Inside the assembly hall, the lamplight was dim and yellow, the air thick with the din of voices. The bandit chief Zhao Si sat with his robe hanging open, a hideous knife scar across his chest standing out sharply. Gnawing on half a piece of dried, tough jerky, he listened to his man report back. Big brother, someone quietly sent up a message from down the mountain. Zhao Si snatched the secret letter, squinted as he skimmed it, then tossed it around for the others to see. He planted one foot on the edge of the table and boomed out, his voice enough to make the whole hall hold its breath. Listen up, all of you. Tomorrow we pull off a big one. That sixth prince, Gao Ping, is going to pass through here with his soldiers and supply train. The second in command stepped forward. Big brother, that prince has barely 100 men under him. Why not just kill him outright and make a name for ourselves? Smack! Zhao Xi's palm came down on the table as his eyes went wide with fury. Bullshit. You got a brain in that skull? The lords made it crystal clear. Gao Ping absolutely must not be killed. If he dies at our hands, the court will send an army to hunt us down. No matter how treacherous Reclining Ox Mountain is, it can't hold back an army of thousands. He paced back and forth, his voice dropping low and vicious. There are only two objectives. First, beat his men within an inch of their lives, cripple them for good. Second, the grain, the weapons, the silver. Don't leave me a single grain of rice or an ounce of silver. Tomorrow at dawn, take the high ground on both sides of the front valley. Have the rolling logs, boulders, and arrows ready. Wait until they've entered the valley, then smash their formation first, pin them down with arrows, and once they scatter, charge down and take everything. Grab it all and pull straight back up the mountain. And remember this, anyone who dares harm Gao Ping, I'll skin him alive myself. The hall erupted in raucous laughter, crude words flying everywhere. The whole lot of them had already forgotten about tomorrow's slaughter, their heads filled with visions of grabbing the silver and heading into town to enjoy themselves. Zhao Xi stood at the doorway, gazing down the mountain, baring his teeth in a savage grin. What they didn't know was that at that very moment, 30 blades were creeping up on their backs. At dawn the next day, I broke camp according to plan. The supply wagons and horses moved out nose to tail, rolling slowly out of Linhe County and heading straight for the prefecture city. The column reached the narrow pass at Reclining Ox Mountain. Sheer green cliffs rose on both sides, the forest blotting out the sky. A cold wind cut through the trees, sending dead leaves swirling, and not even the sunlight could break through. The air was oppressive, almost frozen solid, a silent bloodlust seeping in from every direction. I sat upright on my horse, my knuckles white from gripping the reins. In my past life, I was just an ordinary person living in peaceful times. The most violent conflict I'd ever seen was a shouting match on the street. War existed only in the news and in videos. I'd see the flames of battle in some distant place, let out a quiet sigh, roll over, and go to sleep, and the next day I'd be right back to cramming onto the subway and racing against deadlines. I thought I was ready for this. Bandit hunting, right? Just a pack of rabble. But now, the deathly silence of the canyon pressed down until my heart pounded wildly, my chest went tight, and a chill shot up from the soles of my feet straight to the top of my head. The 70 personal guards under my command were strong young men Zhang Yunhu had handpicked from the capital garrison, men from hard, humble backgrounds, sturdy and fit. After a month of training, they'd begun to look like real soldiers. But raw recruits who'd never seen blood couldn't ultimately suppress the fear buried in their bones, and the hands holding their reins trembled ever so slightly. Chun Hu, the junior officer of the guard, sat ramrod straight, broad-shouldered and solid as a pine. He came from a poor family, his elderly mother bedridden for years. When I'd gone north to select my guards, he'd volunteered. Full monthly pay, plus a 5-tail advance for his family that had saved his mother's life. Now he stared into the dense woods, his eyes hard as iron. His Highness is the man who saved my life. Today, even if I'm ground to dust, I'll keep him safe. Beside him, Lin Xiaoman was only 17, still baby-faced, yet his eyes burned with fire. Born to a farming family, it wasn't until he followed me that he learned what it meant to eat his fill at every meal and have a horse of his own. He held just one thought in his heart. Today I'll kill bandits and earn merit, so my family can live a good life. But at the rear of the column, Zhang Erniu's legs were shaking, his face drained of color. My first time on a battlefield. I was scared, truly scared, but I gripped my weapon with everything I had. I'm His Highness's personal guard. Even if I'm afraid, I can't back down. Your Highness, up ahead is the perfect spot for an ambush. We can't go any farther. Zhou Lin spurred his horse forward, pointing toward the valley. I drew a deep breath, clawing back a bit of nerve, and called out, "Signal the whole company, halt." Then I turned to him. I've never seen combat. From this moment on, you take full command, according to the plan. Yes, my lord. Zhou Lin wheeled his horse around. Squads 9 and 10, scout the flanks. If you hit an ambush, fall back fast. Laborers, lash the carts and horses together for a barricade. The other 5 squads, form up and hold the line. The entire column came to a stop and, methodically, prepared for battle. Before long, the scouts on both flanks came stumbling back in a panic. Before they could get a word out, a swarming horde of bandits surged up behind them. Kill them! A sky-splitting roar tore through the forest. Zhao Si led more than 200 marauders, lunging out like starving wolves. Every one of them wore half-plate armor and carried fine steel blades and heavy bows, their eyes fierce and savage. But among those 200-plus men, there were only a dozen or so sorry-looking horses. The vast majority were on foot. Loose arrows. Arrows came down like a sudden downpour. Thunk, thunk. The shafts punched clean through armor, and several guards dropped from their saddles on the spot. Screams ripped through the silence of the canyon. Blood spattered across the cold gray stone, and the sharp, coppery stench flooded my nostrils and refused to fade. I froze completely in the saddle, my blood running like ice. This wasn't words on a page. This wasn't footage on a screen. These were living, breathing men, run through by arrows right in front of me. 2 guards, men who trained beside me and ate beside me every day, crashed to the ground, twitched twice, and went still. My stomach heaved violently. I clenched my jaw and just barely kept from throwing up right there. In that moment, I finally understood. War in these times was never about the glory of making one's name. It was human lives treated like weeds, souls torn apart in the blink of an eye. I thought I was ready, until I stared death in the face and realized just how small I really was. The new recruits began to waver. War horses screamed, and men instinctively reined back, the formation starting to come apart. Fear spread like a plague, fast. What are you panicking for? No one retreats. A thundering shout left ears ringing. Zhou Lin drove his horse to the front of the line, his saber half drawn, his eyes cold as ice. His Highness is standing right here. Anyone who runs answers to military law. Just like in training, archers suppressing fire. Zheng Yi, the officer in charge of discipline, was right on his heels. He raised his iron rod and barked the order. Every squad, back in position. Hold the line. 1 step out of order, 20 lashes. Desert your post in battle, and you die. Left and right. 2 thundering roars forced the collapse back into order. The panicked riders snapped to attention and gripped their weapons tight once more. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The rain of arrows surged back. The aim was off, but the bandits were packed so tightly that a single volley sent dozens of them crashing down, screaming for their mothers. A few, struck in vital spots, thrashed for a moment and then stopped breathing. Charge. There aren't many of them. Get through this stretch and weave one. Kill them all. Zhao Si roared, swinging his broadsword, cutting down 2 lackeys who tried to fall back. The bandits surged forward in a swarm, their archers loosing arrow after arrow from the rear to cover them. Crossing the range of fire, they lost dozens more. My side didn't fare much better, men taking arrows and toppling from their saddles. Form the cavalry ring. Guard His Highness. Chun Hu bellowed, reining in his horse and leveling his spear as he led the riders into a half circle. The war horses reared, holding firm against the first wave. From above, he drove his spear clean through a bandit's chest, blood spraying across his face, but he didn't so much as flinch. He yanked the spear free and fought on, every strike aimed to kill, his body planted like a wall between me and the enemy. The guards steadied their formation behind the carts and horses. The war horses tossed their heads and pawed the ground, a moving line of steel that, using the terrain, kept the vicious foemen from closing in. Kill! Lin Xiaoman squeezed his mount's flanks and burst forward, his blades slashing down. The moves were green, but he threw everything into each one. A bandit swung at him. He twisted aside and hacked back into the man's shoulder. The boy's face was covered in blood, teeth bared in a grimace, but the harder the fight got, the fiercer he became. Blades clashed, steel rang against steel, severed limbs hit the ground. A comrade fighting on horseback 1 second was silent and gone the next. Zhang Erniyu's hands shook uncontrollably on his weapon, his face white as paper. But he watched Zhou Lin hold the men's morale steady, watched Chun Hu shield his lord with his life, watched his brothers in arms fight to the death without giving ground. And finally, he ground his teeth, crushed the urge to run, and didn't retreat a single step. I froze completely in the saddle. In my past life, I'd rarely even raised my voice in an argument. How could I have ever seen carnage like this? My stomach churned, my mind went blank, leaving nothing but raw, instinctive terror. Your Highness, get behind me, quick. Wang Huan suddenly threw himself in front of me, chest out, guts sucked in, hands on his hips, eyes wide as saucers, looking every bit the hidden master bodyguard. My heart settled a little. So Wang Huan's been keeping it under wraps all this time. He's actually a martial arts master. With him standing guard, I'm safe for now. Guess a transmigrator really does have that main character aura. The next second, a fierce bandit charged in, didn't even look, and slammed his foot square into Wang Huan's stomach with a solid thud. Wang Huan flew back a good 2 meters with a yelp, splat into the mud, curled into a ball, tears streaming from the pain, and still had to talk tough. Don't panic, Your Highness. I just slipped up for a moment. That punk sucker punched me. No honor at all. I sat frozen in the saddle, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Master? My ass, master. What little sense of security I had shattered without a trace. And in that opening, the bandit had already reached the front of my horse, leaping high, his steel blade whistling through the air as it came slashing down at me. This man had cut his way through the chaos to get close. Before me stood no ordinary lackey. His strikes were fast and vicious. The cold edge of the blade rushed at my face, leaving me nowhere to dodge. On pure instinct, I twisted to the side. Clang! A jarring screech of steel on steel. The saber slammed down hard into my shoulder. A crushing force drove down through the blade. Blood surged into my throat, and I nearly toppled from my horse, my shoulder throbbing with a dull agony, as if struck by a sledgehammer. But no torn flesh, no gushing blood ever came. Then it hit me. The soft armor Pei Nanhai had given me as compensation for calling off the engagement. Impervious to blade and spear, I'd worn it against my skin the whole time. If not for it, that single strike would have left me gravely wounded. Shock flickered in the bandit's eyes. Clearly, he hadn't expected me to be wearing enchanted armor. There was no time to dwell on it. If I didn't move, I was the one who'd die. Behind me were my guards, still green and untested. The officials who'd followed me all the way north. The Imperial command weighing on my shoulders. If I died, everyone was finished. No retreating, no dying, no panicking. A ferocity dredged up from the marrow of my bones instantly shattered the fear. My pupils shrank to pinpoints. With a roar, I gripped my sword in both hands, and while he was frozen in his daze, I drove it straight into his heart. Squelch! The blade sank into flesh, dull and heavy. Warm blood sprayed across my face, its sticky, iron reek shooting straight up my nose. Turns out that bit of biology from my modern life hadn't gone to waste. At least I knew where a man's vital points were. The bandit's eyes went wide, his face full of disbelief. He crumpled limply, twitched twice, and went still. I froze atop my horse, my hands still locked in the thrusting posture. I'd killed a man. Killed someone with my own hands. Not a chicken, not a pig. A living, breathing person who could shout, could charge, could wield a blade. My stomach churned violently, my hands and feet trembled, and only one thought spun through my mind. I killed someone. I killed someone. I was no prince born with a killer's resolve, just an ordinary person who'd been thrown into this world. Fear, nausea, guilt, lingering dread, and a faint flicker of relief at surviving. All of it jammed up in my chest. But the moment my fingertips brushed the hard surface of the armor, that panic slowly began to subside. With it on, at least I wouldn't die easily. So this was what courage really meant. Not the absence of fear, but being terrified out of your mind and still thrusting the sword forward. Your Highness. Chun Hu charged in desperately, his spear flicking aside a saber coming from the other side. Several guards forming a tight wall around me. Form up. Protect His Highness. The guards closed ranks in an instant, forming a solid line of defense with me at its center. I drew a deep breath and wiped the blood from my face. The dull ache in my shoulder remained, but that bone-deep terror had faded considerably. Gripping my blood-stained sword, my gaze grew steadily clearer. Since I couldn't die, I wasn't about to sit and wait for death. I was the sixth prince, the backbone of this company. I couldn't keep hiding behind others. Kill! I warred. With a shout, I raised my sword and charged the enemy alongside my guards. Shielded by my treasured armor, my strikes were clumsy, but I no longer flinched. Every swing, every dodge gave me a sharper, more visceral understanding of this brutal age. The sickness in my gut slowly gave way to ferocity. My trembling hands steadied, and the panic in my eyes hardened into calm resolve. In one close-quarters clash after another, I shed the cowardice of my former life bit by bit, and truly began to adapt to the survival laws of this ancient, war-torn world. Brothers, His Highness has treated us well. Hold the line to the death. Don't let him take a single wound. Chunhu's roar ignited the last drop of fighting spirit in the guards. Lin Xiaoman was covered in wounds, yet he kept hacking away, fighting for his life. Every trace of boyish innocence gone. If His Highness is risking everything, how can I retreat? Zhang Erniu watched his comrades fall, watched me kill the enemy with my own hands, and the terror in his heart was suddenly drowned out by guilt. Gritting his teeth, he tightened his grip on his spear, shut his eyes, and thrust hard at the bandit in front of him. His hands shook, his face was ghost white, but at last he had taken that first step. The fighting grew more deadlocked, both sides locked in a death struggle. Our guards' casualties mounted, but they held firm, refusing to give an inch. Meanwhile, on the mountain trail behind the compound, this part, Zhang Yunhu recounted to me afterward, word for word. He'd led 30 elite men in a silent approach on the bandit stronghold, thinking they could catch the place undefended. But Zhao Si had prepared for exactly this. He'd left 20 men guarding the back gate, along with hidden sentries and traps. The moment they reached the base of the wall, a sentry barked out, "Who goes?" "Kill," Zhang Yunhu snarled, slitting the man's throat before he could finish. But the noise had given them away. Torches flared to life atop the wall, and a rain of arrows poured down. "Watch for traps." He yanked a guard beside him out of an arrow's path, but a stray shaft caught his left arm, blood instantly staining his battle robe crimson. He gritted his teeth, pulled the arrow free, tore a strip of cloth and wrapped it hastily, then bellowed his orders. "Storm it. Shields up against the arrows. Form a human ladder and take the wall." The guards raised their shields into a wall and charged madly through the hail of arrows. Men took arrows and tumbled down, only to grit their teeth and climb again. Others fell hard, faces bruised and bloodied, but never backed off. Zhang Yunhu led the charge, climbing over his comrades' shoulders to vault onto the wall, cutting down a guard with a single stroke and breaking into the compound. "Follow me. Smash their den. That's how we save His Highness." His left arm was wounded and his movements hampered, but he fought with ferocious courage, every strike lethal, bandits dropping in his wake. Those 30 elite men carved a bloody path in through the back gate, driving straight for the heart of the stronghold. Zhao Si's den was many times harder to break than expected. A wave of dread washed over Zhang Yunhu. If they couldn't take the stronghold, His Highness would be in grave danger. But he kept his head in the crisis, leading from the front, breaking his men through the encirclement, and setting the granary ablaze. Set fire to the compound, cut off their retreat. Thick smoke billowed, flames roared skyward, lighting up the entire Woniu mountain. At the foot of the mountain, I fought my way through the chaos, surrounded by my guards. My sword had long since turned red, and the stench of blood filled my nostrils, churning my stomach. I forced it back down. Zhou Lin's voice cut clearly through the melee, barking out the same battle tactics we'd drilled countless times. The two sides were evenly matched, trading casualties, but my side was all cavalry, giving us the edge in combat power, while Zhao Si relied on sheer numbers. Blades clashed. Every man fought with murder in his eyes. Just then, a thick column of smoke suddenly rose from the peak of reclining Ox Mountain, shooting straight into the sky. "The stronghold's on fire. Our base has been taken." One of the bandits screamed as he looked back. That single cry was deadlier than 1,000 troops. The bandits fell into instant chaos, their assault crumbling as they turned to look back, panic-stricken and dazed. Zhao Ci's face went deathly pale, his eyes nearly bursting from their sockets. It's a trap. Retreat. Fall back to the stronghold. The bandits, who had been attacking like madmen just moments before, threw down their weapons and turned to flee. Their formation shattered completely. They trampled over one another, packed together in a chaotic mass, falling dead and wounded everywhere. Reform ranks. Cover in relays. Pursue and destroy them. Keep the formation tight. Advance step by step. Zhou Lin's orders were sharp and unyielding. The guards quickly shifted formation, splitting into 3 units, 1 to give chase, 2 to flank left and right, advancing steadily, never letting a single deserter escape, yet never charging in alone. I wiped the blood from the back of my hand, gripped my sword tight, and kept close behind the ranks. My chest still felt heavy, but most of that panic had already faded. Wang Huan rubbed his chest and struggled to his feet, limping, then stuck to me like glue, never leaving my side. As long as your highness is safe, this old servant is fine too. Let me tell you, when this old servant doesn't act, that's one thing. But when I do, I cut them all down like. Get lost. I kicked him, irritated. You? Cut them all down. A moment ago, you were being chased around crying for your daddy. If the guards hadn't been protecting you, you'd be dead already. Haha. Your highness, that's called strategy. This old servant drew the enemy away for you, ran them ragged. You could say it was protecting you in a roundabout way. He rubbed his back and stood with his hands clasped behind him, wearing a solemn expression, chin lifted high, looking every bit the transcendent master. This old servant simply couldn't be bothered with these mountain bandits. I was just letting the guards get some practice in. My face twitched, dark lines running across it. This guy's face was probably thicker than the city walls. Still, after his little act, that wave of nausea in my chest had genuinely eased up quite a bit. At the summit, Zhang Yunhu finished setting the fire, drew his sword, and shouted, "Follow me." Charged down and hit them from both sides. 30 elite soldiers swept down the mountain like fierce tigers, striking at the bandits' rear from the high ground. Bows and crossbows fired in unison, blades flashed on all sides, and the escape route was completely cut off. Zhou Lin and I pressed forward steadily from the front, while Zhang Yunhu ambushed and blocked from behind. The bandits were trapped tightly in the middle of the mountain path, caught between 2 fronts. Surrender and be spared. Resist and will be killed without mercy. I swept my long sword through the air, my voice hoarse but unwavering. When the fighting was over, I found something new coursing through me, the kind of killing edge you can only earn by walking the line between life and death. Counterattack. Wipe them out to the last man. My guards' morale surged as they closed in from both sides. Chun, who charged ahead, his spear punching through Zhao Ci's arm and pinning him to the ground. Lin Xiaoman, eyes bloodshot, chased down the fleeing bandits and cut them apart, all traces of the green recruit gone. Even Zhang Erniu, always the nervous one, no longer flinched an inch. Half an hour later, the slaughter ceased. The dead lay dead. The runners had run, and those who remained dropped to their knees and begged for mercy. The bandit chief, Zhao Ci, was taken alive. The scourge of Sleeping Ox Mountain was crushed for good. Bodies littered the valley, and blood ran like a river. My guards were drenched in gore, spent to the bone, while the army physicians had already begun treating the badly wounded. Chun, who dropped to one knee, his voice raw. I failed to protect your highness. I await your punishment. The rest of the guards knelt in a rushing wave, their faces burning with shame for letting the bandits break into our formation. Rise, I said, raising my hand. You fought bravely and shielded me time and again. What crime is there in that? I looked at these men, reborn through blood, and something I couldn't name churned inside me. From that first wave of terror and panic, to killing the enemy with their own hands, to holding the army's spirit together. In a single day, they'd shed a layer of skin. So had I. In this age of chaos, only by casting off weakness and shouldering responsibility could one hope to stand firm. Once the aftermath was cleared and the wounded soldiers properly settled, the guards fell into formation and awaited orders. The mood was solemn. Jia Ji, the officer in charge of discipline, stepped forward, bowed, and spoke with a grave expression. Your Highness, though we won this battle, it exposed no small number of problems. When the fighting began, some guards shrank back at the front line. They didn't flee, but they shook the army's morale. By law, they should be severely punished to make an example of them. Several ashen-faced guards instantly lowered their heads, trembling all over. I looked at them, my lips parting as if to say something. Jolin had already taken a step forward. Your Highness, he said in a low, firm voice, mercy has no place in commanding an army. Pardon the cowards today, and tomorrow all discipline will be gone. The next time we face a strong enemy, we will surely lose. You are going north to guard the frontier. Your duty is to hold the land, not to play the saint. Military law leaves no room for personal sentiment. Zhang Yunhu clasped his fist and stepped forward as well, blood already seeping through the bandage on his left arm. Your Highness, I know you have a kind heart, but military law is as immovable as a mountain. Fail to punish cowardice, fail to reward valor, and this force is finished. Without iron discipline, how will we establish ourselves in Jinbei? How will we hold off our enemies? Their words struck my chest, one syllable at a time. I lowered my head and gazed at the blood soaking the ground, at the blood-stained sword in my hand. I thought of that brutal slaughter, of the treasured armor that had taken a killing blow meant for me, of every stroke I'd driven home with my own hand. I thought of how Chun who had risked his life to protect. Lord, I remembered Zhang Erniu's transformation, remembered Zhang Yunhu fighting through the stronghold drenched in blood. For a long moment, I slowly closed my eyes. When I opened them again, that flicker of reluctance had all but faded. Give the order. My voice was steady. The brothers who fell in battle, bury them with honor, and grant their families double the death benefits. The wounded, treat them with everything we have, and their pay stays the same while they recover. Those who earned merit, reward them well. As for those who flinched in the face of battle, I paused, my gaze sweeping across those ashen faces. I set aside that last bit of softness. Deal with them by military law. 1 month's pay docked, 20 strokes of the rod, and reassignment to the supply corps to redeem themselves through service. Their future in battle depends on how they perform from here on out. I looked around at everyone, speaking each word deliberately. From this day forward, starting with me, there will be no distinction of kin or rank, high or low, before military law. All will be treated the same. Long live your Highness's wisdom. The guards dropped to their knees, crying out with solemn reverence. I raised a hand and helped them to their feet, my eyes moving over each soldier reborn through blood. Only one thought remained in my mind. In this age of chaos, I would lead them to survive. And more than that, I would see them live better. The smoke over reclining Ox Mountain had yet to clear. The stench of blood mingled with the charred smell of scorched brush, thick enough to press against my chest. Clad in full battle gear, I stood high on the mountain path. The bloodstains on the hem of my robe hadn't yet dried, but I knew my eyes had changed, steady as iron now, with none of the panic from my first time on a battlefield. Zhou Lin stepped forward briskly, bowed, his expression grave. Your Highness, the bandit chief Zhao Si has been captured alive, and we've seized all the secret letters and ledgers. Only, there's precious little evidence that points directly to Magistrate Wang Fu. Every dealing was handled by County Lieutenant Li Bing. The trail was wiped clean, not a shred of solid proof left behind. Zhang Yunhu cupped his fists in agreement. I searched every inch of the hidden chamber. This Wang Fu is a crafty one. He never showed his own face, pushed all the dirty work onto Li Bing. We've got nothing to pin on him. I tapped the hilt of my sword lightly with a fingertip. I'd expected Wang Fu to be a hard target. The man had the backing of Guohuanji, the right chancellor. He was a piece the crown prince's faction had planted in Linha. Meticulous, slippery in everything he did. But Li Bing had taken part in the ambush, colluded with bandits, and committed the capital crime of plotting against a prince. That debt had to be settled in full. Otherwise, the entire court would take me for a soft persimmon, ripe for the squeezing. Give the order, break camp. We return to Linha. This debt will settle back home in time. A cold glint flashed in my eyes. In this battle, of the 287 bandits at Reclining Ox Mountain, over 160 were killed and 83 taken alive. The rest fled into the mountains amid the chaos. Zhao Si and 6 of his lieutenants were all clapped in kang and chains, slumped on the ground, every trace of their former ferocity gone. But the 100 guards under my command had paid a price too. 8 dead, over 20 gravely wounded, more than 30 with lighter injuries. Nearly every one of them was hurt. I looked. He looked down at the mass of prisoners crowded at his feet, drew a deep breath, and forced down the unease churning in his gut. Zhang Yunhu, Zhou Lin, the two of you take some men and interrogate them one by one. Sort out who they are, who was forced into banditry, and who has blood on their hands. Get every last one straight. Su Qingyan, take a team and search the stronghold from top to bottom. Count and record every bit of plunder, the goods, the grain, all of it. I don't want a single thing overlooked. Yes, sir. The men split up and set to their tasks, interrogating, verifying, tallying, each doing his part without a hint of confusion. In less than half a day, the results were all laid before me. Of the 83 prisoners, more than 40 were commoners who'd been abducted or hill folk driven to banditry by hard times who had never actually done any harm. Their hands were clean. The remaining 40-odd were hardened brigands who had followed Zhao Si on his sprees of murder, arson, and pillage. Their crimes were too many to list. I looked over the register of offenses, and rage shot straight to the top of my skull. These vicious bandits, preying on the common people, raping and plundering, and now colluding with corrupt officials to ambush and kill me, a prince. They deserved nothing less than death. Guards, take Zhao Si and every one of these brigands with blood on their hands and behead them on the spot, to give some peace to the people they slaughtered. The guards moved at once, hauling the bandits off toward the execution ground. Your Highness, wait. You absolutely cannot carry out the execution here. An urgent voice suddenly rang out. The renowned scholar Su Jing strode forward, bowed deeply before me, his expression grave, his eyes full of stubborn resolve. I stopped in my tracks. Master Su, speak your mind. Su Jing straightened up, every word ringing with an unbending devotion to law and propriety. Your Highness, Li Bing is a county lieutenant appointed by the imperial court, and Wang Fu is the magistrate of Linha County. Both are officials of the crown. This case now touches on collusion between officials and bandits, and an attempt on the life of a prince. It is no small matter. The laws of our dynasty are strict. When an official below the 4th rank commits a capital crime, the local authorities must gather evidence, report it to the Ministry of Justice for review, and then the emperor himself renders the final judgment. Though you are a prince, you do not hold the authority to execute first and report later. His tone grew heavier. If your Highness executes them here and now, settling the matter privately, you will have bypassed the court and broken the rules. In the days to come, you will surely face attacks from the court and the public alike, branded with the charge of abusing power, flouting the law, and disregarding imperial authority. I beg your Highness, escort the prisoners back to Linha, confront them in open court, and once their guilt is firmly established, send an urgent report to the court by express courier. Wait for the imperial decree to come down, then carry out the execution according to law. Only then will it be justified and above board. I understood what was on his mind. In his eyes, the laws of the court were the very foundation of the state. Even knowing full well that Li Bing deserved to die, he would never allow the law to be overstepped. This was loyalty, and it was also a pedantry carved into his very bones. Master Su, your words are far too pedantic. Lu Shuren stepped forward, his expression urgent. Master, you know only how to cling to the letter of the law, but you fail to see the danger right in front of us. Wang Fu and Li Bing are trusted men of the Right Chancellor, partisans of the Crown Prince. The moment this case is reported, the memorial will have to pass through the Right Chancellor's hands first, and he will surely throw up obstacles, twisting truth into lies. When that happens, not only will Li Bing escape justice, but the attack on your Highness will be spun into a fabrication, cast as a vassal prince stirring up trouble. He turned to me, his voice ringing with conviction. What's more, heading north brooks no delay. Waiting for the court's approval would take a month at the very least, and the longer we wait, the more can go wrong. Someone will destroy the evidence, buy off the witnesses, and all our efforts will come to nothing. We have Li Bing, the witnesses, and ironclad proof of his crimes. A public trial and execution accomplishes three things. First, it soothes the people and wins their hearts. Second, it makes clear to the entire court that your highness acted in self-defense and retaliation, not out of overreach. Third, it sends a warning to the right chancellor's faction, so they won't dare make another rash move. Su Jing's face darkened. He gave no ground. Adjutant Liu, those very words would doom the nation. The law is the foundation on which the state is built. If a prince takes it upon himself to execute a court-appointed official, he sets a precedent, and soon vassal princes everywhere will follow suit. What then becomes of the court's discipline? What becomes of the dignity of imperial authority? This old man knows full well this act violates the law, and I cannot stand by and watch your highness destroy his own good name. One man clung to the law, willing to wait however long it took rather than cross the line by even a hair. The other saw through the workings of the court, willing to take expedient measures rather than leave me exposed to danger. The two of them stood toe-to-toe, locked in a deadlock. The officials around us held their breath, none daring to interject, all of them looking to me. I watched the two men argue, and suddenly I understood something. One was guarding the rules I had to abide by in this world. The other was reckoning with the dangers I had to face in this world. I needed someone to hold the line for me, and I needed someone to break through and find a way to survive. After a moment's thought, I spoke, and my word was final. Master Su, your devotion to the law and your loyalty are plain to see. This prince has taken note. Liu Shuren, your analysis of the situation is sound. Every word rings true, and there's no fault in it either. For this case, we take the middle road. Escort the prisoner back to Linha, hold a public trial, and proclaim his crimes. Li Bing conspired with bandits and plotted against a member of the royal clan. The evidence is ironclad. He will be executed on the spot. To set the record straight, after the execution, compile all the witness testimony and charges, submit a follow-up report to the court, and present it to His Majesty with a full account of the matter. As for Wang Fu, without solid proof, there are no grounds to convict him. Leave him for the court to investigate. Though Su Jing was reluctant, he knew this was the greatest concession I could make. He let out a long sigh and bowed. Your Highness has considered every angle. This old servant has nothing more to say. Liu Shuren breathed a sigh of relief as well, cupping his hands. A wise decision, Your Highness. Zhang Yunhu, take your men and keep close watch over him. We return to Linha. At my command, the army finished regrouping and set out for Linha County, the captured bandits in tow. The busy street corner in Linha County was packed so tight there was no room to move. The people had come, young and old alike, just to see with their own eyes as I put Li Bing, the county constable who had colluded with the mountain bandits, on public trial. They stood 3 deep and more, their eyes full of anticipation and years of pent-up hatred. The reclining Ox Mountain bandits. They had suffered for years, far too long. County Magistrate Wang Fu, the assembled officials, and the town's wealthy merchants and gentry had all gathered, standing in rows on either side, each with a different look on his face. Li Bing was pinned down by my guards, his legs buckling beneath him, his face ashen. The bandit chief, Zhao Si, hung his head, trembling like a withered leaf in the wind. I sat squarely in the head seat of the execution platform and read out their crimes for all to hear, colluding with mountain bandits, ambushing a prince, and preying on the common people. With each charge I read, the crowd below erupted in furious curses. When I finished, I gave the order in a low, hard voice. Li Bing, Zhao Si, officials and bandits in collusion, guilty beyond pardon. You will be beheaded here in the street, at once. The guard stepped forward to drag them away. Lord Wang, save me. We're on the same side. You can't just leave me to die. Li Bing broke down completely, wailing toward Wang Fu. The scene descended into an uproar in an instant. Wang Fu's face changed in a flash. He knew there was nothing he could do, but with the townspeople watching, he had no choice but to step forward, clasp his hands, and put on a righteous face. Your Highness must not. Li Bing is an official appointed by the court. Even if he is guilty, the case must be reported to the Ministry of Justice for review. For Your Highness to act so hastily, I fear, would be a breach of the law. By speaking up, he both cleared his own name and put on a show for the right chancellor's faction. Before I could open my mouth, Registrar Yang Zheng stepped out and countered sharply. Magistrate Wang is mistaken. Li Bing murdered a member of the imperial clan. Witnesses have identified him in open court. The evidence is ironclad. Since His Highness fell victim to this treachery, executing the man on the spot is an act of upholding justice. A report to the court after the fact will suffice. Where is the illegality in that? Lu Shuren also stepped forward slowly, his tone calm, but with a hidden edge. Magistrate Wang, the secret letters and ledgers seized at Wonia Mountain are still being examined one by one. There may well be quite a few unexpected connections among them. His Highness is executing Li Bing now precisely to prevent any further complications down the line. The implication couldn't have been clearer. Those ledgers might just contain your name, Wang Fu. Wang Fu went rigid all over, cold sweat instantly breaking out down his back. His eyes flickered, and he dared not utter another word about the law. I watched it all coldly, then lifted my gaze and let it settle heavily upon him. Magistrate Wang, an official should guard his land, protect his people, and remain honest and upright. Li Bing's crimes are a lesson to be learned from. Today I am handling this matter according to the facts and will not pursue others for their negligence. See that you conduct yourself well. A few short sentences, making it clear I already knew of his dealings with Li Bing, yet would let it go for now. A chill ran through Wang Fu's heart. He hastily bowed, his voice quavering. Your Highness is right to admonish me. I understand. Not daring to say another word, he silently withdrew to the side. The guards marched the condemned toward the execution ground. The blade rose and fell, and blood spattered across the street. The next second, a thunderous roar of cheers erupted. Well killed. At last we're rid of this pair, the corrupt dog of an official and the vicious bandit. The sixth prince is wise, a true champion of justice. The townspeople dropped to their knees in worship, rejoicing. The cheers and gratitude echoed on and on. Many people had tears welling up in their eyes. Off to the side, the nobles wore complicated expressions and murmured among themselves. One stroked his beard and nodded. Decisive in wielding punishment, impartial in judgment, a prince of real capability. Another looked grim. This sixth prince is far too ruthless. He didn't spare the right chancellor an ounce of face. He'll be hard to deal with down the road. Yet another was filled with wariness, sparing the magistrate but executing the constable, dispensing kindness and force alike. His mind runs deeper than we can fathom. Whatever we do, we mustn't pick a side too hastily. Wang Fu stood at the front of the officials, eyes lowered, his back long since soaked through with cold sweat. He understood it completely now. I was not someone to be pushed around. The hearts of the people were won. I rose, ordered the list of crimes posted throughout the city, then turned and stepped into the inner hall. Su Jing, Lu Shuren, and Zhang Yunhu lined up on either side. Your Highness's move established authority and won the people's hearts, all while stopping short of a total break with the right chancellor. Truly the superior play. Lu Shuren cupped his hands in praise. Su Jing, however, frowned slightly. Then, as if he'd made up his mind about something, he turned his back. I swept my gaze over them and gave the order in a low, firm voice. Pass down the command. We rest and regroup for 3 days, comfort the wounded, and give the fallen soldiers an honorable burial. In 3 days, the entire army marches north to Jinbei. Everyone clasped their fists in unison, their voices ringing out. We swear to follow your Highness to the death, north to Jinbei. In the rear courtyard, I sat at the head seat, handling the aftermath of the battle at Wonia Mountain. Zhao Mo hurried forward, holding a ledger. Your Highness, of the 100 personal guards from your old command, 8 fell in this battle, 21 are gravely wounded, and 34 have minor injuries. The captured provisions, silver, weapons, and armor have all been recorded down to the last item. I tapped the table lightly with my fingertips, a trace of gloom passing through my heart. This was the first time I had lost soldiers under my command. The brothers who fell, bury them honorably north of the city, raise a stele and carve their names. Their families get double the compensation, and their line is exempt from labor and taxes for generations. Treat the gravely wounded with everything we have. Keep their pay coming, and the moment they recover, they return to the ranks. As you command, Your Highness. Wei Yan and Zhang Yi reported next. Every civilian who'd been taken captive had been released, and every bandit had been brought to justice, without the slightest oversight. 3 days passed. The compensation had been fully distributed. In the field hospital, Fang Zhongshu and the medics worked day and night. The personal guards were reorganized, and Zhang Yunhu and Zhou Lin drilled the troops, as usual, every day. Everything was returning to order. Only I had barely spoken. Over these few days, I read through that casualty roster again and again. 8 names. I committed every one of them to memory. By day, I patrolled the camp as usual. By night, I sat alone beneath the lamplight. The night had grown late when Lu Shuren lifted the curtain and came in, carrying a pot of hot tea. I glanced up at him and said nothing. He was in no hurry. He poured me a cup of tea, his movements unhurried and calm. Then he spoke, his tone as flat as if he were reporting official business. Your Highness, the truth is, this battle didn't have to be fought this way. My eyes shot up from the roster. He didn't keep me in suspense. He laid out the entire plan, start to finish, how to use the terrain, how to bait Zhao Si into splitting his forces, how to take reclining Ox Mountain at the lowest possible cost. Every point was clear. Every step was calculated down to the bone. I listened, and I froze. A surge of fury shot up from my chest. I stared at that ever-composed face of his, my knuckles white from clenching. Why? My voice dropped low, every word forced out through gritted teeth. If you had a better way, why didn't you say so back then? 8 brothers dead. 8. And more than 20 badly wounded. Chun who nearly didn't make it. Zhang Erniu was so scared his legs were shaking. What were you thinking back then? What were you waiting for? By the end, my voice rose despite everything I did to control it. I was only 16, after all. No matter what kind of soul lived inside this body, the hot blood of youth couldn't be held down. Lu Shuren didn't flinch, and he didn't defend himself. He waited for the storm to pass before he spoke, calm as ever. You needed this battle, Your Highness. I glared at him. The guards needed to see blood. Your Highness needed to kill an enemy with your own hands. Zhou Lin and Zhang Yunhu needed to command a real battle, just once. His voice wasn't loud, but every sentence drove in like a nail. What Your Highness will face in the future isn't a band of mountain bandits. It's the iron cavalry of the Liao and the open blades and hidden daggers of Jinbei City. Linha is the lowest threshold there is. If you can't clear even this one, then what happens when you reach Jinbei? He set down the teapot and added a few last words. A battle where no one dies today means far more will die in the next one. My duty is to make certain Your Highness lives to reach Jinbei, and to make the right call when the critical moment comes. I said nothing. My chest was still heaving, but the fire in me was beginning to recede. I wanted to argue back, but then I remembered the choice I'd just made myself. Zhou Lin saying, Your Highness is here to defend the borders, not to play the saint. And Zhang Yunhu, cradling his wounded arm, saying, Don't punish cowardice, don't reward valor. And this whole unit falls apart. That penalty order for the men who'd shrunk from battle, I had signed it with my own hand. If Lu Shuren had put this plan in front of me back then, what would I have done? I probably would have chosen the easier route. And then what? The guards would never have fought a real, brutal battle. And by the time they stood before the walls of Jinbei, facing a true killing field, it wouldn't have been just 8 who died. So mercy, when placed in the wrong hands, turns out to be the deepest kind of cruelty. I closed my eyes. The fist I'd clenched white slowly loosened. Lu Shuren, I'm here, Your Highness. From now on, with matters like this, give me a heads up beforehand. I'll weigh it and decide as I see fit. He paused, caught off guard. That face that never showed a ripple. For the first time, a barely perceptible crack appeared on his face. It wasn't that he was moved. It was that he'd been proven right. Confirmed in the answer he'd waited for in silence these past few days. What he'd been testing all along wasn't the size of my heart, but whether I could reason my way to the truth on my own, once the anger had passed. I'll do what I can, he replied flatly, then took his leave. I picked up the cup of tea and took a sip. Cold. He'd said, what I can, which told me this man would pull the same stunt again down the road. Nothing but trouble. I shook my head and let out a quiet sigh. No sooner had Lu Shuren left than a guard came to report. Senior Administrator Su requested an audience. I closed the roster and had him shown in. Su Jing lifted the tent flap and stepped inside. He didn't bow the way he usually did. He just stood there in the middle of the tent, holding a neatly folded stack of official robes in both hands, with a letter resting on top. I glanced at the stack of robes, then back at him. "What's the meaning of this, sir?" He set the robes and the letter down gently on the desk. His voice was calm, but every word landed like a nail driven into wood. "This old servant has come to bid your highness farewell." I frowned. "Farewell? What? Are you still holding it against me, sir, for executing Li Bing without authorization?" Su Jing stood ramrod straight, his beard and hair half gone to gray, his expression composed. He shook his head. "No, the evidence against Li Bing was airtight. Carrying out the sentence and reporting it to the court afterward, that can be justified." "Then why?" "Oh." He gave a soft sigh. "Since ancient times, a wise man does not stand beneath a crumbling wall. Your Highness is a prince of the realm, and theft as the northern garrison prince, sent by imperial decree to guard the frontier. What business does a ranking prince have charging into battle himself, grappling hand-to-hand with mountain bandits?" Only then did it dawn on me. What he was taking issue with was my going into battle myself. I opened my mouth to speak. He raised a hand to stop me. His tone was unhurried, yet it carried the weight of something that had been pressed down in his heart for a long time, finally welling up. "To devise strategy within the command tent and determine victory 1,000 miles away. That is the way of a commander. To fight in the thick of battle is the duty of a general, the courage of a common brawler. If your highness had come to harm at Reclining Ox Mountain, these 100 guards and 16 officers would have been leaderless in an instant. Your highness is not just one man. On your shoulders you carry the lives of 1,000 souls." "But we won," I argued. "This old servant comes to take his leave today not because your highness lost. It is precisely because your highness won so brilliantly. It is because you won so brilliantly that I fear all the more. I fear that your highness has tasted what it is to fight on the front lines and will insist on leading the charge in every battle to come. Bandits are easy, nothing but a disorganized rabble. But once we reach the northern frontier and face the Liao cavalry, will your highness still take the field in person? And if you fall then, what becomes of these men? How am I to answer to his majesty?" I fell silent for a long while. "You've come to bid farewell today, sir. Does that mean you've made up your mind?" "I have." "When do you leave?" "At dawn tomorrow." I rose to my feet, came around the desk, and stopped in front of him. I was 16 this year, yet already half a head taller than he was. My voice wasn't loud, but every word came out crisp and clear. "You laid down 3 conditions, sir: to hold to a fair heart, to heed counsel readily, and to keep to the righteous path. I agreed to all 3. Do you not trust me, sir?" Su Jing was silent for a moment. "Your highness still remembers those 3 conditions?" "Word for word." I turned, walked to the desk, and picked up that letter of resignation. Without so much as a glance, I tore it clean in 2. Then I lifted the set of official robes in both hands and held them back out to him. "I made you a promise, sir. From this day on, I will not throw myself recklessly into battle. To plan strategy within the tent and secure victory 1,000 miles away, that is what you taught me. And if I ever act with bias or make a wrong decision, you are to speak up and remonstrate with me. Today you remonstrated, and I listened. If you feel that doesn't count, then at dawn tomorrow, I will personally see you out of the city myself. But if you feel it does count, then take these robes back, sir. Besides, if you truly leave in anger, then from now on there will be no one left to counsel this prince. With nothing to hold me back, I might well charge to the front again and throw myself into the fighting. And should that happen, sir, it will all be your fault." Su Jing lowered his gaze to the robes held out before him. Slowly, both hands rose, and he took them. The motion was slow, but steady. He thought I was being a shameless scoundrel, only he had no proof. He folded the robes again, held them against his chest, and bowed deeply to me. "This old servant accepts your command." I reached out to steady his arm. "You've nothing else to scold me for, sir?" "Nothing today." "Then go and rest, sir. At dawn tomorrow, I'll have to trouble you to draft a document. There are some matters to settle over at the Linha County office." Su Jing lifted his head, his lips moving as if he wanted to say something. But in the end, he only bowed once more, turned, and withdrew from the tent. "I do hope your highness keeps his word." I could almost hear him murmuring it in his heart. I watched his figure disappear behind the tent flap, then sat back down at the desk and opened the roster of casualties. I stayed silent for a long while before closing it, rising, and walking to the tent's entrance to lift the curtain. The night wind rushed in. A few scattered torches still flickered on the drill grounds, and from far off came the low passwords of the night guards changing their watch. A single general's success is never built on the bones of enemies alone. It's built on the blood of your own people too. I stood there a good while before letting the curtain fall and returning to my seat at the desk. The next day, the area outside the county office was packed to bursting. I stood just inside the gate, looking out at that sea of people. Commoners, the old and the young supported along, crowded the entire. The streets were packed. People carried coarse ground flour. Others held steaming mantu and vegetable cakes. A white-haired old woman cradled a bundle of eggs she'd been saving for ages. A burly man hauled a sack of the rough rice his family could scarcely bear to eat themselves, while others brought earthen jars of pickled vegetables and fresh fruit gathered from the hills. Every last bit of it came straight from the heart. All the suffering they'd endured under the bandits' oppression, the sleepless, fearful nights, now met with the kindness of an army that had rid them of that scourge and restored their peace. It all came surging up from deep within them. The guards stood in formation outside the yamen. In an instant, the crowd rushed forward, pressing their offerings into the soldiers' arms. "Take it, please. It's just a small token from us. If you hadn't wiped out the bandits, we'd still be living in fear. You soldiers work so hard fighting. How can you protect us on an empty stomach? Go on, take it." A white-haired old man clutched a half-sack of grain and shoved it toward Chun-Hu, his eyes rimmed red, his hands trembling. A young woman with an infant swaddled in her arms pushed a basket of eggs toward Lin Xiaoman, her face full of sincerity. The guards all wore pained expressions, yet they held fast to their orders. Not one of them budged an inch. Chun-Hu twisted aside, hands clasped behind his back, and bowed deeply to the people. His voice was earnest, yet firm. "Uncle, I can't possibly accept this. His Highness has given the order. Not so much as a needle or thread, not a single bowl of porridge, may be taken from the people. We're soldiers who protect the people, not soldiers who plunder them. We absolutely cannot take this." Lin Xiaoman's face flushed crimson as he bowed again and again, refusing. "Auntie, we're grateful for your kindness. But military discipline is as unyielding as a mountain. The rules cannot be broken." Zhang Erniu stood off to the side, shaking his head silently, both hands locked firmly behind his back. No matter how they tugged and pushed the gifts at him, he refused to touch a single thing. The rest of the guards were the same. The people pushed forward, the guards stepped back. Back and forth it went, until the street became a scene of remarkable stalemate. The people pleaded anxiously, eyes reddening. The guards wouldn't yield an inch, holding firm to their discipline. The standoff dragged on. Seeing that the guards remained resolute, without the slightest sign of giving in, the admiration in the people's hearts had long since turned into fervent devotion. The warm offerings gradually gave way to waves of praise. I've lived most of my life, and I've never seen soldiers so disciplined. The sixth prince governs his troops with strict order and unmatched benevolence. He's a blessing to us here in Linha. Under a prince like this, we can finally live in peace. At the edge of the crowd, the local gentry, merchants, and retained clerks watched coldly, yet their hearts churned like roiling waters. They saw it clearly. What was being refused was never just a few humble gifts, but the very hearts of all Linha, now won over completely. When Xueding made her way through the crowd, hurried inside, and bowed to me. "Your Highness, the people have gathered outside the yamen, bearing armfuls of provisions, insisting on presenting them as tribute. The guards have strictly upheld your orders and taken nothing at all. The common folk have gone from giving gifts to singing my praises. Their hearts are wholly mine now." I rose and walked to the door. I didn't step outside. I stood just within the threshold, watching the crowd slowly disperse, watching my guard's armor left rumpled from all the tugging hands, watching the tips of Chun-Hu's, Lin Xiaoman's, and Zhang Erniu's ears flush faintly red. Faces still streaked with blood, yet coloring at a few words of praise. A truth surfaced in my mind. A blade can seize a city, but it can never seize the hearts of men. What makes the people press grain into your arms of their own accord has never been the blade. Something burned deep in my chest. By nightfall, the news had spread through the whole city, and in every household, people spoke of this benevolent sixth prince. In the south of the city, a low thatched hut sat dark as a sealed, airless pot. The young man Zhou crouched on the ground, his fingers twisting the frayed hem of his shirt into wrinkles. He looked at the child wailing with hunger in his wife's arms, his voice trembling. "I want to enlist, but I can't bear to leave you too." His wife held the child with her head bowed, tears falling drop by drop onto the muddy ground, saying nothing. His old father crouched on the threshold, puffing on a dry pipe, smoke drifting across his whole face. Suddenly the old man rapped the pipe bowl hard against the threshold stone, sparks scattering, and let out a roar that shook the hut. "You spineless thing! His Highness has given you a way to live, and here you sit like a coward, waiting to die. Go, go now. I'm here for the home. Your wife is here. No one will starve. Nothing will fall apart. If you don't have the guts to go, then I never raised a son like you." Zhou jerked his head up, tears streaming down. He knocked his forehead against the ground 3 times, thud, 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 before his parents, wife, and child, then scrambled to his feet, wiped away his tears, and rushed out into the black night. In the east of the city, several ragged laborers huddled together in a rundown workshop. One young man lowered his voice, his eyes shining. "His Highness is recruiting soldiers, doesn't ask about your background, doesn't care about your family's wealth, only looks at your character. Feeds you your fill, doesn't beat or curse the men, and cares only for protecting the people." Beside him, a man whose home had been destroyed by bandits clenched his fists until his knuckles went white. At home, we're barely surviving day to day anyway. Better to follow His Highness and fight for a future. He protects the people, so we'll fight to the death to protect him. "I'm going." "Me too." The men exchanged a glance, their minds made up. They pulled their tattered jackets tighter, didn't even bother to collect that day's wages, and set off together for the county office. Their footsteps fell on the muddy road, unusually firm. At the first faint light of dawn, the streets of Linha were already crowded with able-bodied young men heading for the county office. They were dressed in rags, their faces sallow with hunger, yet every one of them stood with his back straight. They had nothing, ground down by poverty, and yet their eyes were startlingly bright, full of hope for a way to live, full of trust in me. These men came from Linha's lowest depths, the broken huts, the squalid alleys, the field ridges, the workshops. They were the poor, oppressed by a cruel world and worn down by life. Them. But in this moment, they walked with their heads held high, because they'd all come to believe one simple truth: follow this sixth prince, and you'll have a full belly. You'll live like a human being. You'll finally know peace. A line stretched out in front of the county office, so long you couldn't see the end of it. I stood on the steps, watching those young, able-bodied men, their clothes in tatters, but their eyes bright. Zhou came. So did those few helpers from the workshop, and plenty more whose names I didn't even know. These men were putting their lives in my hands. I owed it to every face out there, and to the mothers, wives, children, and parents standing behind each one. I gave my orders in a low, firm voice. "Order this. Wei Yin, Gu Xiaozhou, and Chun Liang will have full authority to screen the recruits. Don't judge them by strength or physique. First, check their character. Upright conduct, clean background, no bad habits, and willing to hold the line on military discipline. Take only the best. Better to leave a spot empty than fill it with the wrong man." "Yes, my lord." The 3 took their orders and immediately set up a station in front of the office, questioning and vetting each man one by one. Anyone of poor character, lazy, or too unruly to command was cut without exception, no leniency. The able-bodied men who'd surrendered at Wonia Mountain and had nowhere else to go went through the same screening. After a rigorous selection, the new recruits filled every open slot in the guard. Once the reorganization was done, my personal guard numbered 260 men in all. The veteran guards were steady and capable, seasoned by experience. The new ones were fired up, full of heart. The ranks stood in perfect order, their spirits soaring, their discipline razor-sharp. Every last soldier dropped to his knees together, armor clanking, the sound crisp and sharp. "We'll follow your highness to the death." Through fire and water, we will not falter." The cry shook the heavens, rattled the whole town, and hung in the air a long while. The townspeople stopped to watch, their eyes full of devotion. Su Jing and Lu Shuren stepped forward and bowed. "Your Highness, the soldiers and the people are behind you. The troops are reorganized, rested, and ready. We can march north whenever you give the word." "Wait a moment." I shook my head. "There's one more thing I need to do." Marching north would have to wait. The Right Chancellor's faction had come up empty on their first scheme, and they wouldn't just let it go. There was no telling when the second wave of trouble would hit. So I gave the order. The whole army would stay in Linha, rest, drill, and prepare for war. Sharpening the axe never delays the woodcutting. Marching north before we had solid footing would only be walking straight into danger. In the meeting hall of the county office's rear courtyard, I sat at the head of the room, my officials and officers lined up on either side, the mood grave. "Zhou Lin, Zhang Yunhu, orders." The two rose and cupped their fists. "Mix the new recruits with the veterans mentoring the newcomers. During this rest period, the veterans recover and rebuild their strength. The recruits drill formations, conditioning, and hand-to-hand combat, every single day without fail. Discipline first, then combat strength." Now that the guard numbered 260, with recruits making up more than half, men with no discipline or fighting ability to speak of, the foundation had to be built rock solid. "Yes, my lord." I turned to Su Qingyan. "Su Qingyan, I'm here, your highness. Those 150 craftsmen Pei Nanhai gifted us earlier. Where are they now?" He bowed. "Your highness, the craftsmen are quartered in the abandoned barracks west of the city. It's just that these men were all Pei family property. Their indenture contracts may have passed into your hands, but 9 out of 10 are unwilling to submit. Many are resentful and slack off." I wasn't the least bit surprised. These craftsmen had served the Pei family for generations, suddenly handed a new master, and me, no less, a disgraced prince banished to the northern frontier. It was only natural they'd chafe at it. "I have my thoughts on the matter," I said slowly. "You came up through the Ministry of Works. You know construction and weaponry inside and out. From now on, these craftsmen fall entirely under your charge." Su Qingyan's eyes lit up, and he quickly bowed. "I won't let you down, your highness." "No rush," I said, waving a hand. "These craftsmen are a mixed lot. We don't yet know their loyalty or their skill. Don't be in any hurry to start work. Observe them quietly, sort through them carefully. Pick out the ones with real talent, steady temperaments, men worth relying on, and organize them separately. The rest can handle odd jobs for now. Break them in slowly and see how they turn out. Rest assured, your highness, I'll sort through them carefully." I nodded. "Gather the qualified craftsmen in the workshop west of the city and assign 20 guards to keep a close watch over them. I have a major use for them." "I'll see it done, your highness." 3 days later, at the workshop west of the city, Su Qingyan stood in the courtyard. Before him were 21 craftsmen in short work clothes, each with a different look on his face. These were the qualified men he'd sifted out over several days of careful vetting. There was an old blacksmith skilled at forging blades, a veteran foreman who knew armor construction, and clever young artisans with a knack for crafting components. Every one of them was highly skilled and outwardly deferential. Before long, Su Qingyan and I walked into the workshop together. Seeing me arrive, the men hurried to bow. I stood before them, letting my gaze sweep across each face. Some kept their heads down, staring at the ground. Some folded their arms and looked askance at the sky. One worked his lips as if he wanted to say something, then swallowed it back. Old Sun stood at the front, hands tucked into his sleeves, eyelids drooping, looking at no one. Big Zheng crouched in a corner, scratching at the dirt with a blade of grass, drawing, wiping it away, drawing again. They'd served the Pei family for generations. Their contracts had come into my hands, but their hearts still belonged to the Pei workshops. A disgraced prince banished to the northern frontier, what could he give them? Nothing more than a change from Pei family craftsmen to craftsmen of the northern garrison prince's estate. Just doing the same work in a different place, and maybe for even worse pay. I was in no hurry to speak. After a moment, I took a couple of steps into the courtyard, picked up a scrap of iron off the ground, and weighed it in my hand. "You're all experts. You know this trade better than I do. Today I'll say just 3 things. Old Sun's eyelids lifted a fraction. First, I don't keep. I don't mistreat the idle, but I reward the capable even more. Those with skill, those willing to dig deep and study, your wages double. Whatever the pay family paid you, I'll pay twice that. The blade of grass in Zheng Da's hand went still. In the back rows, a few young craftsmen quietly exchanged glances, half believing, half doubting. Second, I'm not looking for craftsmen who just copy what's put in front of them. Anyone who can improve the craft, who can figure out something new, gets a separate reward. And whoever produces real results, I'll toast them myself. Someone in the crowd muttered under his breath, easy to say. The craftsman beside him jabbed him with an elbow. The man shut his mouth, though the trace of skepticism still lingered at the corner of his lips. I heard it. I wasn't angry. I tossed the iron plate back to the ground and clapped the dust off my hands. Third, my voice wasn't loud, and I didn't rush the words. Maybe you think that no matter how good a craftsman is, he's still just a craftsman. Born into the artisan class for generations, you and your children and their children can never escape the registry. You build things your whole life. The credit goes to someone else, and you don't even get your name remembered. The courtyard fell silent. Not the silence of being cowed, the silence of hearing the truth spoken aloud. I don't hold to that logic here. Anyone who can improve our weapons, who does real service in the forging, I'll strike him from the registry. Artisan status becomes commoner status. And for those with great merit, I'll grant them office, any post I have the power to give. It all comes down to your own ability. Beside me, Su Qingyan gave a slight start, then lowered her eyes and said nothing. Something seemed to press down on the courtyard. Even the breathing turned soft. Old Man Sun's hands, tucked into his sleeves, had somehow slipped out and hung at his sides, the knuckles slightly curled. Zheng De tilted his head back, his mouth slightly open, forgetting to close it. But the doubt hadn't entirely faded. In the back, someone couldn't help but speak up, his voice cautious. These things your highness speaks of, the Pei family made big promises back then too, and later. He didn't dare finish the rest. I glanced at him, offered no explanation, and simply left him with these words. My word stands here. You don't have to believe it. There's a long road ahead. We'll see. Those willing to stay, prove yourselves and see for yourselves. Those unwilling, go back to the odd jobs. I won't stop you. I paused, my tone turning much flatter, as if speaking of some ordinary matter. I'm heading to Jinbei City. It's a frozen, frigid place up there, and the Liao raid the border every year. The blades, crossbows, and armor you forge are for the guards who stand at my back, for defending the frontier, for holding off the Liao cavalry. Follow me and work hard, and I'll fight to win you a future, not just silver, but a standing where your children and their children never have to be beneath anyone again. I swept my gaze over them, 21 faces, each reacting differently. Some delighted, some confused, some still doubtful. Any questions? After a moment, I asked in a low voice. A ripple of quiet muttering ran through the crowd. To argue, then all bowed together in unison. We are honored to serve you, your highness. These were the very best craftsmen Su Qingyan had handpicked from hundreds, top-notch in both character and skill. After only a moment's hesitation, they answered as one. They'd worked it out for themselves, too. How much worse could things really get? Besides, lately they'd all heard the stories about this northern garrison prince. Judging by his strict military discipline and the way he treated common folk well, maybe he really would keep his word. Quite a few of them were breathing hard now, a spark lighting up in their eyes. Good. Since no one objects, let me lay out the rules. I nodded, satisfied. My rules are simple. First, loyalty. Second, secrecy. Third, creativity. What's that supposed to mean? Old Sun asked, confused. Then, seeming to realize he might have overstepped, quickly lowered his head. Loyalty needs no explanation. Once you've joined the prince's household, you're my people, loyal, no exceptions. I kept it simple. What matters most are creativity and secrecy. The things I'll have you make may be things that have never existed before, or things that are extremely hard to produce. That means you must keep the method secret, no leaking them to outsiders. Otherwise, death, no mercy. I drew a finger across my throat, my tone ice cold. More than a few of them shrank back. Good grief. Making things could get your head chopped off now. Seeing the mood turn grim, I softened my voice again. Of course, as long as you serve faithfully, I'll never shortchange you. Since these are new objects, new tools, creativity matters most of all. My gaze swept slowly across their faces. Use your wits. Dare to innovate. The household's double pay, the promotions and titles, none of that's given away for free. But I'm a man of my word. The silver, the official posts, they're all set aside for you. If you've got the talent, come and take them. I pointed to the standard issue military sabers, leather armor, and crossbows arranged in the courtyard, then got to the point. I've called you here today for one thing: weaponry. Our army's current gear is fine for wiping out bandits, but the moment we run up against Liao troops or regular forces, we'll be caught short. I laid out several directions, one at a time. Let's start with the saber. Right now, our battle sabers have thick, heavy blades. One hard strike, and they snap, and they're too clumsy to boot. I recall a technique called sandwich steel forging. The body of the blade is made of wrought iron, tough and hard to break. The cutting edge has a single layer of hard steel set into it, sharp enough to pierce armor. You're all experts. Work with the methods you already have and forge me straight, long-bladed sabers. Su Qingyan's eyes lit up. He cupped his hands. Brilliant, Your Highness. Sandwich steel forging existed in the previous dynasty, but the process is complicated, time-consuming, labor-intensive, and extremely costly, so it was rarely used. I make them. My answer was crisp and immediate. The old craftsmen all cupped their hands. This time it wasn't just a courteous echo. There was something in their eyes now. I turned to the crossbows next. Forge me a compact handheld crossbow, one the soldiers can carry on their person. To carry, streamline the design, cut the weight. The bolt needs to fire fast. Accuracy within 50 paces is enough. Last came the armor. We have leather armor already. Line the layers with tightly woven wrought tan and thin iron plates. It won't hinder movement, but it'll boost protection. I made a point of telling Su Qingyan, craft it carefully, keep improving it. Don't skimp on silver, draw more whenever you run short. The moment I finished, I left. Walked fast, because what I feared most was this crew grabbing me to ask for details. Ask me exactly how to do it? Hell if I know. Hand me a crossbow, take it apart, and I'd struggle just to put it back together. Leave the professional work to the professionals. I'd found myself the perfect excuse. Behind me, Su Qingyan opened his mouth, but before the words came out, my back had already disappeared through the courtyard gate. He froze for a moment, then closed his mouth, left with no choice but to break the directions down into tasks and parcel them out one by one. Old Sun clasped his hands behind his back and headed for the forge. Someone tugged at his sleeve. Old Sun, you buy this? His steps paused, but he didn't turn around. Believe it or not, the furnace doesn't lie. Forge a couple of blades, lay the finished product out, and this prince's word will speak for itself. The craftsmen drifted off one by one. Some were still standing there dazed. Others had already crouched down in front of the furnace. Lu San, the one who'd voiced his doubts, bit his lip, and in the end he too started walking toward the forge. By the third day, the Tang saber hit a wall. Old Sun came to see me carrying a blade blank. His brow knotted into a tight frown. He laid the problem out for Su Qingyan. He knew the sandwich steel method well enough, but the blade His Highness wanted had to be light, tough, and sharp all at once. Make the wrought iron body light, and it had plenty of give, but the seam where the inlaid steel edge met the body cracked the instant it was quenched. Su Qingyan took the blank. Sure enough, the seam was covered in fine, dense cracks. He summoned all the craftsmen, and they argued it over for ages. Some blamed the heat, some the number of forging passes, some the steel itself. They tried again and again, ruined more than a dozen blanks, and the cracks remained. With no other option, Su Qingyan brought the blank to me and laid out the difficulty plainly. I took the blade and turned it over and over. I don't know a thing about smithing. In my last life, I never once set foot in a blacksmith shop, but I'd scrolled past a video on forging Longquan swords, and I vaguely remembered a term. Is it wrapped steel? I asked offhand. Su Qingyan blinked. I scratched my head and gestured as I spoke. Sandwich steel puts the edge inlaid in the middle of the body. So what about the reverse? Hard steel on the outside, wrought iron as the core, hard outside, tough inside, with a bigger joining surface. Wouldn't that make it less likely to crack? I wasn't sure. It was pure hazy impression. I was just fishing. Su Qingyan fell silent for a moment, then suddenly slapped his thigh. Your Highness has cracked it. Sandwich steel is rigid wrapping soft. What your Highness describes is soft wrapping rigid, hard steel wrapping the wrought iron. When the joint surface is larger, the stress disperses during quenching, so naturally it's less likely to crack. I'll go try it right away. A day later, he held a finished Tang sword and stood before me once again. The blade was perfectly straight, glinting with a cold light, the joint seamlessly integrated. Your Highness, it worked. With this steel cladding method, the defect rate dropped from 70% to 20%. I took it and gave it a heft. Light, balanced, easy to handle. I kept a straight face, but inside I quietly breathed a sigh of relief. All I'd done was remember a single term. The rest, they'd figured out entirely on their own. Never underestimate a craftsman's ingenuity. The crossbow hit the same bumps in the road. Old Master Smith Zhengde was in charge of the trigger mechanism. Following my instruction to cut it in half, he thinned the bow arms and shortened the stock. After 3 days of work, he produced the first prototype. He fired it at a wooden target. The bolt flew, the aim held true, but the tip only bit into a shallow layer, and it fell right out when pulled. Zheng Da's face darkened. He came to report to Su Qingyan. This won't do. Sure, it's light, and it's accurate within 50 paces, but there's not enough force. It can't punch through leather armor. On the battlefield, it'd be like scratching an itch. Su Qingyan tried thickening the bow arms by a fraction, but then the weight went over. He swapped in arms with a sharper curve, and the draw strength came up, but then the accuracy went haywire. He tested it through 7 or 8 versions, adjusting the arm curvature, string length, and latch tension one at a time. With every change, Zhengde took his apprentices out to fire dozens of bolts and record the data. 2 days later, Su Qingyan brought me the third version of the prototype. Your Highness, the crossbow is stuck on the issue of force. We've achieved both lightness and accuracy. It's just the penetration that falls far too short. I took the crossbow and turned it over, examining it from every angle. In my past life, I'd never even touched a real crossbow. I'd only fired one in video games. I tried pulling the string. The resistance was less than I'd imagined. Is it the string? The words just slipped out. Su Qingyan froze. I gestured. What's the bowstring made of? Is there anything tougher? If it puts up more resistance when you draw it, wouldn't the bolt fly with more force? I was going purely on instinct. Su Qingyan fell silent for a moment, then suddenly jerked his head up. Ox sinew. I've been using twisted hemp for the string all along. If we switch to ox sinew string, the draw strength could jump a whole level. It's just that ox sinew is expensive, and the process is complicated. Cost is no problem. Try it first. I didn't hesitate. Money's only money once you actually spend it. As long as we could produce a proper crossbow, the army's combat power would climb another notch. An image flashed through my mind. 2 armies clashing, the enemy finally fighting their way up close, and then our soldiers suddenly whipping out crossbows and squeezing the trigger. Victory decided in an instant. At the thought, I couldn't help but laugh out loud. I laughed twice, then reined it in. The crossbow wasn't built yet. The sword wasn't in mass production yet. Laughing now was too early. I put on a stern face and kept walking forward. Another. 2 days later, Zhengde fitted the bowstring with beef tendon. They test-fired the crossbow again. Within 50 paces, the arrow buried itself deep into the wooden target, sinking clean into the wood. Su Qingyan made another fine adjustment to the curvature of the crossbow's limbs. The final version of the light-hand crossbow weighed only half as much as the standard issue, loaded 2 breaths faster, hit its mark accurately within 50 paces, and struck with enough force to punch through ordinary leather armor. The leather armor improvements went relatively smoothly, though not without a few missteps. Following my instructions, old master craftsman Zhou lined the armor with wrought tan and thin iron plates. He and his apprentices spent 2 days weaving before producing the first prototype. Su Qingyan had one of the guards try it on. The guard slipped it on, took a few steps, and frowned. The protection's good, hard for a blade to cut through, but the wrought tan's woven too tight. It's stiff and digs into you. Walking's fine, but the second you start running, it chafes like hell. Su Qingyan took off the armor to inspect it. The wrought tan was packed too densely, with barely any gaps. The thin iron plates were misplaced too, wedged right under the shoulder blade. so lifting an arm sent it jabbing uncomfortably. Joda scratched his head. This old man was only thinking about making it sturdy. Never gave a thought to whether it'd be comfortable to wear. They tore it apart and rewove it. This time they left half a finger's width of gap between the rattan strips and adjusted the iron plates over and over based on the wear tests, adding one at the shoulder, removing one at the chest, swapping everything under the arms for soft rattan, and adding a layer of soft linen padding on the inside. When the second prototype was finished, the same guard tried it on. He ran a few laps, then went through some swinging and drawing motions and grinned. This one works. Light, doesn't dig in, doesn't get in the way when I move. Su Qingyan had several guards take turns testing it, noting down each man's feedback and having Zhou De make fine adjustments for different body types. More than 10 days later, the first batch of improved equipment was finally complete. 20 straight-bodied Tang sabers, blades perfectly straight, gleaming with a cold light. 20 sets of wrought tannin iron leather armor, light yet fully protective. 30 light hand crossbows, compact and portable, accurate and easy to shoot. Su Qingyan reported it to me right away. I brought a group of officials and guard commanders and hurried to the workshop. The moment the equipment was laid out, every eye in the room was instantly, firmly locked onto it. Zhang Yunhu rushed forward first and snatched up a Tang saber. He gripped it with both hands. The balance was superb, nearly 30% lighter than the standard war saber. He raised it and struck down hard, the blade whistling through the air as it slammed into a thick wooden target. Crack! The target snapped like paper, the cut as smooth and flat as a mirror. Zhang Yunhu froze completely. Then his eyes blazed with excitement, his voice cracking. Your Highness, this blade is unbelievable. It's 10 times better than our current war sabers. Light, sharp, holds its edge, and doesn't break easily. If the guards were all equipped with these, no ordinary blade could stand against them. Zhou Lin picked up the second one, his expression perfectly composed, though his fingertips tightened ever so slightly. He ran his fingers over the blade again and again, checking the thickness, examining the spine line. After a long moment, he spoke in a low voice. Your Highness, this blade is straight-bodied and under. Even force, clean cuts, no drift. Once the whole army's re-equipped, close combat power goes up at least 30%. Add the light hand crossbow, and we can suppress from a distance and press hard up close, a complete system. The guard's fighting strength will crush any army in the region. Su Jing stroked his beard and let out a long sigh. With the Tang blade in hand, we outmatched the standard issue sabers by a wide margin. This isn't just a weapons upgrade, it's a shift in morale. With a weapon like this, spirits are bound to soar. The attending officers took turns hefting the blade, and praise rose from every corner. Chunhu gave the sword a light swing, grinning ear to ear. This blade cuts like butter. Used to be I had to hack away at everything. Now one easy stroke, and it's cut clean through. Lin Xiaoman blushed as she tested the crossbow, her voice trembling. The crossbow's smaller and easier to grip. It hits the mark even at 50 paces. Zhang Erniu gripped the Tang blade tight, his eyes resolute. Following His Highness, our gear just keeps getting better. We're going to win, no question. The new guards had reddened eyes, cradling their blades in both hands, too moved to speak. This blade beats even the government's general issue swords. Follow His Highness and you've got a way to live, good gear, and a future. Every guard raised his blade at once and shouted as one. With a weapon like this, we'll follow His Highness. 10,000 deaths won't turn us back. Su Qingyan called the guard over to test the new armor again. Zhou Lin stepped forward, drew his blade, and dragged it hard across the chest plates twice. The edge landed on the layered mesh of wrought tan and iron plating with nothing but a dull thud, leaving only a faint white scratch on the surface. Zhou Lin sheathed his blade and nodded. Far better than the standard leather armor. Ordinary blades can't cut through it. Zhang Yunhu came over, clapped the guard on the chest, then pinched at the old armor on his own body and clicked his tongue. Lighter than this piece of mine, and better protection to boot. Get me a set too. Chunhu watched with eager eyes and couldn't help cutting in. Lord Zhou, can this armor stop arrows? Zhou Lin had someone set up a target 20 paces off and ordered a crossbowman to loose a bolt from an ordinary hand crossbow. The bolt punched into the armor's face and pierced the outer rattan layer, but the inner iron plating caught it fast. It sank less than half an inch into flesh. Zhou Lin pulled out the bolt, glanced at how deep it had gone, and said evenly, "An ordinary hand crossbow can't break through at 20 paces. The Liao horsebows pull harder, but this'll hold up well enough, even at 50. It'll do." Su Qingyan stepped forward and bowed deeply, his voice both excited and ashamed. "Your Highness is wise." The tang blades kept cracking during quenching. If not for your Highness pointing out the clad steel method, the scrap rate never would have come down. The hand crossbow lacked force. If not for your Highness pointing out the beef sinew string, we never would have gotten the penetration up. I merely followed the blueprint. The real credit goes to your Highness and the craftsmen. The 20 craftsmen bowed together, their voices ringing out. A single word from your Highness woke us from our dream. We just followed the prescription, and the results far exceeded anything we imagined. I looked at the crowd, all of them stirred, and a smile slowly surfaced in my eyes. The truth was, all I'd tossed out was 2 vague words. Every step after that, they hammered out and filed out, arrow by arrow, through trial and error. A direction can be lit by one person, but the ones who turn that direction into an actual road have always been those willing to bow their heads and dig into the work. A small leap forward like this was enough to push the guards from an ordinary unit to the threshold of an elite force. I spoke quietly. Tang blades, hand crossbows, improved leather armor. Buy up supplies at full throttle, spare no silver. Every guard gets a full set. Production's short for now, so equip the best men first and keep refining as we go. Down the road, this will be what backs us up." "Yes, sir," the men answered as one, their voices rattling the whole workshop. After the craftsmen dispersed, I called Chunhu aside. "Chunhu, take 2 squads, 20 men, and keep these craftsmen tightly protected. There's safety." I bit down hard on that word, safety. "Your Highness, they're inside our own camp. Do they really need special protection?" Chunhu scratched his head. Thanks to his fierce fighting, he'd already been promoted to guard captain, in charge of 50 men. Zhou Lin pulled him aside and explained a few things in a low voice. Chunhu's eyes sharpened, and he snapped a salute. "I won't let you down, Your Highness." In the camp, bugle calls and battle cries never stopped, day after day. In the workshop, the sound of hammers and grinding never ceased, day or night. Linha's city looked calm on the surface, but in truth a force not to be underestimated was quietly building up and growing fast. I stood at the workshop door, looking north, my gaze steady. The Right Chancellor's second round of trouble could come at any moment. But I was no longer that down-and-out prince, fresh off the road with nothing to stand on. I had the loyalty of my soldiers, the hearts of the people, steadily improving equipment, and devoted officers and officials. Let the storms come, I now had the ground to stand my own. The capital of Great Xia, towering palace walls, bustling streets. Every bit the picture of a golden age. Linha County lay within the pass, no more than a few hundred li from the capital, guarding the first choke point on the road north. Here, court spies and informants from every faction were woven thick as a spiderweb. The slightest stir, and a fast horse could reach the capital in half a day. That I had crushed the bandits of Woniyu Mountain in Linha and publicly tried County Lieutenant Li Bing. This secret report landed on the desks of every powerful figure in the capital within 2 days. A stone dropped into the water, and hidden currents surged. In the secret chamber of the Eastern Palace, candlelight flickered. Crown Prince Gao Qian slammed the report down on the table, his face livid. "Uncle, that Gao Ping was supposed to be a discarded pawn, banished to the northern frontier. Yet he's kicking up this kind of commotion right at the capital's doorstep." He gritted his teeth. Crushing the bandits isn't the half of it. He even dared to publicly execute a court-appointed official. Now the hearts of Linha's people and soldiers all belong to him. This is a slap in the face to my Eastern Palace and to the Chancellor's residence. The Right Chancellor, Guohuanji, tapped his fingertip lightly against the table. His initial surprise had long since turned into a cold, calculating gleam. "Peace, Your Highness." Li Bing was a mediocre fool, a pawn from the start. His death is no loss. His voice dropped to a near whisper. "What surprises me is Gao Ping's decisiveness. There's a certain skill in it, a way of winning people over. But our plan fell through. We can't just let him walk away. Of course not. A venomous smile curled at the corner of Gua Huangji's mouth as he leaned in to murmur. The candle flame flickered, and the rest of his words were swallowed by the shadows. The murderous edge in Gao Qian's eyes vanished at once. He nodded again and again. A fine plan. Pull the firewood from under the cauldron. Let's see how he breaks out of this one. The second wave of the death trap stretched quietly from the capital toward Linha, the study of the left chancellor's residence. Left Chancellor Zhao held the secret report, a faint smile playing on his lips. He came from the illustrious Zhao clan of Hedong, an elder statesman who had served 3 emperors. This 6th prince is more useful than I expected. He broke the crown prince and right chancellor's scheme with ease, and dealt them a sharp slap in the face while he was at it. His subordinate bowed. My lord, should our hidden agents along the route continue to aid him in secret? Continue, but keep it discreet. Zhao's tone was calm. The crown prince leans on the right chancellor, and their power sways the entire court. No single faction can be allowed to dominate. The 6th prince may be young, but he has the nerve to act. Keeping him alive checks the crown prince's faction and gives the court one more capable prince who can actually get things done. The subordinate understood at once and withdrew to make arrangements. The residence of the Grand General. Grand General Li Gui finished reading the secret report, and the tension finally left his face. Good lad. I didn't dote on him for nothing. His deputy said with concern. General, the 6th prince publicly tried and executed the county magistrate. I fear the right chancellor will seize on it and launch a fierce impeachment. Li Gui frowned. I'm aware. I'll draft a memorial in secret and report the truth to His Majesty. How Li Bing colluded with mountain bandits and threw the region into chaos. He looked toward Linha and let out a soft sigh. The trouble is, Linha is too close to the capital. The waters there are treacherous. How far he goes now is up to him alone. The imperial study in the palace. Emperor Gao Qingji of the Jinxing reign read every word, fell silent for a moment, then suddenly tapped the desk and let out a low chuckle. This boy, my 6th son, hasn't disgraced me after all. That flicker of fatherly pride vanished in an instant. The next moment, imperial authority took over. He pressed his fingertip hard against the 4 characters, public trial of Li Bing. But he has no regard for the law. Executing a court-appointed official in public, without my decree, that is sheer recklessness. The chief eunuch, Huang Chun, bowed his head and held his breath, not daring to say a word. Gao Qingji paced for a long while. When he spoke again, his tone had eased slightly, though it remained frosty. Issue this decree. Commend Gao Ping for his merit in quelling the bandits and bringing peace to the people. Award him 100 taels of gold and 1,000 bolts of fine brocade. At the same time, reprimand him sternly. Warn him that from this day forward, he must strictly obey the law and never again act on his own authority. As he heads north to take up his post, let him secure the north. The frontier. There must be no mistakes. Your servant obeys, Your Majesty. Gao Qing gazed toward the north, his eyes fathomless. Whatever tenderness he felt, an emperor could only keep buried deep in his heart. Within the capital, the 4 great powers each nursed their own schemes. The crown prince and the right chancellor wove a deadly trap. The left chancellor rode the momentum to place his own pieces. The grand general maneuvered in the shadows, and the emperor dispensed favor and force in equal measure. And of all this, I, at this moment, hadn't the faintest clue. In the workshop, Su Qingyan was overseeing the craftsmen as they tested the 3rd version of the crossbow. The sinew string pulled taut, creaking under the strain. Out on the drill field, Zhang Yunhu bellowed at the recruits to keep running laps. His voice carried clear across 2 streets. I stood at the workshop entrance, brushing the iron dust off my hands, and tossed a single order to Su Qingyan and Zhao Mo. Tang blades, crossbows, upgraded leather armor. Buy up all the materials you can, spare no silver. Every one of my personal guards gets a full set. Su Qingyan gave his assent. Zhao Mo gritted his teeth and started tallying the accounts. The clang of hammers and the shouts of command wove together throughout Lina City. Not a soul looked up at the dark clouds gathering on the horizon. A few days later, the imperial decree arrived in Linha. I was in the workshop, testing the blade blanks for a new batch of Tang swords. The eunuch's shrill voice carried all the way into the government hall. Once the decree was read, 100 taels of gold and 1,000 bolts of fine brocade were piled at the foot of the hall. The eunuch, stone-faced, added a stern reminder. His Highness must henceforth strictly abide by the law, then left without so much as touching his tea. I looked at that pile of rewards and my lips twitched. Rewarded and reprimanded, both at once. Commended for wiping out the bandits, sternly rebuked for the crime of killing without authority. This convenient father of mine, dispensing favor and force together, was playing the game with real finesse. Su Jing stepped forward first, bowing solemnly toward the decree. His Majesty is wise. His Highness rendered merit in subduing the bandits, and His Majesty was not sparing with his rewards. His Highness overstepped the law by slaying Li Bing, and His Majesty's stern rebuke is likewise a form of protection. Both favor and force issue from above. From here on, His Highness must place the law above all else in whatever he does. Off to the side, Lu Shuren pursed his lips. He waited for the man to finish before speaking in his own unhurried way. Mr. Su makes a fair point. But His Majesty only rebuked the unauthorized killing. He didn't overturn a single ruling in the Li Bing case, nor did he order His Highness to return to the capital and beg forgiveness. The gold and brocade acknowledge the merit of clearing out the bandits. The scolding is just to give the court something to save face over. He turned to me and cupped his hands. Your Highness, His Majesty's meaning is clear enough. What you did was right, just too showy. From now on, simply rein it in a bit. I nodded but said nothing. Zhou Lin stood with his arms crossed and said flatly, this lowly general doesn't understand the twists and turns of court politics. All I know is that if His Majesty gave a reward, then he's acknowledged His Highness's merit. As for the scolding, a father scolding his son? I've been taking that since I was a boy. I'm used to it. Zhang Yunhu nodded heavily, thoroughly agreeing. I couldn't help but smile. In this life, you always need someone standing behind you who can boil this tangled world down into the simplest sentence. At the other end of the hall, Wang Fu kept his eyes lowered, sweat beading at his temple. He broke into a cold sweat. Though the line, killing an imperial official without authorization defies the law, hadn't been pressed further, every word seemed to point straight at him. Yang Zheng stood half a step behind him, his face betraying nothing, but inwardly he let out a quiet sigh of relief. His Majesty only condemned the unauthorized killing without demanding hard proof, which meant those above knew Li Bing deserved to die. It seemed the left chancellor had the upper hand after all. 3 days after the imperial decree arrived, I broke camp and headed north. 100 taels of gold, 1,000 bolts of fine brocade. I converted it all into silver and spent it on grain, medicine, iron, and oxen sinew, loading up 2 full carts. Su Jing grumbled the whole way. His Majesty's rewards should be treasured and kept. Converting them all to cash goes against propriety. Lu Shuren gave him just one reply. Once we reach Xinbei, gold won't fill your belly, and brocade won't stop a blade. That shut Su Jing up. The night before departure, Zhao Mo came in carrying the ledger. Your Highness, we left the capital with 242,863 taels of silver in hand. I nodded and waited for him to continue. After reaching Linha, the spoils from Woniu Mountain came to 3,000 taels, and His Majesty's reward converted to 3,200 taels, 6,200 taels total in income. He turned a page, and the corner of his mouth twitched. As for expenses, 15 horses purchased, 1,800 taels. The development and prototyping of the Tang sabers, hand crossbows, and leather armor burned through iron and oxen sinew at an enormous rate, 6,200 taels. Feeding 260 personal guards 3 full meals a day with meat every day runs about 400 taels a month. Fodder for nearly 200 mules and horses, 200 taels a month. Salaries, commissions, and wages, 600 taels a month. 3 months' worth of grain, medicine, and cloth, 18,000 taels. Iron, bowstrings, and other supplies, 16,200 taels. Compensation and medical care for Woniu Mountain, 1,200 taels. He paused. We've already forged 48 Tang sabers, 80 hand crossbows, and 120 sets of the new leather armor. The craftsmen are still working around the clock. Total expenses come to 44,600 taels. Remaining silver on hand, 204,463 taels. I took the ledger, my eyes lingering on that line. Development and prototyping, 6,200 taels. 6,200 taels. Enough to maintain a border garrison of 500 men for a year. This silver really didn't last. Just as I was about to close it, my eye caught the running account book in Zhao Mo's hand. 16,200, 3,200, 44,600. The whole page was packed with those formal written-out numerals, crammed row by row and column by column. Just to verify a single total, you'd have to flip back through several pages. It gave me a headache. Suddenly, I thought back to my past life, when you could just drag your mouse across a spreadsheet and it would sum everything up automatically. Zhao Mo, this ledger of yours, how do you usually total it up? Adding and subtracting entry by entry, checking it over and over. One number off, and I start again from the top, he answered honestly. Every month-end reconciliation, I have to pull 2 or 3 all-nighters. I took a blank sheet of Xian paper, picked up my brush, and began to draw. A few symbols. These are called Arabic numerals. This is 1, this is 2, this is 3, 10 digits, and that's all of them, right here. Zhao Mo leaned in, his eyes full of confusion. I wrote out 4 more symbols, plus, minus, multiply, and divide, and explained each one. I swapped the formal characters for Arabic numerals and turned the running ledger into a table. 1 column for income, 1 for expenses, a total at the bottom. 1 quick subtraction, and there was the balance. You try. He took the pen, half doubting. He'd come up through managing money and grain, so he had a natural instinct for numbers. I only walked him through it once, and he could already stumble his way through setting up a column. By the second pass, he was noticeably faster. By the third, he set down the pen, stared at the figures, and went quiet for a long while. When he looked up again, his eyes were a little red. Your Highness, I've managed money and grain for years, and it never once occurred to me that books could be kept like this. If this method were spread far and wide, there's no telling how many people it would save from how many sleepless nights. Watching him get so worked up, I felt a twinge of guilt. All I'd done was bring over grade school arithmetic, and in his eyes it had become some rare, world-changing knowledge. All right, just start using it. I'll teach you the multiplication table later. I paused. This method, teach it to your accountants too. And Zhou and Zhang Yunhu's people. I'll find time to run through it with everyone at once. Zhao Mo treated it like a treasure, cradling that sheet of paper as he backed out, his steps far lighter than when he'd come in. A tool can change one person's fate, and it can change the way a whole group of people live. Sometimes a few symbols on a single sheet of paper are worth 10,000 soldiers. From that night on, I set aside 2 hours every day to teach math to all my officials. Wang Huan, Little Li, Hong Luan, and Luo were all welcome to sit in. The officials and attendants studied as if enchanted, all except Zhang Yunhu, that big rough brute, who nodded off partway through every lesson. The next morning, the column set out. 160 personal guards swung up onto their horses, the rest went on foot. 150 craftsmen fell into line behind them, with 16 officials close behind. Family members, laborers, carts, and horses stretched out for miles. 60 large wagons were loaded down with silver, grain, weapons, and iron, along with nearly 200 mules and horses. A column of nearly 1,000 people, marching out of the city in a grand procession. The people of Linhe lined both sides of the road to see us off. Some pressed dry rations into the guards' arms, some set eggs on the wagons. The guards kept their hands behind their backs and wouldn't budge an inch. So the people pulled their hands back, stood at the roadside, and watched us leave the city. Zhou rode at my side, his gaze sweeping over the ranks. Your Highness, the guards have changed. I followed his line of sight. Those 150-some newly recruited in Linhe, when they'd first enlisted, they'd had a sickly, sallow look, cheeks sunken, swaying as they walked. After the first 3 days of training, their legs went soft as if they were treading on cotton. Just over 10 days. Their cheeks had filled out, their backs. Spines had straightened, and most of that cowering look was gone from their eyes. Meat at every meal, all they could eat. Silver spent on food was worth more than silver spent on bonuses. The veterans had grown steadier. Chun Hu, Lin Xiaoman, Zhang Erniu, the ones who'd come through the bloodbath at Reclining Ox Mountain, had lost that green, panicked look of men new to battle and gained the composure of those who'd stared death in the face. Some still had bandages wrapped around their arms, gauze packed over their shoulders, yet they sat ramrod straight in the saddle. Not one of them made a sound. The clearest change was in the ranks. 10-odd days ago, a single command would set off a mess of mismatched steps, tangled lines, wandering minds. Now, at one order, all 260 men stepped off together, planted their feet together, standing tall as pines, blades and spears bristling like a forest. They still weren't an elite force to rival any under heaven, but they had the backbone now to obey orders and hold the line. The spine of an army is never forged by a single victory. It's fed into being, bit by every full belly and every drop of sweat. The column pushed north along the main road. After 2 days, we crossed into Nantion County. It was already past noon when we reached the county seat. The county magistrate, Wang Liren, was already waiting outside the city gate with his officials. The moment my procession came into view, he hurried his men into a bow, every point of etiquette observed. Your humble servant, Wang Liren, magistrate of Nantion, welcomes His Highness the Sixth Prince. Your Highness has traveled a hard road. You must be weary. I swung down from my horse and made a token gesture for him to rise. No need for such ceremony, Magistrate Wang. I'm only passing through. 1 day's rest, arrange for a river crossing, and we head north. I won't trouble the locals. Wang Liren got to his feet and led the way, murmuring the details as we walked. Your Highness may not know it, but the only way north out of Nantion is by water, the Baishui River. The land route is a mire. Carts, horses, and supply trains can't get through at all. He dropped his voice. The trouble is, all the shipping on the Baishui is in the grip of the local river guild. They've got over 1,000 vessels, large and small. Every merchant, every traveler, every shipment of government grain, all of it depends on them. My step faltered. Who leads this guild? A man named Li Zhong, and he happens to be a distant relative of Li Bing, the county lieutenant of Linhe whom your highness had publicly tried and executed. Wang Liren's face darkened slightly. He's had his claws in Nantion for years. His network runs deep and tangled, and he's got no small connection to the prefectural capital. I doubt he's let the matter of Li Bing go. At that, he fell silent. I already had my suspicions. Li Bing, Li Zhong, whether they were truly kin didn't matter. What mattered was whether this Li Zhong had any ties to the Right Chancellor's faction. Magistrate Wang, the guild operates within your Nantion borders. If you were the one to approach them, could you secure the boats without trouble? Heh. Wang Liren gave a bitter smile. Your Highness gives me too much credit. Li Zhong and I have never been on friendly terms. He's got 1,000 men behind him and the prefectural capital at his back. He's never taken well to being managed. So long as he pays his taxes on time and doesn't stir up any real trouble, he and I keep to our own waters. There's really no favor for me to call in. I nodded. That was putting it mildly, if anything. Watching him knit his brows at the mention of the Canal Guild, that suppressed flash of resentment in his eyes, this county magistrate probably had no real authority over the Canal Guild at all, and had likely swallowed plenty of grief because of them. It seemed the road through Nantion wouldn't be an easy one. That evening, once I'd gotten my personal guards settled, I had Wei Yin take some silver to the Canal Guild's base at the Baishui River ferry crossing to negotiate for boats. Whether it worked out or not, I first needed to feel out where they stood. Barely an hour later, Wei Yin returned, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. Your Highness, the Canal Guild men were respectful enough in manner, but every word out of their mouths was an excuse. He dropped to one knee. They said the autumn grain shipments are underway, that all their vessels have been requisitioned by the prefect, and that they hold official documents to prove it. They claim they simply can't spare any boats, and beg your highness to grant them more time. Zhou Lin frowned at once. Utter nonsense. The Canal Guild has over 1,000 boats. They can't spare even a dozen ferries? They're clearly stalling on purpose. Zhang Yunhu glared, eyes wide. Your highness, let me take the guards straight to the crossing. If they won't hand over the boats, we'll take them by force. I raised a hand and pressed him back down. This was exactly the leverage Li Zhong was counting on. The autumn grain transport was a matter of state importance, and the prefect's documents were both reasonable and lawful. If I seized the boats by force, I'd be defying government orders and disrupting the grain shipments. The charges would land on my head instantly. Li Zhong had the prefect behind him, and behind the prefect stood the chancellor of the right. The autumn grain was real, and so was the fact that they were blocking me. To force my way through this game was to defy the imperial decree itself. That night, I summoned all 16 of my officials to council. Su Jing spoke first, his tone steady and composed. Your Highness, this matter cannot be handled by force under any circumstances. Li Zhong holds the legal high ground, while we have nothing to stand on. Moving against him rashly will only give others ammunition against us. For now, all we can do is wait, or find another way. We mustn't lose the greater cause over something small. And what would you advise, Elder Su? Your Highness could issue a notice to Pingda Prefecture in the name of the Junbei Prince's residents, ordering them to draft new documents and release a portion of the boats. Alternatively, we could requisition civilian vessels along the Baishui River and gather enough of them bit by bit. Prudent and steady, but unrealistic. I didn't answer. Zhou Lin pondered. The land route is a dead end, and waiting will only cost us the timing for our journey north. As for the prefect, we all know appealing to him is useless. With the Canal Guild locking down the waterway so tightly, there likely aren't any civilian boats to be had either. The only move left may be to talk to Li Zhong first, win him over with profit. Su Qingyan and Wen Shuading both nodded. We were caught between a rock and a hard place. We deliberated for a long while without arriving at any foolproof plan. Lord Lu, do you have any good counsel? I turned to Lu Shuren, who had remained silent all along. He rose and cupped his hands, brows tightly furrowed. Your Highness, there's something strange about all this. A minor canal guild that can ignore the county magistrate himself, maintain close ties with the prefect, and monopolize an entire waterway. Its roots almost certainly extend beyond the local level. Su Jing's frown deepened. He understood now. This was no longer a local matter, but one reaching all the way to the imperial court. The extension of the power struggle in the court. I nodded with a smile. I believe we should first get a clear picture of Li Zhong and the Grand Canal Gang, Lu Shuren said. How many members they have, whether they're armed, how many boats they own, how their people are positioned, and whether Li Zhong rules alone or if there are rival factions within. Know your enemy and know yourself, and you'll never be defeated. The others voiced their agreement. I wasn't disappointed that we hadn't settled on a concrete plan. First, we do as Lu Shuren suggested, gather intelligence from all sides, then decide our next move. The following day, the Hongxing town outside the city was holding its temple fair, bustling with life. Lu Shuren went to pay Li Zhong a personal visit, while the others split up to gather information. My personal eunuch, Wang Huan, took the two maids, Hong Wan and Luliu, to the fair to buy everyday necessities. Both girls were 18, and they'd waited on me since I was a child. The original owner of this body had been out of favor in the palace, his birth mother, consort Feng, holding little influence. Among the throng of princes, he'd been quiet and withdrawn, enduring endless cold stares. Only these two girls had always stayed by his side. On freezing winter nights, they were the ones who quietly slipped a warming stove into his bed and rose at midnight to tuck in the corners of his blankets. In the scorching heat of summer, they were the ones who fanned him all night long, chasing away mosquitoes and bugs without a single complaint. When he couldn't stomach the cold, hard palace fare, they saved up their monthly wages and secretly cooked warm meals for him in the small kitchen. When he fell ill with no one to care for him, it was these two girls who never even loosened their clothes to rest, keeping vigil at his bedside, bringing him medicine and water. They didn't say much, but they kept him in their hearts in everything they did. When he was young, every morning the first thing he saw upon waking was Hong Wan's gentle gaze and the bowl of hot soup Luliu brought him. In this world, they were among the few who truly cared for him. Not lowly servant girls, but two of the few things I had left to hold dear in this world. The fair was packed with people, alive with the cries of vendors and the laughter of the crowd. Hong Wan carefully picked out linen cloth, medicinal herbs, and spices, while Luliu held a handkerchief, now and then dabbing the light sweat from her forehead. Wang Huan drove the carriage along slowly behind them, and everything went smoothly. The two girls had grown up deep within the palace walls, where the rules were strict, and rarely had they experienced such lively excitement. Before they left, I tucked plenty of silver into their hands, and before long, the carriage was piled more than half full. Just as they were enjoying themselves, they ran headlong into a group of burly men. The one leading them was thick-set and brawny, his face a mass of hard muscle, his eyes cold and vicious. The common folk scrambled to get out of the way, and someone whispered his identity. Li Zhong, leader of the Grand Canal Gang. With nothing to do today, he'd taken a few of his men out to get some fresh air, which meant Lu Shuren, who'd gone looking for him, had come up empty. Li Zhong had been bored wandering around when his eyes landed on those two pretty faces in the crowd, and they lit up at once. He strode forward and blocked their path. Well now, where'd these two little beauties come from? Aren't you a couple of lookers? His gaze roamed shamelessly over the two of them, and he reached out to touch Hongwan's face. Such a tender little thing. A young lady like you, forced to tour the temple fair with mere servants. What a shame. Why not come back with me instead? I guarantee you'll both live in silk and luxury, wanting for nothing. The crowd shrank back, no one daring to make a sound, everyone silently fearing for the two girls. Wang Huan hastily stepped in front of them, feigning composure. I must ask you to mind yourself, sir. We belong to the Jinbei prince's household. Please, step aside. The prince's household? Li Zhong let out a scornful snort, his face full of contempt. Cut the nonsense. There's no prince's household anywhere in these Nantian parts. Don't think you can scare me with some made-up title. Get out of my way. He swept his big hand and shoved Wang Huan aside, his men immediately closing in behind him. Nantian County was a small place. The Jinbei prince's entourage had entered town just yesterday, and now two strangers of uncommon bearing had appeared at the temple fair today. If they weren't from the prince's household, who else could they be? Li Zhong knew the truth perfectly well, but he deliberately played dumb. Hong Wan's face went pale, yet she kept her back straight, shielding Lu Lu behind her. In broad daylight, no less. You'd best not overstep yourself. Huh. The little lady's got some fire in her. That's just how I like him. Li Zhong was blinded by lust, heedless of everything. His men formed a half circle, taunting and jeering, while the two girls, shamed and furious, dodged again and again. Wang Huan knew they were no match. He desperately dragged the two of them, squeezing out through the crowd and hurrying toward the county town. With so many eyes at the temple fair, Li Zhong didn't give chase. He was a man of the underworld, not some reckless brute. He could do things in the dark, but he couldn't put them out in the open, not with Wang Liren just itching for something to pin on him. But as he watched the two figures retreat into the distance, a flicker of greedy fire lit up his eyes. The master had given his orders. These waters must be muddied. The three of them didn't dare linger and hurried along the whole way. They had just reached the outskirts of town when a dozen or so masked, burly men suddenly charged out from the woods on either side. Before they could react, the masked men clamped their hands over the two girls' mouths and dragged them off by force. Wang Huan rushed forward to stop them, only to be pinned to the ground and beaten with fists and feet. Once knocked out, he was tossed into the grass by the roadside. By the time he came to, the sky had already darkened. Battered all over, he limped his way back to the county town, stumbling into my quarters, collapsing to the floor, and breaking into loud sobs. Your Highness, something terrible has happened, Your Highness. Lady Hong Luan and Lady Lu Lu, they've been taken by the canal gang. I'm useless. I couldn't stop them, and I got beaten for it too. I had already sent off the petition requesting to take Hong Luan and Lu Lu as concubines. But I wasn't going to sit around waiting for word from the capital. Distant water can't quench a present thirst. Li Zhong was a man of twisted intentions. Every moment of delay meant greater danger for the two girls. I clenched my fists. If my own strength were formidable enough, would a petty little canal gang dare lay a hand on my people? Even with a prefect and the right chancellor standing behind it. At this very moment, the canal gang's assembly hall blazed with light. Li Zhong sat at the head of the hall, his face so dark you could wring water from it. The two rows of chairs below him stood mostly empty. To his left was a middle-aged scholar with a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. At the front on the right slouched a burly, dark-faced man clutching a wine jug, his whole face twisted with menace. This was the second in command, Lei Bao. The canal gang had run for decades. After Li Zhong seized the position of gang leader through cunning and powerful backers, he'd ruthlessly purged his rivals. Of the dozen-plus leaders there had once been, only these two remained. The rest were either dead or gone. The mighty Canal Gang had become his personal kingdom. Big brother, what's there to discuss? Lei Bao slammed his wine jug down on the table, the bass thudding hollowly. That Gao guy's only got a handful of men. We've got 1,000 brothers. If we each took a piss on him, we'd drown him. Just say the word, and I'll take the boys to surround that rundown courier station of his and hack him to pieces on the spot. Hack who? The middle-aged scholar rose to his feet, hands clasped behind his back, his face blank. Gao Ping is the sixth prince. He's heading north on imperial orders, with a warrant from the Ministry of War and an edict on his person. You kill him, and it's a capital crime. Your whole clan wiped out. You think you can take that? Lei Bao snorted. Old Wu, you're just a goddamn coward. Prince or no prince, out here in Nantian, even the king of heaven himself wouldn't count for shit. Besides, big brother, didn't you say the folks in the county seat would cover for us? What's there to be afraid of? Let's just do it. Cover for us. The third in command, Wuan, turned to look at Li Zhong, his gaze eerily calm. Big brother, I've served you all these years, and there's something I've always wanted to ask. Li Zhong raised his eyes. The people in the county seat, what's their actual plan? They told us to block the river, so we blocked it. They told us to stall, so we stalled. But the day before yesterday, I did exactly as agreed and showed Wei Yin the shipping documents. He didn't say a word and just left. And then, over on Gao Ping's side, a man named Lu Shuren showed up. Wuan paused. I still haven't figured out where this guy comes from, but he sure as hell isn't here for a drink. He kept beating around the bush, asking how many men we have, how many boats. Is he here to negotiate, or to feel us out? He lowered his voice. What the county seat wants is for us to hold Gao Ping up. But right now we're going head-to-head with him. If something really goes wrong, if Gao Ping gets hurt or crippled, the county seat brushes it off and says they knew nothing. Who takes the fall? Us. Big brother, we run canal shipping. We're not somebody's hired guns. Wuan, Li Zhong finally spoke. His voice wasn't loud, but the whole hall fell silent. All this talk, what you're really saying is that I should let those two girls go and go kneel before Gao Ping to beg forgiveness. Wuan was quiet for a moment. Big brother knows that's not what I mean. We don't have to release them, but at the very least we can't touch them. Yesterday, when they grabbed those people, I tried to stop it and couldn't. Now the other side has laid it all out. These two women are consorts of the Prince of Jinbei. They're imperial people. Once we touch them, there's no going back. Bullshit. Lei Bao shot to his feet. I've had it up to here with you since last night. Can't touch them. No going back. You're just a goddamn coward. Boss, don't listen to his whining. Those two little wenches are locked up in the back courtyard. Those faces, those tiny waists, so fresh and tender, 100 times better than anything at the brothel. And take it from me, with my eye for these things, they're still virgins. He licked his lips, lust burning in his eyes. Old Wu here's a chicken shit. You and me, brother, one each. Let's have our fun with them first. I'd like to see what that Gao bastard can do about it. Wuan whipped his head around. You lay one finger on them and see what happens. His voice was quiet, but it landed like a blade slamming into the table. Lei Bao froze. In all the years he'd known him, he'd never seen Wu and's eyes go that cold. Li Zhong set his teacup down with a hard clack. Both of you shut it. He rubbed his brow. The candle wick sputtered and popped, but no one moved to trim it. A long moment passed before he finally spoke, his tone oddly calm. Those two girls, we can't let them go. Not now. Wuan's lips parted, but no sound came out. But we don't touch them either. Lei Bao opened his mouth to protest, but Li Zhong raised a hand and cut him off. At least not yet. Still, a flicker of greed crossed his eyes as he pictured those two faces, every smile and frown. We keep them on ice and wait for Gao Ping's next move. If he doesn't know what's good for him. Before he could finish, footsteps sounded outside, drawing closer fast. A gang member came trotting in, gasping for breath. Boss, the Northern Garrison Prince's people are here. Some guy named Zhou brought 20 guards with him. Says he's coming in to search the place. They're at the dock right now, and the brothers can't hold them off. Lei Bao snatched up the short axe by his chair and turned to leave. I'll go deal with him myself. Li Zhong didn't stop him. He just looked at Wu, silent for a beat. Go keep an eye on things. And remember, don't let Lei Bao get anyone killed. Wu nodded and hurried after him. Li Zhong sat alone in the half-empty hall, the candlelight flickering across his face. This job the master handed me. It's getting complicated. The canal gang's compound was heavily guarded. Lei Bao leaned against the gatehouse at the dock, a mocking grin on his face. Wu stepped forward. We're a licensed canal shipping outfit. You come barging in to search us like this. Do you take our gang for nothing? Zhou Lin snapped back. Insolent thieves. Abducting members of the imperial family is a grave crime, and you refuse to hand them over. Now you'd block a lawful search too? Are you planning treason? Open the gate at once, or don't blame us for what comes next. Lei Bao's face darkened. He waved his hand, summoning over 100 of his men from the riverbank. These were people who'd spent their whole lives on the waterways, every one of them tough and hardened. Clubs, blades, and axes came out all at once, and in the blink of an eye they had Zhou Lin and his party completely surrounded. Or else, I'd love to see what can this handful of people possibly stir up? Wu cupped his hands. There must be some misunderstanding here. My Grand Canal Guild has always abided by the law. How could we possibly abduct someone from the prince's household? Zhou Lin didn't take these men seriously at all. He was certain that no matter how brazen the guild might be, they wouldn't dare lay a hand on the prince's guards. Since you won't listen to reason, then don't blame us for what comes next. He waved his hand, refusing to hear Wu out. Storm the place. Search every corner. Find both ladies, no matter what. 20 guards strode forward. You've got some nerve, busting into my guild. Get him, boys. Lei Bao let out a roar and charged in with his men. Wu stamped his feet in a panic, but no one listened to him. All he could do was shout at the top of his lungs. No weapons. Don't kill anyone. Elite as the guards were, they were hopelessly outnumbered. The guild members swarmed in from all sides, packed so tight there was no room to fight. After a brutal scuffle, every guard came away wounded. Zhou Lin took a staff to the shoulder himself and had no choice but to gather his battered men and beat a humiliating retreat back to the county town. Thankfully, thanks to Wu and shouting, the guild members hadn't taken any lives. When I heard that my guards had been beaten, a chill sank deep into my bones. My knuckles went white from clenching. Before long, Wang Liren hurried over, his expression grave. Upon learning the prince's guards had been injured, a glint flashed in his eyes. Then, with righteous indignation, he declared, "This guild has gone completely out of control. Fear not, your highness. I'll take my men there at once and see that justice is served." Heh, no need to trouble yourself, Magistrate Wang. I waved him off. This score, I'll settle myself. Then my tone shifted, and I suddenly asked, "So, how goes the investigation?" Wang Liren was quick to cup his hands and lower his voice. "Your Highness, I've had my constables investigating in secret for 3 days, and we've finally found a lead. There's a sealed loft in the back courtyard of the guild. Members are strictly forbidden from going near it. Last night, someone saw with their own eyes. Masked men escorted 2 young women inside. The women are being held up in that loft." My heart sank hard. The loft was sealed off. No cry for help would reach heaven or earth. Li Zhong was reckless enough to do anything, and the guild was full of ruthless outlaws. The longer this dragged on, the more danger those 2 women were in. Hong Luan and Lu Lu had such gentle temperaments. If their honor were truly defiled, what depths of despair would they sink to? I couldn't bear to think about it. The longer we wait, the worse it gets. We can't delay any further. I lifted my gaze toward Zhang Yunhu, whose bloodlust hadn't yet faded. "Yunhu, pick 10 of our finest guards and change into night clothes. At midnight tonight, slip into that loft and bring both women out unharmed." "Understood, General. I won't fail you." He clasped his fist, his eyes like a blade freshly tempered in fire. "Zhou Lin, take the rest of the guards and stand by with me outside the guild as backup. If they succeed, we'll gauge the guild's attitude before we talk. If they fail, we storm the place." I bit off each word. "Anyone who touches my people pays the price." "Yes, my lord." Zhou Lin turned to muster his troops, eager to wash away the humiliation from last time. Lu Shuren watched from the side, first nodding, then shaking his head. I knew he thought I was too soft. I only wanted to save people. unwilling to see things through to the bitter end. Su Jing opened his mouth several times to offer counsel, but in the end he only sighed and said nothing. As Wang Liren stepped out the door, his eyes darted around. He leaned close to his confidant's ear and whispered a few instructions. That night, the moon was dark and the wind was high. I pieced this part together later from Yunhu's account, but the scene plays in my mind clearer than if I'd seen it with my own eyes. 10 guards used the cover of darkness to slip past the sentries, stealing silently into the back courtyard and heading straight for the pavilion. Inside the door, everything was in disarray. Hong Luan and Lu Lu were bound in the corner, their hair tangled, tear stains not yet dry. Yet their backs were ramrod straight, their eyes stubborn as two swords that refused to bow. Lei Bao blocked the doorway with 2 of his trusted men, a lecherous grin on his face as he closed in step by step. Come now, little beauties, stop struggling. This is my canal gang's turf. No one here can save you. That Gao Ping can't even save himself. He's got no time for you two. Be good girls and give in to me, and I'll see you never want for food or clothing the rest of your lives. He reached out to yank at Lu Lu's sleeve. Lu Lu dodged desperately. Hong Luan jerked her head up and gave a slight shake toward her. In that instant, the two understood each other perfectly. If there's no escaping this today, then we'll dash our heads against the wall. Our virtue stays unstained, and we'll never bring shame upon him. Lei Bao's hand was about to make contact. Bang! The wooden door was kicked off its hinges. Zhang Yunhu burst through, blade in hand, roaring, "Vile scum, your reign of arrogance ends now." Before Lei Bao and his men could react, a blade had already slashed across his arm. A few crushing blows followed, and his 2 henchmen dropped where they stood. The guards surged in, cut the ropes, and shielded the 2 women behind them. "My ladies, it's over now. We're taking you home." Having survived their ordeal, Hong Luan and Lu Lu felt tears spring to their eyes. But there was no time for words. They could only run alongside the guards toward the exit. The commotion in the pavilion had roused the night watch. Gongs suddenly clanged to life. The nearest band of gang members came charging into the courtyard with torches, some 20 strong. Before they could even make out what was happening, the man in front was cut down by a single stroke from Yunhu's blade. The rest sobered up in an instant, scrambling to raise their weapons and block the door, only to be driven back several paces by a volley of crossbow bolts. The guards seized the moment to break out, retreating westward along the alley. Behind them, the gongs grew ever more frantic. Men kept pouring out from both sides, some brandishing blades, some bare-chested and gripping nothing but clubs, charging in groups of 3s and 5s to cut them off. The guards formed a tight circle, their 2 flanks taking turns standing watch as they fought and fell back. The tang blades were razor-sharp. Ordinary iron swords snapped on contact. The leather armor held firm. Blades struck it and left only white scratches. Yunhu brought up the rear, wounding several men in a row, never giving the pursuers a chance to close ranks. "Commander, another squad's coming out of the left alley. At least 30 of them. Doesn't matter how many. Keep moving, fight, and fall back." The pursuers kept swarming in. Some poured through the courtyard. Others blocked the alley mouth. Still more leaped down from the eaves. Within moments, nearly 100 Grand Canal gang men had joined the chase. No matter how fine the guards' equipment or how flawless their coordination, they couldn't withstand this kind of attrition. Every step back cost them another brutal fight. Yunhu never forgot my instructions: rescue first, don't take lives. And the Canal gang men recognized that these were Imperial soldiers, the prince's own guards, so they too held back from striking at anything vital. Both sides were holding themselves in check. Otherwise, a single volley of arrows would have wiped out Yunhu and his men to the last. Suddenly, chaotic footsteps and firelight closed in from behind. A man charged at the front, a hatchet in hand, his left arm wrapped in bandages. Lei Bao. The moment he spotted Yunhu's group in the distance, his eyes went red. "It's just these few scraps of trash. Cut them off. Don't let a single one get away." The blade of his hatchet gleamed cold in the firelight. But behind him, Wuan shouted himself hoarse. "Don't kill them. Just take them alive." Yunhu pressed his back against the courtyard wall, sheltering both ladies at the center while the guards formed a ring and held their ground to the death. Over 100 men laying siege to 10, and yet they couldn't break through, not for a good while. But enough ants can bring down an elephant. Before long, all 10 guards were drenched in blood, cornered with no way out. Elsewhere, Li Zhong arrived with a face like iron. The captives had been rescued, the whole affair exposed. He could never let these people walk away now. Listen up, anyone who's dared to break into my canal gang. Break their arms and legs. Every last one. Leave none alive. The gongs rang more frantically. Wu watched the gang members multiplying in the firelight, let out a long sigh, and failed to stop it. The guards' crossbow bolts had long since run dry. Their tang sabers, after so much hacking, had curled at the edges. A dozen or so were forced into a corner, with nowhere left to retreat. At that very moment, urgent hoofbeats and pounding footsteps tore through the night. Wang Liren arrived with 200 Yamen constables, bows drawn and arrows knocked, aimed straight at the canal gang. The canal gang has abducted a member of the imperial family and laid siege to a prince's personal guard. This is nothing short of treason. Loose. A rain of arrows split the air, and the dozen-odd men in the front rank dropped in an instant. The crowd fell into chaos, and a gap ripped open in the encirclement. Yun, who seized this threat of a chance, and, with his guards along with Hong Luan and Lu Lu, broke through the siege and linked up with the constables. I arrived soon after, leading my own men to cover them. From this point on, both sides had torn away all pretense. There was no going back. Li Zhong looked at the corpses littering the ground, at Lei Bao's bleeding wounds, and at the sight of us leaving unscathed. The venom in his eyes all but overflowed. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Gao Ping, you and I cannot both live under this heaven." The moment Hong Luan and Lu Lu saw me, they collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. I bent down to lift them up, and looking at their battered bodies and disheveled clothes, I assumed they had already been defiled by that beast. My eyes nearly split with rage, and a surge of murderous intent rose up in my chest. Then I looked at Yun. The tigers moved as one, propping each other up, drenched in blood. I couldn't hold back any longer. At this point, against the canal gang and the power lurking behind Li Zhong, there was nothing left but to fight to the death. I reined in my horse and raised my voice. The canal gang's rabble first kidnapped my consort, then wounded my personal guard. This is treason. Sound the order, full assault. Anyone who resists, cut them down where they stand. Yes, my lord. Zhou Lin was the first to answer, wheeling his horse around to form up the ranks. Yes, yes, yes. 200 guards responded in unison, their shouts making the night itself tremble. Wang Liren's mouth curled into a smile as he waved a hand behind him. The 3 squads of Yamen runners advanced along both flanks, following the guards. The hundreds of gang members chasing Yun, who poured out of their compound and slammed head-on into my relief force on the riverbank. Lei Bao clutched his wounded arm, roaring from the rear. Charge. Get her back. These were the elite who'd given chase first, reckless, fearless of death, swinging blades, axes, and clubs as they rushed the guard line. But what they crashed into was an army already in formation. The front rank raised their bows and loosed together, arrows pouring into the crowd like a sudden downpour. Screams erupted on all sides as dozens at the front went down at once. Before those behind could stop, the second rank of guards had already stepped forward to relieve them. Tang blades slid from their sheaths, the formation tight and disciplined, the gleam of steel cold as frost in the firelight. Cavalry, charge. Zhou Lin raised his blade. 160 riders clamped their heels against their horses' flanks at once, hooves crushing the river stones as they drove straight into the enemy. The force of the collision sent the frontline gang members flying, and Tang blades came down with the momentum of the charge, iron weapons snapping the instant they met. Wherever the cavalry passed, the enemy lines split like leather sliced by a sharp knife, the gash tearing open fast. Some fell back, some were knocked staggering in every direction, screams and curses tangling together. Just then, gongs erupted throughout the compound. The remaining gang members swarmed out from the courtyards, the alleys, the ferry landing. Men gripping blades, bare-chested men hefting clubs, some jolted from sleep with their clothes half on. 700 or 800 of them, a dense mass surging toward the riverbank. Li Zhong stood atop the gatehouse, beating the war drum himself. The drumbeats rolled like thunder, each strike hammering down on their hearts. Wooen stood behind him, face ghost white, lips moving. But in the end, no sound came out. The drums lifted their morale back up. The tide of bodies filled the gaps, and the cavalry's momentum was gradually dragged down by the airtight wall of men. Several guards were pulled from their saddles, and the melee spilled from horseback to the ground. The canal gang's archers on the gatehouse and battlements fired down from above. A few guards in the line took arrows and fell, but their comrades immediately dragged them back as the rear ranks filled the gaps on their own. My archers formed up and returned fire, arrows swarming like locusts, pinning down the shooters on the gatehouse. The exchange of fire lasted for a while. Casualties mounted on both sides, but neither one gave ground. The battle stretched from the riverbank into the alleyways, then spread to the ferry landing. The dull thud of axe blades biting into leather armor, the metallic ring of tang blades shearing through iron weapons, rising and falling, one after another. The gravel ground was soaked with blood until it. Mud everywhere. Men slipped and fell, trampled before they could rise. Others held their ground to the death, refusing to give an inch. The constables of Nantion County only loosed arrows from a distance, unwilling to close in. Chun, who stood in the front rank. 2 arrows jutted from the modified leather armor on his left arm. Their heads caught between the rattan and iron plates, sunk less than half an inch into flesh. He didn't even glance at them, just raised his blade and sheared off the shafts. Beside him, Lin Xiaoman's crossbow bolt missed its mark. He drew his tang saber and stayed tight at Chun Hu's side, breath short and ragged, but his grip on the blade rock steady. A tall, lean man swung at him from the flank. The blade landed on his arm guard, leaving nothing but a white scuff. Lin Xiaoman gritted his teeth and cut back upward, slicing across the man's wrist. The man screamed and let go. From behind, the squad leader lunged in with a spear, driving it into the man's gut, then kicked him down. A burly man brought a broad axe crashing down at Chun Hu's head. Chun Hu stepped half a pace to the side, dodged, and put his hips into a horizontal slash. The tang saber bit in beneath the man's ribs, splitting flesh open. The momentum spun the big man half around. He hit the ground hard, twitched twice, and went still. Before Chun Hu could even recover his blade, a staff smashed down on his shoulder. The rattan layers absorbed most of the force. He stumbled half a step, then reversed his blade and cut the staff clean in two. The melee reached a fever pitch. Both sides had blood in their eyes. More than once the heat rose in me, and I wanted to wheel my horse and charge into the fray. But every time I turned my head, I met Su Jing, stroking his beard, eyes locked hard on me. The fight drained out of me in an instant. Stubborn old man. So I could only snatch up the drumsticks and beat the drum opposite Li Zhong, pounding out our battle cheer. Su Jing smiled. Before long, the canal gang's disadvantage began to show. Their iron blades, clashing again and again against the tang sabers, snapped in droves, edges left jagged. The men left holding half a blade went white in the face. Their archers were pinned down by our steady fire. Man after man took an arrow atop the parapet and dropped, and their volleys grew thinner and thinner. But my guard's formation never broke. The front rank pulled their blades back. The rear rank stepped up, one order calling out after another. Sabers wheeled through the firelight like a rolling tide, pushing forward, grinding forward. Fatigue, too, began to gnaw at the canal gang. Men who'd hauled cargo for years didn't lack for strength. A burst of raw power could carry them for a while. But the longer the fight dragged on, the more their weaknesses surfaced. No systematic training, no steady conditioning. They'd never fought a battle this long. By the second half, their breathing came faster, their arms grew heavier, and their swings noticeably slowed. And my guards? 3 full meals a day. At noon, there was always fragrant meat waiting in the buckets. On top of that, daily weighted runs, obstacle crawls, formation drills. What could a band of rabble match against a foundation like that? By the midpoint of the fight, my guards' formation was still tight, their swordwork unshaken, every stroke carrying full force. Whenever a hand crossbow ran dry, the man swapped to his blade and filled the front rank. The scales began to tip. The canal gang's line was coming loose. Not that any single point had been punched through, the whole line was falling back. Slowly, but past the point of return. Someone dropped their blade and turned to flee. only to be cut down by the enforcer watching the line. Up in the gatehouse, Li Zhong beat the drum until his voice gave out, the rhythm growing more and more frantic. But the men's legs had already stopped obeying them. Sensing disaster, Lei Bao gathered the 7 or 8 loyalists he had left and charged forward against the current of fleeing men, burying his axe into a horse's leg. The warhorse let out a piercing scream and crumpled, throwing the guard from its back. Lei Bao lunged to finish him, only to have his axe blocked by a blade at his side. 2 guards swung down from their mounts and flanked him, one in front, one behind. The one ahead thrust his blade to force the axe aside. The one at his flank drove a sword into his lower back. Lei Bao screamed and spun around, swinging wildly, and took another blade to his right leg. He dropped to one knee, but still refused to fall. A 4th blade came down across his neck, and blood sprayed across the ground. His eyes bulged. A final low growl rolled up from his throat before he fell backward, twitched a few times, and went still. Lei Bao's dead. Someone shouted it, no telling who. That single cry was deadlier than any order. The canal gang's line collapsed like a house, with its last beam ripped out. The rear ranks threw down their weapons and bolted. The front ranks were swept backward in the tide. The whole formation gave way like a bursting dam. Only now did Wang Liren, watching from a distance, finally wave his hand, and the constables swarmed in all at once, mopping up what was left. Standing in the gatehouse, Li Zhong stared at the spot where Lei Bao had fallen, his nails digging into his palms. Behind him, Wu said quietly, "Big brother, let's go. If we don't move now, we won't get out at all." He paused, then added, "As long as the mountain stands, there'll always be firewood. You go first. I'll stay behind and cover you." Li Zhong's throat worked a few times before he finally rasped, "Third brother, you're a good man. We pull out through the ferry landing." He took a few dozen of his loyalists and slipped away to the landing amid the chaos, cut loose a fast boat, jumped aboard, and rowed out into the Baishui River. Not a shred of hesitation. Wu watched the boat's shadow shrink away, his mouth twitching. From start to finish, this so-called boss of his had never really trusted him. By the time Zhou Lin reached the bank, the boat had dwindled to a few tiny black specks, vanishing into the night on the water. I rowed up to the landing and gazed at the boat fading into the distance, saying nothing. Zhou Lin sheathed his blade, swung down from his horse, and hurried forward. "Your Highness, do we give chase?" "No need. A few fish slipping through the net won't turn the tide." Wu led the remaining gang members in kneeling on the riverbank, holding up a thick registry of vessels in both hands, his forehead pressed to the gravel, his voice hoarse. "This humble man, Wu, offers up every boat the canal gang owns. I ask only that your Highness spare my brother's lives." I looked down at him from horseback for a moment. Li Zhong ran. "Why didn't you? He's the ringleader, and you're an accomplice. Aren't you afraid I'll have your head?" He lifted his gaze. There was no fear in his eyes, only the kind of calm that's left behind after everything else has been spent. "Your Highness, from blocking the waterway to the abductions, I fought against every step of it. I just couldn't stop it." He'd abandoned his own gang and fled. When the boat pulled away from shore, he never once looked back. Years of brotherhood, it ended right there. He paused. "I'm staying, not to beg for my life." The men followed the canal gang just to put food on the table. Now the boss has run off, Lei Bao is dead, and whether they live or die rests on your Highness's word alone. I'm asking you, on their behalf, to give them a way out. The firelight flickered between us. I dismounted and took the roster from his hands myself. Those willing to serve, stay. The qualified ones will be screened and enrolled under my command. The old and the weak get severance pay and go home. Wu's eyes reddened. He bowed his head to the ground. "Thank you, your Highness." I glanced once more at the boat's shadow vanishing across the river, then looked toward where Lei Bao had fallen and turned to head back. As I passed his corpse, my steps slowed. I looked down at that face, its eyes still open in death, and stood in silence for a long while. The one who'd spent his life fighting was dead. The one who'd clung to his was alive. Blades don't tell loyal from treacherous, but the human heart, in the end, remembers who took a blow for whom. In the night wind, the smell of blood in the firelight still hadn't cleared. The night battle was winding down. Dawn was about to break. I reined in my horse at the ferry crossing, watching the gun smoke drift and scatter over the river. My guards were clearing the battlefield. The bodies of the fallen were gathered in one place. The wounded helped off to the side, where Fang Zhongshu and the medics were bandaging them one by one. The canal gang's surrendered soldiers knelt in a dark mass, 500 or 600 of them, everyone filthy and disheveled, heads hanging low, not daring to make a sound. Zhou Lin rode back and swung down from his horse. His face was worn with fatigue, but he couldn't hide his excitement. He strode up to me and clasped his fists. "Your Highness, we lost 21 men, with 53 wounded. This fight was brutal, a real, hard-fought battle. The canal gang had no fewer than 1,000 men able to fight, and we crushed them head-on, outnumbered, without giving a single step of ground." Zhang Yunhu, his left arm wrapped in a fresh bandage, walked over just in time to hear it, and broke into a wide grin. "Commander Zhou's got it right. In all my years leading troops, I've never seen any new army hold its ground in a head-on fight without falling back half a step. After a battle like this, our 200-odd men are already a force to be reckoned with." SSS. The laugh tugged at his wound, and he sucked in a sharp breath through gritted teeth. Zhou Lin's smile faded, and his tone grew heavy. "But our own losses weren't small either." I nodded. "The men we lost, handle it by the rules of Woniya Mountain. Bury them well, double the compensation, exempt their families from taxes. Treat the wounded with everything we've got. Whatever medicine Mr. Fong runs short of, go straight to Zhao Mo for the silver." Lu Shuren came walking up from the far end of the ferry, an arrow he'd picked up off the ground pinched between his fingers. The shaft was marked with the seal of the Nantian County Magistrate's office. He came to my side, cradled the arrow in his palm, and studied it for a moment before speaking. "Your Highness, there are a few details from tonight's battle I'd like to go over with you." "Speak." He. "Learn more. 1. Ganges Canal. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/Ganges_canal. 2. Yinhe Shrigath. https://j.wiki.org/wiki/%e9% 8 1% 8 b% e6% b2% b3% e6% 9 9% 8 2% e4% bb% a3. 3. History of canals in China. https://www.wikiwand.com/articles/Chaoyan_system. 4. Cambridge Dictionary. https://dictionary.cambridge.org/us/dictionary/Chinese-simplified-English/% e5% b8% ae% e6% b4% b. 5. Gang of 4. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/gang_of_4. The arrow rested lightly on the stone block. First, when Captain Zhang was surrounded, the first to arrive and break the siege were Wang Liren's constables, not the relief troops you had positioned. But the constables were stationed at the county yamen, nearly twice as far from the canal gang's base as our relief point. They would have had to set out earlier than we did just to arrive at that exact moment. My gaze darkened. Second, the moment the constables arrived, they loosed their arrows straight into the densest ranks at the mouth of the alley. In a single stroke, they turned a rescue and breakout into a government crackdown on bandits. After that volley, the canal gang couldn't have retreated even if they'd wanted to. Third, he raised his hand and pointed to several spots on the battlefield. Throughout the entire engagement, the constables stayed on the far flanks, firing from a distance, never once stepping into the thick of the melee. Only after the canal gang had collapsed and its men were scattering did they press forward to give chase. And in the pursuit, not a single arrow missed. They were even more ruthless than in a head-on fight. I fell silent for a moment. "You're saying Wang Liren, from start to finish, was using my blade to kill the men he wanted dead?" "More than that." Lu Shuren gave a slight nod. "The canal gang has been rooted in Nantian for years. Behind them stands the prefectural city, and behind that stands the Right Chancellor. Wang Liren is only a county magistrate. He's been held down for years, and he's long wanted to pull out this thorn. He just never had the pretext, the troops, or a scapegoat. The moment your highness arrived, he pushed you to the front. You supplied the men, he supplied the arrows. The Canal gang is wiped out, and his position is secure. The one who truly won tonight without spending a single soldier is Wang Liren himself. My mind raced back through it all. The moment I arrived in Nantian, Wang Liren was excessively attentive, running back and forth, waiting on me hand and foot. I'd assumed it was because the victories at Linhe and Nantian had built up such momentum that no one dared take me lightly. In truth, he was simply riding my coattails, borrowing my name, borrowing my troops. My plan had been to have Zhang Yunhu rescue Hongwan and Luliu, then use the two girls as bargaining chips to trade for boats to cross the river. That was why I'd specifically ordered no reckless killing, to leave room for negotiation. Leading the men in from behind as backup was only a precaution against the unexpected. But Wang Liren struck first, pinning a charge of treason on the Canal gang the instant contact was made, and going for the kill. Then, when I saw Hongwan and Luliu with their clothes in disarray, the blood rushed to my head, and the whole thing erupted into all-out war. Step by step, I'd been led by the nose by this Wang Liren. I made a note of this debt. The little ledger in my mind was already filled with names. The Right Chancellor, Wang Fu, and now I added one more, Wang Liren. There's one more thing the rest of you may not know. Lu Shiren went on. Back in his days at the Ministry of Personnel, Wang Liren was a favored protege of the left chancellor, one of his trusted confidants. What he wanted tonight wasn't just to set your highness and the Canal gang against each other. He wanted the two sides locked in a fight to the death, so he could use that fire to burn out the roots of the right chancellor's protege and his power in the prefectural city. Nantian is the throat of the Baishui River grain transport route. Cut off the grain guild, and you cut off half the prefectural city's income. A cold smile curled at the corner of my mouth. Wang Liren, what a masterful way to kill with a borrowed knife. I fight tooth and nail out front while he sits back and reaps the rewards. Zhang Yunhu listened for a long while before he finally couldn't hold back a curse. No wonder he was so eager, gathering intelligence, sending troops. The moment we leave and the grain guild scatters, Nantian becomes his turf. That's not all, Lu Shiren said, gazing at the constables clearing the battlefield. However many grain guild men the constables killed today, the survivors will remember it. But this blood debt will be tallied against your highness's name, while Wang Liren merely acted on orders. You became the knife in his hand, and then he wiped the blood off that knife clean. I fell silent for a moment, then spoke slowly. Let him gloat for a while. He wasn't wrong about one thing. The Grain Guild did deserve to be wiped out, and I do need this crossing. He wants to use my hand, so I'll let him. Only, who is the knife and who holds it? That's still up in the air. Lu Shiren said no more and stepped aside. I pushed my thoughts aside and turned around. My eyes swept across the dark mass of surrendered soldiers crowding the riverbank. Listen up, men of the Grain Guild. Those willing to enlist, step forward. You'll be folded into the Jinbei Prince's personal guard. Pay issued monthly, 3 full meals a day, meat every day. Those unwilling to serve, take 2 taels of severance silver and go home. From this day on, you're not to gather and stir up trouble in Nantian. A stir ran through the surrendered soldiers. Some looked up, some whispered to one another, some stole glances at Wuan. Wuan remained kneeling, giving no reaction. A moment later, a young man stood up. His short jacket was torn in several places, dried bloodstains still on his face, but his back was ramrod straight. I'll enlist. Then a second, a third, a fourth. More and more men rose, their footsteps rising and falling across the gravel. Quite a few stayed put too, those with elderly parents and young children at home, unwilling to take up arms again, took their silver with bowed heads and gradually dispersed. Everyone lives their own way. Licking blood off a blade is one path. Going home to tend a small plot of land is another. I wouldn't force anyone. I had Zhou Lin screen them. Clean background, no criminal record, up to physical standards. Those stayed. The rest were all sent off. Zhou Lin, with a few squad leaders, registered them one by one. It took most of an hour to finish the count. Your Highness, we've recruited 312 new men in total. Zhou Lin handed over the roster. Good. Mix the new recruits with the veterans. For now, Veterans will hold the squad leader ranks and above. Before we reach Baiguan, I want them to shed a layer of skin to be completely remade. Zhou cupped his hands and accepted the order. Wu and led a few managers off to clear the docks and take inventory. Vessels. I stood at the ferry crossing, gazing out over the broad expanse of the Baishui River. Morning light spilled over the treetops on the far bank, and the water shimmered with countless ripples. The barges, large and small, had already lined up in formation, their sails swelling faintly in the dawn breeze. Cross this river, and you'd reach the northern pass. Beyond the northern pass lay Jinbei. Footsteps sounded behind me. Su Jing came to a stop at my side, following my gaze toward the far shore, silent for a moment. "Your Highness," I saw it clearly today from the rear of the ranks. The guards advanced and retreated in perfect order, fearless in the face of death. Nothing like the men who ran into those bandits at Linha. This is the makings of a strong army. He paused, then turned to look at me, a rare warmth in his eyes. "You trained these troops yourself, Your Highness. Once we reach Jinbei, they'll serve you well. And you, too, are slowly growing into a proper prince." I didn't turn around, just gave a soft But the road to Jinbei is fraught with danger, Su Jing went on. The Right Chancellor's faction is watching like hawks. And that deputy general at the northern pass, Zhao Shan. Zhao Shan. I repeated the name, the corner of my mouth curling up slowly. "No rush. We'll go pay him a visit." Wang Liren was the left chancellor's man. Did the left chancellor know about this? I had no answer. Thinking back on all the help that kind, generous old man had given me along the way, I quietly buried the question deep in my heart. Nantian County. I reorganized the troops, tended to the wounded, and saw to the families of the guards who'd fallen in battle. Zhou Lin and Zhang Yunhu folded the newly recruited sons of the Chao gang into the ranks, while the veterans each earned promotions based on their merits. The guard battalion was capped at 300. That was court law. I'd wanted to bring all 500-some men into the guards, but Su Jing shot it down flat, and even Lu Shuren wouldn't back me. A hard line, not to be crossed. I was about to argue when I glanced up and ran straight into that look on Su Jing's face, the one that said, "Argue again, and I'll tender my resignation again." The scene after the Battle of Wanya Mountain was still fresh in my mind, where the old man had used the threat of resignation to force me into promising I'd never take the front lines myself. The words on the tip of my tongue, I swallowed back down. A man stubborn his whole life gives no one any quarter when it comes to the law. Nothing for it. The extra men had to be formed into a separate unit. After the two battles at Linha and Nantian, my name as the sixth prince had already made its mark in these parts. Once I'd finished the polite dance with Wang Liren and that crowd of Nantian officials and the victory celebrations were done, I began to regroup, repairing weapons and armor, restocking provisions and gear. Because the military discipline was strict and rewards and punishments were fair, many of the poor folk nearby came to join us one after another. Within a few days, the ranks had swelled to 800, complete with baggage, carts and horses, camp followers, servants, and laborers. The dispatch reporting my crushing defeat of the Chao gang at Nantian was relayed all the way to the capital by the Ministry of War's courier system. The capital, the imperial study within the palace. Emperor Jianxing unfolded the dispatch, read it through word by word, and fell silent for a moment. The emperor suddenly burst into laughter, more delighted than the last time bandits had been cleared along the river. When he finished, he brought his palm down flat on the imperial desk. "Good. Excellent. This rebellious son. I sent him to guard the frontier, and what does he do? On the way there, he wipes out the bandits at Reclining Ox Mountain and destroys the Canal Gang at Nantian. A few hundred men against more than 1,000, and he crushes them head-on. Over 300 beheaded, 500 or 600 taken prisoner. If I picked 1,000 men from the capital garrison, they might not have done it half so cleanly." Huang Chen stood beside him, smiling along. "The sixth prince has a real gift for commanding troops. This old servant hears he paid out of his own pocket to boost his guards' rations and meat back at the river, and drilled them without let-up. Those few hundred men were forged the hard way, every last one of them." The Jianxing emperor laughed on, then his brow suddenly knotted. "But this rebellious boy is far too bold. He takes 2 maidservants as concubines, then uses that as his pretext to send troops against the Canal Gang, cuts down their second-in-command, Lei Bao, and drives their leader Li Zhong into fleeing and abandoning the gang altogether. The battle was beautifully fought, but that pack over at the censorate will surely move to impeach him for wielding military authority without leave and slaughtering local men. His voice dropped a few notes. Issue a decree. Praise him a little, keep the wording gentle, but give him a warning too. Tell him to rein himself in once he reaches Jinbei. He can't go around wiping out this one and destroying that one at the drop of a hat. Jinbei is not Nantian. The Liao are not the Canal Gang. This servant will go draft the decree at once. And another thing, those two serving girls of his, what were their names again? Hong Luan and Lu Lu. Right? Elevate them to concubines of the Prince of Jinbei. Date it to before he left the capital. That way he'll have proper grounds for what he did. Huang Chen hesitated for a moment. Date it to before he left the capital? At that point, the sixth prince was still out in the suburbs trading words with Pei Nanhai. Where would he have found the time to take concubines? This wasn't patching up a lie. This was openly shielding his own. If anyone questions it, say the boy had wanted this for some time, and I granted it. Just 2 concubines, nothing worth announcing. Go on now. Yes, Your Majesty. As ever, Your Majesty thinks of everything. By dating it to before the prince left the capital, His Majesty was as good as telling the whole world. I favor my own son, believe it or not as you please. The censorate wants to impeach him? Come then, impeach me. Humph. This boy, still needing me to clean up after him. He won this time. Had he lost, he'd have seen exactly how I deal with him. The Jinqing Emperor read the military report through again from the top, and the trace of a smile at the corner of his mouth never quite faded. One more thing. The Canal Gang plundered a member of the imperial family, wounded his personal guards, and gathered a mob to resist government troops. That is treason. Lei Bao has been executed, Wuan has surrendered, and only the ringleader Li Zhong remains at large. Issue the order. Have his likeness drawn and circulated to every province and prefecture, and hunt Li Zhong down. If he resists, kill him on the spot. Huang Chun bowed and acknowledged the command, knowing that this time His Majesty was truly angry. A Jianghu gang, daring to hold an imperial prince in contempt. As sovereign and as father alike, he meant to win back that face for his son. The Eastern Palace. Crown Prince Gao Qian slapped the military report down on the desk, harder than last time. He rose and, in the study, he paced back and forth across the room, then stopped, his voice low and taut with anger. Linhe were bandits. Nantian was the Grand Canal Gang. He's fought his way through, and the more he fights, the louder his name grows, the bigger his forces get. After this battle, how many men does he have now? 500? 600? Or 800? 1,000? Across from him, while Huanji remained unhurried, holding his teacup and blowing at the froth. Be at ease, Your Highness. The dispatch says he recruited 300 surrendered soldiers. Together with his original guards, his total force is a little over 500. That handful of men, going up against the Liao cavalry at Jinbei, it's a drop in the bucket. What matters is that in this battle, Li Zhong fled. He was the man the old minister planted in the Canal Gang. Now that he's run, that line into the Canal Gang is severed. The Crown Prince turned to look at him, his tone sharp. And what if he recruits again? A few hundred more at Baiguan, then more when he reaches Jinbei. The whole way through, he's just rolling up a snowball. Then let him get to Baiguan and find he can't recruit a soul. Gua Huanji set his teacup back on the table with a crisp click. Zhao Shan has already made his arrangements at Baiguan. Whether it's the Linhe bandits or the Nantian Canal Gang, in the end they're nothing but a rabble, not fit for the stage. Baiguan is different. That's the true border army of the Great Xia. The old minister doesn't believe that troops he recruited within a single month can stand against seasoned frontier veterans. The Crown Prince fell silent for a moment, then sat down again, his tone softening somewhat, though a cold malice lingered in his eyes. Can Zhao Shan be relied on? I've heard he's skimmed plenty at Baiguan, that the armaments have gone to rot. When the moment comes to actually put in the work, he'd better not drop the ball on me. Zhao Shan is a brute, true, but above him is Commander He Chong. Besides, however poor Zhao Shan's men may be, he still has at least a few hundred elite soldiers. Guo Huanji gave a faint smile. Rest easy, Your Highness. Gao Ping won a battle at Nantian, but when he reaches Baiguan, he'll discover, no matter how sharp the blade in his hand, it can't cut through an iron gate. The Chancellor's residence. Zhaoan finished reading the dispatch, his face betraying nothing. He merely set the document down gently and went on marking official papers with his brush. The aide at his side waited a moment, then couldn't help speaking up. "My lord, the sixth prince has crushed the Canal Gang, and the right chancellor's pieces at Nantian have been torn out by the roots. Should we press our advantage while we can?" "No need." Zhaoan handed over the finished document, dipped his brush again, not lifting his head. What needed to be done, Wang Liren has already done. That blade of the sixth prince has carved open a gap at Nantian and cut out the tumor that was the Canal Gang. It's only that Wang Liren has overplayed his hand. I'm afraid he's earned the crown prince's displeasure. With the Canal Gang gone, the waterways of the Baishui River are clear, which greatly benefits the court in transporting grain and troops. Even if it means offending the sixth prince, Wang Liren has done a service and committed no fault. And if the crown prince lays blame later, let it all fall on this old man's head. As he said this, a very faint smile flickered across the corner of his mouth, gone in an instant. Next, the sixth prince will run into a real obstacle. Things at Baiguan won't go so smoothly. Even I can only do so much. There are just too few men I can rely on. He paused. Forget it. He's grown a great deal already. Prop a man up too much, and the blade goes dull. Let our people at the North Pass handle it, as the situation demands. The subordinate withdrew. Zhaoan bent over his desk and resumed his review, as if what had just passed were nothing more than annotating some routine report. Only in the gap between turning pages did he pause his brush, glancing at the two words, Gaoping, on the military dispatch at the corner of his desk. Then he drew his gaze back and wrote on, smooth as flowing water. The Grand General's manner. Li Gui finished reading the dispatch and shot to his feet, pacing back and forth across the hall several times. Suddenly, he slammed a palm on the table, hard enough to make the teacups jump. Good lad. Crushed over 1,000 of the Canal Gang head-on and only lost 21 of his own. Now that's a beautiful fight. Prettier than my first battle at the frontier back in the day. The Deputy General grinned. General, was your first fight against bandits or the Canal Gang? I fought river pirates. Not much easier than the Canal Gang. Li Gui stroked his chin, his eyes full of admiration. This sixth prince, he's looking more and more like a true commander. If he can keep fighting like this, damn it, it's killing me. I'd love to lead the troops out there myself and lend him a hand. The Deputy General cleared his throat lightly. General, you're still in the capital. Li Gui grunted, sat back down, and read the dispatch through once more. His voice suddenly dropped. That's right, still in the capital. Your Highness, the road ahead is treacherous. Zhao Shan waits for you at the North Pass, and Tian, whose old guard, waits for you in Jinbei City. All I can do to help you is speak a few words on your behalf in court. But fair words in court are no match for blades and spears on the battlefield. He was silent for a moment, then carefully folded the dispatch and tucked it at the very bottom of a stack of documents at the corner of his desk. Take care of yourself. Everything so far is just small skirmishes. Jinbei City, that's the real test. I only hope those men understand my intentions and help His Highness get a firm footing. The streets and alleys of the capital. These days the storytellers had a new routine, the Sixth Prince Bandit Hunting Chronicles. But after telling it long enough, the audiences had lost interest. Today was different. In several tea houses and taverns, storytellers were spinning an embellished tale of the Sixth Prince shatters the Canal Gang. That Lei Bao stood 8 feet tall, with the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear. One swing of his axe, and the heavens split, and the earth shook. But one of the Sixth Prince's great generals, sword drawn and horse held firm. With a single stroke, crack, the gavel slammed down on the table. Lei Bao's head hit the ground. The whole hall erupted in cheers. Some pounded the tables and hollered. Others tossed copper coins onto the stage. In a corner, an unremarkable middle-aged man in plain clothes drank half a jug of wine alone. When the tale was done, he set down his coins, quietly rose, and left. A few days later, the imperial decree arrived at Nantian. I led my men. They knelt to receive the decree. The one who read it was the same eunuch as before. When he finished, he treated me differently than expected. far more courteous. Those who served close to the emperor were masters at reading the winds. This decree carried less reproach and far more praise. 3 days later, I graciously declined Wang Liren's hospitality, mustered my men, and crossed the river northward. Passing through the prefecture city, the governor came out to greet me. By unspoken agreement, neither side mentioned the canal gang, as if that storm of blood and slaughter had never happened. I stayed only a single day in the prefecture city before continuing north. The night before we reached North Pass, the army made camp outside a small town 30 li from the gate. The night ran deep. The campfires dimmed one by one, and only the central command tent still glowed with lamplight. Lu Shuren and I sat facing each other. A rough map of the North Pass terrain spread across the table as we discussed our entry into the pass. Suddenly, the low murmur of the guards drifted in from outside. Chun, who entered to report, the North Pass military advisor, requested an audience. Lu Shuren and I exchanged a glance. Neither of us could guess his purpose, so we simply had Chun who bring him in. Before long, a middle-aged scholar entered the tent. He wore plain clothes, his complexion pale and clean, an air of the study about his brow and eyes. He had a habit of leaning slightly forward when he spoke. This humble official is Lu Feng, military advisor of North Pass, here to pay respects to your highness. I beg pardon for disturbing you at such a late hour. No need for formalities. What brings you here so late at night? I waved a hand, cutting straight to the point. Your highness enters the pass tomorrow. There is a matter I believe you ought to know beforehand. I gestured for him to sit. He didn't stand on ceremony, taking a seat diagonally across from Lu Shuren. Regarding the affairs of North Pass, your highness should be prepared. I'm listening. Deputy General Zhao Shan has already assembled 500 elite soldiers. He means to give you a show of force before you enter the pass. He'll challenge you to a contest, to test the mettle of your men. When he finished, my gaze settled on his face. After a moment, I gave a slight nod. Thank you, Advisor Lu. I understand the situation. Having delivered his message, Lu Feng rose, bowed, and withdrew as silently as he had come. The tent flap fell. Lu Shuren watched the swaying cloth and lowered his voice. Your Highness, this Advisor Lu, whose man is he? It doesn't matter whose man he is. I cut him off. The intelligence is real. That's enough. Every heart keeps two ledgers, one to show others, and one kept for one's own reckoning. Lu Feng carried both on this visit. I was in no hurry to sort them out. The next morning, the army broke camp and arrived outside the walls of North Pass. 3 li from the city, dust rose suddenly along the official road ahead. A force of roughly 500 soldiers had drawn up in formation to block the way. 2 riders stood side by side at the front of the ranks. The horse on the left had a glossy coat, and mounted upon it was He Chong, the commanding general of North Pass. About 50 years old, with a pale, clean complexion, his 3 strands of long beard trimmed to meticulous perfection, his armor polished to a shine, his saber inlaid with silver. Wearing his customary smile, he stepped forward briskly, cupping his hands in salute. Your Highness must be weary from the long journey. I've prepared some humble refreshments to welcome you. Though it seems General Zhao still has some matters to settle with you, I won't presume to step on his toes. With that, he stepped aside, wearing the look of a man who couldn't care less. That smile never once left his face. To the right stood a dull black horse. The warrior atop it was in his early 40s, dark-complexioned, high cheekbones, a few old blade scars across his armor. This was Zhao Shan. He sat rigid in the saddle, back straight, his gaze sweeping slowly over the ranks of my guards, like a man weighing the value of a shipment of goods. Zhao Shan wheeled his horse forward and cupped his hands in salute. His voice wasn't loud, but every word carried clearly into the ears of each guard behind me. Your Highness, I hear you wiped out the bandits at Linhe and crushed the canal gang at Nantian. Quite the reputation. But bandits, canal gangs, in the end, they're nothing but rabble. Once you reach Xinbei, you'll be facing the Liao cavalry, a pack of wolves that even 100,000 border troops couldn't hold back. I've assembled 500 of my finest men. I'd like to test you in a match. If you can't even beat these 500 of mine here at Baiguan, what use will you be at Xinbei? Better to head back to the capital while you still can. Live out your days as a carefree prince, at least enjoy your wealth and comfort for life. His tone was calm, but every word scraped like the flat of a blade against bone. I didn't answer right away. I simply sat there in the saddle, meeting his eyes calmly. Beside me, Zhou Lin nudged his horse half a step forward, hand resting on his sword hilt, his gaze shifting from Zhao Shan to the 500 men behind him. His expression stayed even as he tilted his head slightly. "Your Highness, that formation they're in." "Fish-scale formation," I said, finishing for him. Lu Feng had it right. Last night, Lu Feng had laid out every strength and weakness of these 500 men, describing even their formation down to the last detail. Zhang Yunhu, his left arm still wrapped in bandages, darkened at the face and made to spur his horse forward. He was a hulking figure, all rough edges, his armor barely able to contain the ferocity in him. I raised a hand to stop him, my eyes fixed on Zhao Shan's face, the corner of my mouth curling slowly upward. "Since the general cares so much about my well-being, I suppose you'll never be satisfied unless we give it a try. And if we're going to compete, why not make it interesting? If I lose, I'll rest a few extra days here at Baiguan and take some lessons in strategy from you. If I win, you'll personally lead my horse into the city, plus hand over 200 warhorses and a month's provisions. How does that sound?" Zhao Shan's eye twitched. He thought I had some nerve. If he lost, he'd be paying out horses and grain. If I lost, I'd merely stay a few extra days. Who'd take a deal like that? "Your Highness misspeaks," Zhao Shan scoffed. "If you're afraid of losing, we needn't compete at all. The word will get out, and I'm afraid your prior reputation would be reduced to nothing. But if we're to compete, the stakes must be equal. If you lose, getting to spend a few extra days learning from me would be an immense honor. But I'm just a common man, so I prefer something a bit more tangible." The corner of my mouth ticked upward, then pushed the thought back down. That was exactly what I'd been waiting for. Toss out an obviously lopsided deal first. So he fixes his eyes on the easy gain right in front of him and forgets to weigh what losing might cost. This was the same trap the right chancellor once dug for the fifth prince. No more clever than that. Then what would the general say I ought to stake to make it even? Zhao Shan mulled it over for a moment. "I hear your highness travels with no small amount of silver, and the northern frontier is a bitter, barren place. If this general wins, your highness will fund the army with 300,000 taels. How does that sound?" I looked at him with something between a smile and a smirk. What this dog had his heart set on, from start to finish, was my silver. 200 horses plus a month's provisions was worth a few tens of thousands of taels at most, and he opened his mouth asking for 300,000. But that suited me fine. The more he coveted that money, the less willing he'd be to walk away from this contest. 300,000 is too much. 10,000. 10,000 is too little. 250,000. 15,000. 200,000. Done. But the warhorses go up to 500 and provisions for 3 months. I answered without hesitation, as if all the haggling before had only been a step ladder for him to climb, letting him believe he was the one who'd talked the price down. Zhao Shan blinked, caught off guard, then started running the numbers again. The extra warhorses would cost him a bit more, but compared to 200,000 taels, it was still a bargain. Besides, he didn't believe for a second that he could lose. He'd already looked my soldiers over closely. Apart from 100 or so who stood tall and full of vigor, the rest of the several hundred were either scrawny or ragged in their gait, some even yawning non-stop, swaying where they stood. A rabble like that was good for chasing down bandits, nothing more. How could it possibly measure up to his personal guard? At that thought, Zhao Shan gritted his teeth. "Then it's as your highness says. But a verbal promise is worth nothing. We'll put it in writing. Commander He, Adjutant Liu, may I trouble the two of you to bear witness?" The smile on He Chang's face froze for an instant, then vanished. Nonsense. His highness is a prince of the realm, invested as the northern garrison king. How could he ever welsh on a debt? I let out a couple of cold laughs. "It's fine. I happen to think a contract is a good idea myself." He Chang instantly switched his smile back on. "As your highness commands." This general obeys. Faster than flipping a page, Lu Feng stole a glance at me, then cupped his hands and said he too was willing to stand as guarantor. He fetched paper and brush and set the wager down point by point. If Zhao Shan won, I would fund the northern frontier army with 200,000 taels. If I won, Zhao Shan would personally lead my horse and hold the stirrup, and hand over an additional 500 warhorses and 3 months of provisions. Both sides signed and pressed their fingerprints, and He Chong and Lu Feng put their names down as guarantors. Once the 3 copies of the contract were finished, Zhao Shan said coldly, "After you, Your Highness." "After you, General." I thought I was the one playing him, but it turned out this dog had his sights set on my fortune, his little abacus clacking away. He really didn't know how to drive a bargain. He'd long since figured out my situation. The money and grain seized from the canal gang. A portion had been split off and given to Wang Liren, no matter whether he clung to what. The goal doesn't matter. The output is what's real. After what's left for recruitment, pensions, and supplies, I've got exactly some 300,000 taels in hand right now. Blades have no eyes. Casualties on either side are a loss to our great Xia. He Chong spoke up suddenly. "Since this is just a friendly match, let's drop the arrows. We'll use wooden poles, tips wrapped in lime to mark the hits." "How's that?" I took a long look at his smiling face and nodded. For one, he'd put it so nobly that if I refused, I'd be the one showing no care for the soldiers. For another, I had full confidence in my men. The backbone forged in those 2 bloody battles at Linhe and Nantian never came down to a few pieces of gear. But this lime wrapping wiped out every weapons advantage my men had, whether he meant it or not. The drill ground was set up on that stretch of packed earth outside the city gate. The 500 Baiguan soldiers had already formed up, each man gripping a long pole wrapped in white cloth and soaked in lime, lined up straight in every direction. Up on the city wall, a few officers murmured to one another, nodding again and again. Zhao Shan beat the drum himself at the edge of the field, not saying a word, eyes locked hard on the other side. My personal guards had formed ranks too. 500 men, not one of them making a sound. The squad leaders directed them into position with hand signals and glances. The front row crouched, gripping their poles, butts planted in the ground, tips angled forward. The second row crouched too, their pole tips resting on the shoulders of the men ahead, a double-layered spear formation. Zhang Yunhu stood dead center in the front row, the bandage on his left arm fluttering slightly in the wind. He held his pole one-handed, its butt driven into the packed earth, his gaze cutting across the few dozen paces of open ground and pinning Zhao Shan in place. Looking down from the wall, these 500 men were so quiet they didn't seem like an army at all, more like a wall that hadn't finished being built. Zhao Shan stared for a moment, and an inexplicable unease rose in his chest. This unit moved on command and held on order, as if the blood and bones had been swapped out from that sloppy crowd of earlier. But things had come to this point. No time for him to dwell on it. The gong sounded. The Baiguan soldiers roared as one, 500 long poles leveling at the same instant, pressing forward like a forest on the march. Their steps were in perfect sync, pounding the ground until it shook. Quite the show of force. Within the guards' formation, the war drums thundered to life. The front row shot to their feet, poles thrusting flat, so fast there wasn't the slightest warning. Before the Baiguan front row could recover, their chests were already dotted with dozens of white lime marks. But their formation didn't break. The rear rank filled in at once and kept pushing forward. The 2 front rows slammed into each other hard. Poles tangled with poles, arms braced against arms. There were no real blades drawing blood, but the force was real enough. Some men's hands went numb from the impact. Others got lime in their eyes and gritted their teeth to hold on. Chun, who was on the left flank, facing a burly man half a head taller than him. Their poles locked together. Neither could land a jab, and they held the deadlock for several breaths. Then Chun, who suddenly let go. His pole dropped to the ground. He ducked low and drove his shoulder into the man's waist, hoisting the big fellow clean up and slamming him down onto the ground. Lime billowed up in a white cloud. He picked up. The pole thrust out, a single jab, landing square on the opponent's chest. No celebration, not even a second glance. He turned and stepped back into formation. The right flank hit harder. Lin Xiaoman and 3 of his comrades were split apart, surrounded on all sides by white-wrapped poles and choking clouds of lime dust. He wasn't tall, but he was quick on his feet. The lime stung his narrow eyes into slits, yet his grip on the pole never loosened. He put his back against a veteran, and the 2 thrust together. One pole was knocked aside, the other drove into the enemy's thigh. The web of his hand had already split open, blood running down the shaft. He gritted his teeth and gave no ground. Second charge. The North Pass soldiers' stamina began to break unevenly. The front rows were gasping for air, the back rows still pushing forward, and the middle ranks fell out of rhythm. On our side, the squad leaders called out the cadence, veterans anchoring the recruits, and the formation didn't budge an inch. Third charge. Zhao Shan's hands beat the drum harder and harder, the sound quick and heavy. The North Pass soldiers unleashed their fiercest blow yet, and the two lines locked together the longest. Lime hung in the air like white fog. Every face, every body, every pole was streaked with white. The right flank was pushed back half a step, then shoved right back into place. Fourth charge. The drums rolled again, but this time the North Pass soldiers were visibly slower. Their steps dragged. The hands gripping their poles trembled. Within the guards' ranks, the whistle suddenly changed pitch. 40 men from the left flank hugged the edge of the field and swung around behind the North Pass soldiers. By the time they noticed, the lime poles were already jabbing in from the rear. Behind us. They're behind us, someone cried out. The North Pass ranks dissolved into chaos. The guards' drums thundered, and the front row bore down head-on with the force of 100 poles thrusting as one. Caught front and back, the North Pass formation finally cracked open down the middle. Zhao Shan bellowed from the sidelines, trying to get the rear ranks to fill the gap. But once a line breaks, it's like a levee giving way. The water pours in, and there's no stopping it. The North Pass soldiers scattered. Some dropped their poles and bent over, gasping. Some coughed from the line. Some quietly pulled off their helmets and wiped the sweat away. Some just dropped straight onto the ground. The guards didn't give chase. Zhang Yunhu raised his right arm, and the drums cut off at once. Every man froze in place, breathing hard, wiping sweat. The lime had painted every face white, and the formation still held, neat as ever. That right there was the difference. The side that broke was gasping every man for himself. The side that held its ground breathed as one. Victory is never decided by the final blow. It's decided in the moment before the collapse, by who can still hear the command. Zhang Yunhu strode out of the ranks. The bandage on his left arm had come loose again. He yanked it tight without a second thought, took a water skin, and gulped down a big mouthful, then grinned. Fight's over, and you still want to run? My arm isn't even warmed up yet. These kids charge hard enough. They just can't finish. We'll have to drill them harder when we get back. Zhou Lin rode over and swung down from the saddle. He was tall and lean, his features clean-cut, standing silent amid the clamor of the training ground. But those eyes swept from Zhao Shan to He Chong, from the scattered. As my gaze swept up to the generals watching from the city tower, my mind was already running a cold post-game analysis. Zhao Shan's first 3 frontal charges were fierce, no doubt. But his weakness was the flanks, he said to me. Lu Feng's intel was spot on. I walked into the drill grounds, lime dusting my boots white with every step, until I stood before Zhao Shan. Zhao Shan was silent for a long moment, expressions flickering across his face one after another. At last he dropped to one knee, fist clasped in salute. My skills fell short. I lost fair and square. After you, Your Highness. He rose, walked to my horse, and took the reins with his own hands. But I didn't move. I only stared at him, eyes burning. Zhao Shan seemed to understand something. He gritted his teeth, looking absolutely pained. A bet's a bet. The war horses and provisions. After the welcome banquet, I'll have them delivered without fail. Ha ha ha, General Zhao, a true man of honor. Only then did I burst out laughing. I squeezed my legs against the horse's flanks, waved a hand behind me, and rode into the city. He Chong hadn't said a word the whole time, that fawning smile never leaving his face. Only in the instant my guard's flanking maneuver landed did the corner of his mouth twitch, ever so slightly, before smoothing over again. He stepped forward, clasping his hands to smooth things over. Your Highness, your elite troops live up to their reputation. With a prince holding Jinan, it's a blessing for the frontier and a fortune for all of Daxia. The welcome banquet is ready. After you, Your Highness. The army slowly passed through the city gate. Zhao Shan led my horse by the reins, and as we walked through the gate tunnel, his steps seemed to slow. Once inside the city, he finally shed his duty, spurred his horse, and rode off in a fury. Watching the way he gripped his riding crop, I figured his personal guards were in for a rough night. Lu Shiren rode up to my side and lowered his voice. Your Highness, Zhao Shan conceded so cleanly today because he lost so plainly. But that grudge in his gut, he hasn't swallowed it. We should leave Baiguan as soon as possible. Once we're inside Jinan City, that's when we're on your turf. He Chang's welcome banquet was held in the main hall of the garrison commander's residence. The food and wine were lavish, host and guests all in high spirits, and He Chong pressed drinks on us eagerly. Zhao Shan sat at the lowest seat, not saying a word. Only at the very end did he raise a cup to me before rising and taking his leave. After the banquet broke up, He Chong personally saw our group off to the official post lodge. It was an old three-courtyard compound. The weeds had been cleared out by my guards, but half-height piles of dead vines and broken bricks still sat in the corners. I just sat down at the desk when a guard came to report. Your Highness, there's a middle-aged man at the gate asking to see you. Who? He calls himself Feng Lanheng. My heart jumped. Show him in, quickly. Before long, 3 knocks came at the door, unhurried, steady. I pulled the door open. A man in his early 40s stood outside, round-faced with a bit of stubble, slightly plump, dressed in ordinary cloth garments, a food box in hand, for all the world like a peddler working the streets. But that face, I'd seen it before. Not after I crossed over, before. When the original owner of this body was a child, every New Year's Eve, Consort Feng would secretly entrust. People would bring little trinkets from the outside world into the palace. The ones delivering them rarely came inside. Most just waited beyond the palace gates. A few times I snuck up to the gate and, through the crack, spotted a young man standing off in the distance. Round face, a bit of a mustache, wearing plain cloth washed pale with age. He'd smile at me, then turn and walk away. It wasn't until I was older that I learned who he was, my uncle. This humble subject, Feng Lanheng, greets your highness. He bowed, his voice low, carrying the practiced humility of a common merchant. I came around the desk and helped him up with my own hands. There's no need for formalities, uncle. No outsiders here. I waved my guards away. The moment the door closed, Feng Lanheng lifted his eyes and looked me over, head to toe and back again. You've gotten thinner. Darker, too. He paused. Where's that cotton robe your mother sewed for you? Packed away in a trunk. It's not cold enough yet. He nodded, set the food box on the desk, and lifted the lid. A few small dishes, a pot of warm wine, 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks. I looked at those 2 sets and suddenly asked, when did you get to the northern pass, uncle? He was in the middle of setting a dish down. His hand stilled for a moment, then kept moving, his tone as flat as if he were reciting the day's grocery prices. A few days before you did. Counting from when your mother sent word to me, I went to Linhe first, then Nantian, always staying a step ahead of you. Just barely. He filled my cup, then poured one for himself. Your mother told me to keep an eye on you, but she worried that if I showed up out of nowhere, you wouldn't recognize me. She told me not to rush, to watch a while first, see what kind of man you'd become. Later, when I saw how steadily you were making your way, I stayed out of sight. This time, when I heard you'd reached the northern pass, I figured if I didn't come now, who knows when I'd get another chance. So here I am. He drained his cup in one gulp and used the moment of setting it down to let out a sigh. You've fought your way all across the country, and you've made a name for yourself. Your reputation's spread far and wide. The storytellers in the capital use you as material now. The 6th Prince crushes the Canal Gang. They tell it livelier than the real thing. Every time your mother hears people talk about it, she's both proud and afraid. Proud that you've done well. Afraid a tall tree catches the wind. He lowered his voice. Your mother hasn't had it easy in the palace. His Majesty rarely visits, and the servants are the fawning type. They don't shortchange her outright, but there's no eagerness to please, either. She's the same as always, doesn't go out, doesn't speak up, keeps quiet even when she's been wronged. She only has Dongmei password now and then, saying she's doing fine and that you shouldn't worry about her. He gazed into his cup. After you left the capital, she lost a good deal of weight. Not from lack of food or clothing. It's the worry weighing on her heart. She can't eat, can't sleep. Dongmei says she often wakes with a start in the middle of the night and sits at the edge of her bed staring out the window, saying nothing. I held my wine cup, my knuckles tightening slightly. Pinger, there's something. Your mother told me not to say this. He glanced at me. But I figured you ought to know. Your mother has never asked me for anything. All she's ever wanted is for you to live safe and sound. That means more to her than anything. This time, she just wanted me to check on you, to lend you a hand." He smiled, a hint of self-mockery in it. "But your uncle's a useless man. All I can do is look after your food, clothes, and shelter. Keep this body of yours in one piece for your mother's sake." I downed the wine in my cup, my voice soft. "I know. My mother, she's had it hard." Feng Lanheng nodded and said nothing more. The two of us drank a few cups together. He took the last dish out of the food box, then changed the subject, his tone lightening. "By the way, that sparring match of yours with Zhao Shan. Word of it reached me all the way in the city. I've dealt with Zhao Shan before. The man's got real skill, he's just pig-headed. Once you beat him into submission, he actually becomes easy to deal with. He Chong, though, don't let that grinning face of his fool you. He hides a knife behind that smile. Men like him are far trickier than Zhao Shan. Still, for now it doesn't look like he means to move against you." I nodded, then suddenly set down my cup. "Uncle, my mother can't eat. Is she giving her own meals to the servants again? She was always like that back in the palace. She'd go without herself and give it all to others." "Not this time." He shook his head. "She's just worried sick over you. Too much on her mind to get anything down." He refilled his own cup. "Things aren't peaceful in the capital either. A few days ago someone filed an impeachment against you. The memorial went up, but His Majesty set it aside without acting on it." "Impeach me for what?" "Abusing military authority, wanton killing in the provinces. They say your campaign against the Grand Canal Gang was settling a personal score, that you mobilized troops over 2 serving girls, an affront to propriety." I sneered. "Memorials like that haven't stopped coming since the bandit sweep at Linha. Let them impeach all they want. His Majesty setting it aside without action, that's him shielding you." He picked up a bite of food, chewing as he spoke. "But Pinger, you've drawn far too much attention on this whole journey. Bandit sweeps at Linha, wiping out the gang at Nantian. Some praise your fighting, others hate you enough to grind their teeth. A tall tree catches the wind. Now that you're in Jinbei, you need to be even more careful." I raised my cup, my expression calm. "Don't worry, uncle. I know what I'm doing." And so uncle and nephew went back and forth, reminiscing about old times. When something amusing came up, we laughed out loud. When we hit on sorrows, we fell silent, drinking with our heads down. I gave a vivid account of the old scheme, how I'd trapped Pei Nanhai and swindled silver out of the officials. When I got to that shipment of parcels from the foreign merchant, I couldn't help feeling a pang of regret. 13,000 taels of silver, all spent on a pile of junk I couldn't make heads or tails of. The foreign merchant's parcels? Feng Lanheng set down his chopsticks, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. "I have quite an interest in foreign traders myself. Mind if I take a look?" I hesitated for a moment, but still. I opened the door and told my guard to fetch it. My uncle's family wasn't especially prominent, but he'd traveled far and wide, north and south. Maybe he'd spot something the rest of us couldn't. While the guard went to retrieve the bundle, we picked up our drinks and kept chatting. I told him what I'd been through these past weeks. He told me about the customs and character of the northern frontier. About the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the guard hurried back with the bundle, handed it to me respectfully, then turned and withdrew. Feng Lanheng barely glanced at the other items. In the end, he picked out those few thin booklets and pored over them page by page in the candlelight. "Don't tell me you can read the writing on these, uncle?" I asked, surprised. "Huh, I've got no such talent." He gave a small laugh, kept turning pages for a good while, then shook his head lightly. Then, suddenly, "Huh." He flipped back and forth through 2 of the booklets that looked like journals, his brow knitting tighter and tighter. "See something?" My tone sharpened despite myself, edged with a flicker of excitement. "Same person's notes," he said, tapping the pages. "This first one stops with more than half the pages still blank. This other one's even stranger. A few pages scrawled at the front, and the rest empty too." He looked up at me. "Paper's expensive. The same man writes 2 travel journals. Why would he leave one half finished and start another? It makes no sense." Once he pointed it out, I felt the strangeness too, though I couldn't figure out why. "Do you have a guess, uncle?" "Hold on, let me look again." He turned to a page in the middle, ran the pad of his finger gently across the paper, then held it up to the lamp and studied it closely. It was a while before he spoke. these blank pages toward the back. The paper's wrinkled, like it was soaked in water and dried out. Hold it up to the light, and you can just make out faint scratches. If someone had only spilled wine on it by accident, it wouldn't leave marks like these. And it's yellowed far more than the front, like it's been held over a fire. There's writing on it. The writing's been hidden. I took the booklet and leaned in close to the candle flame. Sure enough, a few faint impressions seemed to float across the paper. Feng Lanheng stood, walked over to the candlestick, held the booklet in one hand and the candle in the other, and slowly passed the paper above the flame, keeping it a safe distance away. After a moment, pale brown letters began to surface. One line, then another, densely packed, appearing out of nothing, as if someone were writing them all over again by firelight. The writing was broken up, some of it blurred by water stains, some overlapping and hard to make out. I took the booklet back and worked through it page by page. Back when I'd first paged through these books, I recognized the writing as Old English. I just had a limited vocabulary and could barely pick out a few words. Now there was a good deal more showing than before, but it was still just as obscure. I fixed my eyes on a few words that kept repeating. Iron. It came up 3 or 4 times, with numbers before and after each one. Fire. It appeared several times as well, recorded separately from iron. This was clearly a shipment of goods. The foreign merchant had numbered them in his journal. They'd tallied the numbers. It looked exactly like the inventory sheets I used to draw up in my past life, only written in a format I couldn't make sense of. What does this mean? Feng Lanheng pointed to a word that had just surfaced on the last page. I stared at it for a long moment. I knew this word. I'd recognized it on my first read-through, but I'd taken it for an idle scribble, nothing more. Suddenly, I remembered that late night when I'd opened the crates. I'd torn through all 3 parcels and found only a single suit of treasured armor, a few ancient tomes that read like scripture from the heavens, and a heap of stale, hard bread and shriveled dried fruit. All that anticipation come to nothing. For a while there, I'd thought I'd gambled away 13,000 taels and lost. Turns out I hadn't lost. The cards just hadn't been turned over yet. Seeds, I said aloud. They were taking inventory. Iron, fire, and seeds. Feng Lanheng's eyes lit up, and in that moment, he didn't even think to ask how a prince could read the script of foreign merchants. So they weren't just carrying that junk. There was other cargo too. I didn't answer, because I'd already flipped to the very last page. What surfaced there wasn't writing. It was a hand-drawn map. The map filled the whole page. The bottom was blotched with mold, as if it had once been soaked through and crumpled into a ball, but it was still just barely legible. Forest, main road, ferry crossing, towns. Every location clearly marked. A thin line branched off from the main road, winding through markings that had blurred away, until it stopped before a strange symbol. An overturned bowl. I studied that symbol for a moment, then broke into a smile. I think I've got it. They planned to come back for the cargo once they'd made it safely past the checkpoint. And if anything went wrong, they'd rather let it rot out in the wilderness than let us Daxiao folk have it for cheap. I pointed to that overturned bowl. This is a cross-section of a cave. The most valuable goods, they hid them inside. I couldn't tamp down the excitement burning in my chest. See? I knew it. Those foreign merchants had to be sitting on something good. 13,000 taels, not spent for nothing. Judging by the terrain, it's somewhere near the North Pass, Feng Lanheng said with certainty. Really? Then I'll have to trouble you, uncle, to make a copy and send someone to scout out the exact location. Consider it done. He didn't hesitate. A moment later, he tucked the traced map into his robes and headed out into the night, off to the streets and alleys of the North Pass to ask around among people he knew. He'd been running a small business up in the North Pass for a few years now, so he had his connections. An hour later, he came back travel-worn and dusty, an old hunter trailing behind him. The man's fingers were rough as tree bark, dirt caked so deep under his nails it would never wash out. Pinger, this is old Zhang, a hunter from town. Nobody knows the surrounding terrain better than he does. This humble old man greets your highness. The old man bowed, overcome with awe, his movements clumsy and his words stumbling out. Whether from fear or nerves, I couldn't tell. There's no need for such formalities, old man. Take a look. Do you know this place? If you recognize it, I'll reward you handsomely. The old hunter took the map with trembling hands, squinted at it for a good while, and turn the paper this way and that. Only then did he raise a short, stubby finger, point at the upturned bowl shape, and speak in a hoarse voice. "Your Highness, if I had to guess, this here's a bear den in that old forest, about 30 li past the North Pass. The mouth of it ain't big, but it runs deep inside. I know that trail, walked it a few times while hunting, but them two bears scared me off, and I never dared get close." I gave a slight nod and signaled my guard to reward him with a tin-tail ingot of silver, then warned him not to breathe a word of this to anyone. The old hunter left, thanking me over and over. Feng Lanheng sat back down, poured himself a cup of cold wine, and downed it in one gulp. "So, want to send someone to scout it out?" "No rush." I carefully folded the map, tucked it into my robe, and forced down the restless urge stirring inside me. "The den's outside the pass. It's not going anywhere. Whatever's in there will stay put. No point rushing." I gazed out at the night sky beyond the window. "Let's deal with the North Pass first. Once we're through, we'll go get it." A man who truly keeps his composure isn't one without desire. He's one who knows the right moment to reach out. The greater the treasure before you, the steadier your footing must be. Zhao Shan handed over the warhorses 2 days later than the bet had specified. It wasn't that he meant to welch on the deal. He Chung was the one holding the stables back. I sent people to press him 3 times before that side finally dragged out 500 warhorses, slow as molasses. They were fine horses, sleek and sturdy, coats glossy, a few with fresh shoes nailed to their hooves. Zhang Yunhu inspected each one and gave me a nod. The provisions arrived too. A 3-month supply, loaded onto dozens of large carts, hauled straight from the North Pass granary into the West Camp. Zhou Lin led his men in counting every item. The numbers matched down to the last. He Chung came in person to oversee it, that familiar, ingratiating smile plastered on his face as he cupped his hands toward me. "Your Highness has come a long way. By rights, I should keep you here a few more days. But since you bear an imperial command, I dare not delay you. Consider these warhorses and provisions a small token of goodwill from the soldiers of the North Pass." I took the inventory, gave it a glance, and returned the gesture with a smile. The two of us exchanged pleasantries at the granary door for a good while before he finally took his leave. Zhang Yunhu watched his retreating figure and lowered his voice. "That old rat's smiling wider today than any day before. So friendly it makes my skin crawl." Zhou Lin said nothing, only stared at Yi Chang's back, brow slightly furrowed. These were clearly what I'd won in the bet, yet he was making a show of generosity with them. Most of this stuff had probably been squeezed out of Zhao Shan's share. Over the next few days, I didn't leave the West Camp, throwing myself entirely into training the troops. A few troublemakers refused to fall in line, so Zhang Yunhu punished them by making them haul sandbags around the drill grounds. 2 of them ran until they threw up. The 3rd time, he actively went to the sergeant to ask about the drill commands. I stood under the corridor and watched for a while. Before we reached Xinbei, these few hundred men need to at least keep up with the veterans. Zhou Lin said nothing. The next day, the training intensity was ratcheted up another notch. Of the 100 personal guards who'd come out from the capital with me, after the dead and wounded, a little over 70 remained. The ones who'd distinguished themselves were all promoted to low-ranking officers, and naturally their pay went up quite a bit. Wang Huan and Zhao Mo, who managed the money and provisions, had done plenty of complaining to me about it. On top of that, there was the cost of forging weapons and leather armor for the new recruits. Silver poured out like water. Zhao Mo put it bluntly. At this rate of spending, the manor's reserves wouldn't last long. Fortunately, I taught them arithmetic during this time, and the clerk's bookkeeping sped up more than 2-fold. Otherwise, just reconciling these accounts would have worn people to the bone. Besides training the troops, there was another matter moving forward in parallel. Feng Lanheng had his own network of connections at the Northern Pass, and he could purchase supplies far faster than official channels. I handed him a list: medicinal herbs, iron, bowstrings, leather, all the things that got used up the fastest. It took him just 2 days to get everything together, most of it cheaper than market price. "Your mother asked me to look after you." He set the last bundle onto the wagon and clapped the dust off his hands. "There are a few changes of seasonal clothes in here, and a couple boxes of the osmanthus cakes you love." I lifted a corner of the bundle, and the scent of osmanthus drifted out, mixed with the smell of oil paper. After a moment of silence, I retied the knot. Uncle, I really owe you this time. What are your plans going forward? Yeah, you just take care of yourself. I've still got a shop at the Northern Pass, and I've built up a fair number of connections over the years. He gave a carefree smile. Can't say I'm rolling in wealth, but I never want for food or clothing. Oh, right. There's something I want to run by you. I nodded. Once we leave the Northern Pass tomorrow, the road ahead leads straight into Jinbei territory, I said. I need someone at my side who knows the frontier. Uncle, would you be willing to come with me? Feng Lanheng was bent over, brushing the dust off his trouser legs. At my words, he straightened up and looked at me for a good long while. Your mother asked me to help you out, and I just spent a few days buying supplies at the Northern Pass. That's supposed to be it? If she found out I let you head to Jinbei alone, she'd chew me out to no end. He wiped his hands on the hem of his robe and suddenly laughed. Besides, that shop of mine was always just small-time business. Closing it won't cost me any sleep. Once we're at Jinbei, you just cover my room and board. You hadn't brought it up just now, so I didn't feel right raising it first. This 100-some pounds of me can go anywhere. What matters is that I can stay by your side. That way your mother rests easier too. I laughed as well, a warmth washing through my chest. That was my uncle for you. The moment you asked if it was something he could do, he'd never turn it down. No need to close the shop. Leave a couple of hands to keep an eye on it. This North Pass route might come in handy down the road. He nodded. Done. I'll handle the shop arrangements. It'll all be settled before we head out tomorrow. With that, he waved a hand, turned, and headed back toward the shop, his step noticeably lighter than when he'd arrived. After 3 days of rest, the company was ready to move out. The newly recruited Canal Gang defectors, drilled hard by Zhou Lin these past few days, could just barely keep pace with the veterans. Equipment and supplies were fully stocked: tang sabers, hand crossbows, leather armor, all accounted for. 500 warhorses were folded into the cavalry, and 3 months' worth of provisions filled dozens of wagons. Buying horses all the way through Lin River, Nan Field, and North Pass, my 800-plus men were now almost entirely cavalry. Hicheng hadn't stirred up any more trouble. After the handover, he simply dropped out of sight. Everything seemed to be on track. The day before departure, I laid out a modest banquet at the official post station and invited Hicheng to attend. He accepted gladly. Throughout the meal, I raised my cup again and again, thanking him for his hospitality these past days. He was all smiles, insisting it was nothing more than his duty. The mood was as warm as two old friends saying goodbye. After the banquet broke up, he walked me to the post station gate, then suddenly spoke in a low, grave voice. Your Highness departs tomorrow. There is one matter I must verify in person. His tone was flat, without a trace of the earlier good humor, a completely different man from the one at the table. I stopped mid-step and turned to look at him. General, he has something more? He drew a document from his sleeve and set it lightly on the table. According to reports, Your Highness's party includes over 300 Canal Gang defectors, several hundred able-bodied men who enlisted along the way, nearly 200 family members and servants, plus a large number of warhorses, provisions, and weapons. The border is a critical post. I cannot afford to be careless. He raised his hand, tapping the roster twice with his fingertip. These people, I cannot let them pass. The hall fell silent for a long moment. I looked down at the document. The official seal on the cover was a glaring, painful red. So, General, he intends to detain my people? I would not dare. His expression didn't change. Each word came out measured, as if by a ruler. But the law is the law. Your Highness's entourage is a mixed lot. Mountain bandits, river pirates, drifters of unknown origin, hundreds of them gathered in one place. The border is a critical post, and I cannot afford to be careless. The court has its rules, and I have my duties. He paused. Your Highness serves at the frontier by imperial decree, and I honor you as a prince. But when it comes to North Pass's defense orders, I answer only to the court's official seal. He let the sentence hang there, leaving the silence to finish the other half for him. Your title as Prince Jinbei carries no weight at North Pass. Then he held up 2 fingers. 2 paths, Your Highness, your choice. First, prove these people's innocence yourself, providing each one's place of origin, a guarantor, and a clean record. Prove it, and I'll let you through at once. Second, if you cannot prove it, then leave these people at North Pass, to be handled by the garrison. The military garrison will be held in custody for now. Your Highness may take your trusted men and proceed to your post first. Once I've reported to the court and they send someone to investigate. Once everything's cleared up, I'll personally escort them north to reunite with your Highness. My fingertips tapped twice against the back of the chair. I didn't speak right away. Prove their innocence? The birthplaces, guarantors, and clean records of nearly 1,000 people. Most of them drifters who'd been tossed from one place to another. Even if we could track it all down, how long would the back and forth take? If I didn't leave, he could stall me until I was completely out of options. But if I abandoned these people and left on my own, the Canal Gang men following me, their wives, children, and elderly parents, would all be held hostage at the North Pass. Once they reached the battlefield, could they still fight with their whole hearts? What He-chung wanted wasn't a delay. It was to clip my wings. Strip me down until I arrived at Jinbei alone and defenseless. That would suit him just fine. Zhou Lin stood at my side, his gaze sweeping slowly across He-chung's face. Zhang Yunhu had just had the bandage removed from his left arm. It still wasn't working right, and his expression had already darkened. His lips moved, but a single look from Zhou Lin pressed him back into silence. I picked up the documents, flipped through a few pages, and closed them. This prince understands. Commander, he is simply doing his duty by the book. There's little more for me to say. I'll give you my answer at dawn tomorrow. He-chung bowed slightly. Then I'll await your Highness. The hour grows late. I'll take my leave. His footsteps faded gradually down the corridor. Back at the official post house, Feng Lanheng was waiting for me in the courtyard. He sat on a stone stool, pinching a blade of grass between his fingers, and rose to his feet the moment he saw me push open the door. Pinger, what did He-chung say? I walked to the stone table, poured a cup of cold tea, and drank it down in one gulp. He wants to hold my people. The surrendered soldiers, the able-bodied men, their families, nearly 1,000 of them, and he won't release a single one. Two choices: prove every last one of them is innocent, or abandon them and leave alone. His brow furrowed. All my years here at the North Pass, I've dealt with He-chung plenty. I know what's underneath that smiling tiger face of his, but he's always been the type to play both sides. By rights, he shouldn't be pushing this hard. I set the teacup down, killing intent flashing in my eyes. He'd better know what's good for him. Otherwise, this prince wouldn't mind letting him find out just how sharp my blade really is. Feng Lanheng was silent for a long while. What's your plan? Don't take reckless chances. Humph. I'll make him understand. This prince is an imperial son, the Prince of Jinbei. Not someone a mere border garrison commander can toy with as he pleases. I lifted my eyes. Don't worry. This is an open scheme. Whether it's his own doing or someone's pulling the strings behind him, I'll make him regret it. That night, Feng Lanheng hurried back to his shop. He packed the account books and valuables into 2 bundles, handed the general store over to his old assistant, and gave him careful, detailed instructions. Boss, you're heading out on a long trip? Going to Jinbei. The old assistant froze. That's the front line. It's all war and chaos out there. Feng Lanheng slung the bundle over his shoulder. That's exactly why. Go on. It's not dangerous. My nephew doesn't need me around. He pushed open the shop door. Dawn hadn't yet spilled over the city walls, and the alleys of the North Pass lay silent. The old shopkeeper stared after him, lost in thought. The night was deep, but the candle in my study still burned. Lu Shuren sat across from me, and Wang Huan had just brewed 2 cups of tea. Your Highness, a moment ago an advisor named Zheng came to see me. He claims to be He-chung's confidant, and says he can help you out of this bind. Oh, what did he say? My eyes lit up, then I caught myself. Nothing was ever that simple. Heh, this advisor Zheng wouldn't even give his real name. He only said that what troubles He-chung most these days is the North Pass military pay. There's still a shortfall of 200,000 taels. Lu Shuren spoke casually. If your Highness would be willing to fund that pay, then He-chung's headache would vanish, and he'd naturally cut us some slack. Crack. I slammed my teacup down on the table, splashing tea everywhere. Shameless. Highway robbery. So this old dog has had his eye on my silver all along. I sneered. Just because the tiger hasn't shown its claws, does he really take me for a sick house cat? That miserly display actually made Lu Shuren laugh. How does your Highness plan to respond? Do you have a strategy? He asked with a smile, refusing to be dragged into my temper. Lu Shiren shook his head. Not yet. Option 1. Temporarily leave the main body behind. Your Highness takes only those of unquestionable loyalty and heads to Jinbei first. Once the court's power struggle plays out, we come back for the rest. I shook my head like a rattledrum. No. Wouldn't that make me a man who betrays his word? I'd end up utterly alone. Option 2. Pay for safe passage, as Chong demands, though the price is negotiable. He'll never show his face himself, so we can only bargain with this advisor Zheng for a figure both sides can stomach. I shook my head again. No. His opening ask is 200,000. His appetite is anything but small. Besides, this is my entire fortune. Not one tael of silver will I hand over. Then, for now I don't have a good solution. Lu Shiren spread his hands. He holds the moral authority of the court. Everything he does is legal. He's not like those bandits and river pirates. We can't settle it by force. And the North Pass has an 80,000-strong garrison. Our little band wouldn't even fill the gaps between their teeth. The two of us analyzed the situation a while longer, still without a plan, and Lu Shiren took his leave first. Alone, I went to the back courtyard, opened a wooden chest, and pulled a hand crossbow from the bottom. It was more compact than the standard-issue crossbows given to my personal guards. The bow arms were only half the usual length, so it felt like a toy in the hand. The body was pieced together from aged mulberry wood, and the trigger mechanism was forged from fine steel. Above the trigger sat a small revolving wheel that could load 3 short bolts and fire them in succession. Most importantly, reloading was lightning fast and could be done one-handed. This was custom-made for me by Su Qingyan and her craftsmen, built according to the limited knowledge I carried in my head. It was improved based on the blueprints. When she handed it to me, she said one thing. This thing eats up an insane amount of labor and material. It takes half a month just to make one. Mass-producing it is nearly impossible, and the range is limited. It's only good for self-defense. Zheng De pulled 3 all-nighters over this ox tendon string. He snapped 2 while stringing it. The third one finally held. I loaded 3 short bolts into the cylinder and tucked the crossbow into my sleeve. Right now, I'd made a decision that no one would ever agree to, and I didn't plan on telling anyone, especially not that old stubborn mule, Su Jing. I couldn't even tell Lu Shiren. The man knew how to adapt, sure, but loyalty to the throne and the rigid rules and rights of the court had long been carved into his bones. A man who values the rules more than his own life will never break through the wall that traps him. And me? I was determined to break it. At dawn, a red sun burst over the horizon. Late autumn was turning cold, and it bit hardest at the northern pass. I figured the low had already dropped below freezing. Zhang Yunhu stood guard at the door, his right hand resting on the hilt of his blade. Seeing me come out alone, his expression turned grave. He didn't ask questions. He just fell in close behind me. I didn't turn him away. With him around, I felt a little more sure of myself. The two of us left the official post station, one ahead and one behind. The hoofbeats shattered the silence of the northern pass streets as we made straight for the commander's manor. When the news exploded through the post station, Lu Shiren was sitting across from Zhou Lin. Chunhu burst in with the report, and before he could even finish, Lu Shiren was already on his feet. How many men did Her Highness take? Just Commander Zhang. That's it. Lu Shiren froze for a beat. Then a faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Not his usual calm, self-assured smile. Something deeper, an admiration he'd held back for a long time, finally surging up. Storming the commander's manor with a single guard. Her Highness is going for something big. He'd probably guessed what I was about to do, but he couldn't be sure. He turned to Zhou Lin. Lord Zhou, muster the troops at once and hold them ready at the drill grounds. The moment anything happens at the commander's manor, move in to back her up. Zhou Lin had already grabbed his sword. Understood, sir. When Su Jing rushed over, his robes weren't even fastened properly. After Lu Shiren laid out the whole story and his suspicions, Su Jing's face went white. He stumbled out the front gate, stamping his feet and shouting toward the commander's manor. Your Highness, you mustn't. Your Highness is far too precious to risk your life alone. Your Highness, come back. But I'd long since vanished at the end of the street and never heard a single word. Old Su Jing stood in the cold morning wind, his hair and beard bristling, his fingers trembling. A person of noble birth doesn't sit beneath a sagging eave. If we're going to save someone, I can go argue, plead, kneel. There are plenty of ways. Why act so rashly? If anything happens to Her Highness. Ugh, ugh. His lips quivered as he sighed and groaned. How had he ended up stuck with such a headache of a master? Then, with a fierce stamp of his foot, he hiked up his robes. I raced toward the drill grounds. It was too late to catch up with me now. All he could do was go calm down the guards. The old man clutched his chest, muttering the whole way. Please, nothing bad. Please, let nothing go wrong. Outside the commander's residence, the guards stood in formation, blades drawn. I swung down from my horse and walked straight in. Someone stepped up to block me and got shoved aside by Zhang Yunhu. Through the courtyard, down the corridor, I kicked open the study door with one blow. He Chung sat behind his desk, teacup in hand, his aide Zheng standing at his side. He looked up, surprised first, then that familiar composure settling back over his face as he opened his mouth to say something polite, something like, "To what do I owe the honor of your highness's visit so early in the morning?" My hand was already up. My sleeve fell back, revealing the hand crossbow. He Chang's eyes dropped to that stub of blackened crossbow arm, and the corner of his mouth twitched. He'd seen something like it before. All my guards carried hand crossbows that could punch through leather armor at 50 paces. But the one in my hand was smaller. Such a little thing. How much damage could it possibly do? What is your highness doing? Whatever it is, surely we can sit down and talk. Before he finished, the guard beside him drew his blade and stepped forward. Protect the general. He never finished. I raised my hand and fired. The bolt shot into his gaping mouth, drove through his throat, and burst out the back of his neck. His eyes went wide. The blade slipped from his hand, and he crumpled like a sack of sand. The second guard was half a beat slow, his hand just reaching the hilt. I turned my wrist. The second bolt was already there. The throat again. Dead on the spot again. The calm on He Chang's face shattered. He'd lived more than 50 years, seen his share of bloodshed, but he'd never seen a crossbow that fast. A standard hand crossbow took 2 hands to draw, then had to be reloaded after every shot. Whoever heard of one you could raise, fire, and fire again? He took an instinctive half-step back, his spine hitting the armchair with a grating scrape. Beside him, the aide Zheng collapsed straight to the floor, trembling too hard to speak. I stepped forward and pressed the crossbow to his forehead. So, Commander, he wants to detain my men? Fine. Then I'll detain you first. You escort me out through the pass, and I let you live. Say one more word, and those 2 bodies on the floor are what you'll look like. He Chang's Adam's apple bobbed up and down, sweat beading on his forehead. He'd probably imagined 100 ways I might try to break the deadlock, but never that I'd be this reckless. Still, he was a commander who'd guarded the frontier for years. He'd weathered storms. He clenched his teeth and steadied himself fast. I don't believe your highness would truly dare kill me. Does your highness hold the laws of the court in no regard at all? My 80,000 frontier troops at the northern pass are nothing to trifle with. Won't give me a way out? Then none of us walk away. I cut him off, my voice suddenly rising. Every word. They fell like tempered iron nails, driven one by one into his ears. If you won't let me pass, I'll kill you first. Worst case, His Majesty punishes me, strips my title, confines me to the capital, and I spend the rest of my life rotting away in a daze. But you'll be dead. I'm an imperial prince. The Prince of the North, appointed by His Majesty himself. You want to gamble on this? You want to bet the Emperor will kill his own son over a third-rank garrison commander? I sneered, staring into his eyes. Go ahead and try. Test whether I'm angry enough to spill blood right here, whether His Majesty would make me pay with my life for you. Only, the cost of guessing wrong is a little steep. The truth was, cold sweat was beating down my own back. I was gambling that he loved his life too much. As the last word landed, He Chang's face went completely white. He wasn't a man easily frightened. He'd held the garrison commander's post in this frozen wasteland of the northern frontier for years, playing carrot and stick, working every angle. But in that moment, he saw something in my eyes he'd never seen before. Not anger, not impulse. Calm. The calm of a man backed into a corner who flips the table and walks away from the game. Once a man stops caring about any rules, he has nothing left to fear. Suddenly, he realized his fatal mistake. He wasn't sparring with some bureaucrat. He was cornering a young vassal prince who, at 16, had dared to fight a bloodbath at Linha and crush the Canal Gang head-on at Nantian. From the capital all the way to the northern frontier, I'd lost count of how many men I'd killed. Zhao Si, Li Bing, the sons of the Canal Gang, bandits, officials. What made him think a man like that would care about consequences? And I was right about one thing. He was nothing more than a third-rank general. The Jinxing Emperor really might not make his own son pay with his life for him. No, he definitely wouldn't. Back when I killed Li Bing, father had only scolded me a few times before letting it go. If this man died, the worst I'd face was losing my title or house arrest. Once he'd worked that out, Hichong gave up struggling. I marched him out of the study, across the courtyard, and out the main gate of the garrison command. The guards in the yard stood in a forest of blades and spears, yet not one dared step forward. Their commander had a crossbow pressed to the back of his skull, sweat pouring down his forehead, shuffling forward one dragging step at a time, nothing left of his usual composure. They exchanged glances, hands frozen mid-air on their weapons. Tell your men to move aside. Otherwise, I nudged the back of his head with the crossbow. Get the hell out of the way, all of you, or your commander's a dead man. Zhang Yunhu bellowed, blade drawn, guarding my side. Your Highness, don't be rash. Hichong's voice trembled as he turned his head and shouted, Stand back, all of you. Don't block the prince's path. The guards hesitated, then opened a corridor. A few loyal ones asked with their eyes. Hichong gave a slight shake of his head. He was only 48. He still had plenty of days left to lord it over the northern frontier. A man alive. Only by staying alive would there be a chance for revenge. The news spread quickly through the ranks. Zhao Shan shot to his feet, snatched up his saber, and rushed for the door. Muster the troops. Seal the city gates. We cannot let him drag the commander out through the pass. Lu Feng hurried after him and clamped a hand around his wrist. General Zhao, you mustn't. Corner him, and he really will kill Commander He. The consequences would be unthinkable. I don't believe the little bastard actually has the guts. You're wrong, General. Don't forget, this prince is only 16, right at the age of reckless impulse. He's already riding a tiger with no way down. If he really does draw blood, would you dare cut him down on the spot to answer for it? He's an imperial son. However furious his majesty may be, he'll never make the boy pay with his life. But you, General, can you shoulder that responsibility? When it's all investigated later, you'll be the one branded the chief culprit. This, Zhao Shan wavered. After a long silence, he suddenly wrenched his blade free and slammed it down hard on the table. The desk split apart, with splinters flying everywhere. Breathing heavily, he threw the saber to the ground. Pass the order, no one moves. Anyone who so much as twitches will face military law. Lu Feng took a step back, his back already soaked with cold sweat, though his face betrayed nothing. In that moment, only one thought filled his mind. The prince had nerve. I marched Hichong forward, step by step, toward the city gate. Behind me, my personal guards followed at a distance, blades drawn, arrayed in formation. At some point, Hichong's official cap had fallen to the ground, trampled to a pulp beneath the horse's hooves. Su Jing arrived at the guard's quarters gasping for breath, hiked up his robes, and charged inside, shouting as he ran, Zhou Lin, go stop the prince, quick. Don't let him do anything foolish. Zhou Lin, just marching his men back into formation, froze for a moment. Then a look of deep thought crossed his face. Lord Su, the prince stormed the commander's residence for the sake of men like us. I admire him for it. That kind of courage, I confess I fall short of it. Oh, courage is one thing, but he's a prince. If anything should happen to him, I request permission to lead troops to the gate as backup. Zhou Lin clasped his fists. Seeing the resolve in his face, Su Jing could only sigh. The drill grounds were dead silent. The guards watched Zhou Lin don his armor and form up his men, an emotion they couldn't quite name lodged in their throats. Some gripped their sabers tight, some clenched their teeth with reddened eyes, and some bowed their heads, secretly wiping the corners of their eyes with their sleeves. By full daylight, my column was assembled, officials, family members, servants, laborers, not a single one missing, and every last one of them passed through the north gate of the pass. Hichong never brought up the inspection again. Once through the pass, the column didn't stop. We continued north until the north gate tower had shrunk to a small gray square behind us. Only then did I rein in my horse. Zhang Yunhu swung down from his mount, dragged He Chong out of the column, and threw him onto the roadside. Commander He, my apologies. I looked down at him, my tone flat. I'm sparing your life not because I fear you, but because it would be hard to explain to my father. Go back to your North Pass. If I ever learn again that you've been, pull anything after this, the next thing this crossbow's aimed at won't be your head. It'll be your corpse. Seeing that I wasn't going to kill him, He Chong's swagger came right back. He'd lost the man, but he wasn't about to lose face. It's a small world, Your Highness. This grand gift you've given me today, I'll be sure to repay it in kind. He backed into the ranks of his guards, spat out his threat, and then beat a somewhat sorry retreat back to North Pass. Zhang Yunhu mounted up, and the column pressed on northward. Sunlight broke through the clouds and fell across my face like a coat of gold, blinding and brilliant. Lu Xian spurred his horse up alongside mine, rode abreast of me, and studied me from the side for a long moment before speaking. Your Highness, what you did today caught me completely off guard and earned my deepest admiration. It's just that, Your Highness. He trailed off, weighed his words for a beat, then shook his head and swallowed the rest. Zhou Lin rode behind us, a rare smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Before last night, he'd always thought I had strategy, that I knew how to use people, but he'd never seen this kind of nerve in me. Walking into the commander's compound alone, no plan, no way out, nothing but a crossbow and a will to fight to the death, forged only when a man's been pushed to the very edge. A man like that was worth following. Zhang Yunhu rode on the outermost flank. The thing he'd feared most his whole life wasn't death, it was following the wrong man. When I'd walked into the commander's compound with that crossbow, he'd been 3 steps behind me, hand on the hilt of his blade, one thought running through his mind. If His Highness was going to die in there today, then he, Zhang Yunhu, would die in front of him. He Chong was helped back through the gates of North Pass. Zhao Shan was waiting for him at the entrance. Seeing him disheveled and covered in dust, Zhao Shan stayed silent for a long while. Then, without a single word, turned and headed back to camp. He Chong walked straight to the commander's compound. Passing the study door, his steps faltered, and he stared at the bloodstains on the floor. The body had already been carried away. There was hatred in him, and bitter resentment, and a trace of dread he wasn't willing to admit. General, North Pass has 80,000 troops. That 6th prince humiliated you like that. Now that you've returned safely and he hasn't gotten far, why not send elite men to run him down and cut him off? Fool, He Chong snorted coldly, dumping all his fury onto his advisor. He's a prince, the prince of the North Garrison. Open schemes, hidden schemes, those we can use. The one thing we can't do is strike at him directly. Otherwise, how many heads would be enough to answer for it? Even the right chancellor and the crown prince don't dare to move against him openly. What am I, a 3rd-rank commander, by comparison? He gritted his teeth and waved a hand. Transfer that Zheng fellow away, as far as possible. Useless piece of garbage. What kind of half-baked scheme was that? A few days later, Advisor Zheng was sent off by written order to some remote county office, and he never saw He Chong again. Whether he lived or died, no one at North Pass ever knew. As for me, I led this slowly growing column onward, ever north. The road ahead was long, and there were still brambles to cut through. I glanced back over my shoulder. The watchtowers of North Pass had already vanished from sight. Zhang Yunhu rode at my side, grinning wide. You're high. General, I've served under you all this time, but today's the most satisfying day yet. That old dog He Chong, leaning on his rank as a 3rd-grade commander, throwing his weight around at the North Pass day in and day out. And now Your Highness marches him out of the city at crossbow point right against his skull. Once word gets out, how's he ever going to hold that commander's post again? Even Zhou Lin cracked a rare smile. He tried to trap us with the court's laws, and Your Highness broke his whole play by holding his life hostage. That move, I'm truly impressed. The guards behind us didn't dare make a racket, but every one of them held his head high and chest out, their steps far lighter than when we'd come. One nudged a comrade with his elbow and murmured, Our Highness doesn't even fear a commander with tens of thousands of troops. Once we reached Jinbei City, who'd still dare give us any attitude? Lu Shuren listened to their chatter with a smile. As we came to a gentle slope, he urged his horse up alongside mine. turning his head to study me for a good while before speaking. Your Highness's actions today caught me completely off guard, yet I couldn't admire them more. Walking alone into the tiger's den, forcing the commander of an 80,000-strong army to back down single-handedly. That kind of nerve, among all the princes of Great Xia, no one comes close. I waved him off with a laugh. Lord Liu, you're speaking too soon. Wait until we reach Jinbei and actually accomplish something. There'll be time to praise me then. Su Qingyan caught up from behind, still clutching that thick book of craftsman's notes. He pushed the tortoiseshell glasses up the bridge of his nose, his expression earnest. Your Highness, I made that crossbow. At the time, I only meant it for your self-defense. I never imagined it could save every last one of us. Zhao Mo, busy tallying figures in the account book, poked his head out from behind it. Lord Su, your crossbow is worth 200,000 taels of silver, plus 500 warhorses, plus 3 months of provisions. That's a genuinely high return on investment. Zhang Yunhu roared with laughter. Zhao Mo, you've got the math wrong. The 200,000 taels is silver we never spent, and the horses and provisions are what Zhao Shan lost to us. That old dog He Chong walked away with nothing, and he lost 2 of his own guards on top of it. He lost his shirt clean off his back. The guards burst out laughing. Chun Hu stuck his head out from the ranks and called back over his shoulder. Brothers, your Highness stormed the commander's residence alone for the likes of us. Serving a lord like this, our lives have been worth it. The men behind roared in agreement, wave after wave of it, startling a flock of birds from the woods along the road. Only Su Jing hung back at the tail of the column, listening to the laughter up ahead, his brow furrowed tighter and tighter. He'd witnessed with his own eyes the nerve it took for me to take He Chong hostage single-handedly and force back the North Pass army. And yet something kept nagging at him, though he couldn't put his finger on what was wrong. He was a civil official. He didn't understand military strategy, nor the calculations of the human heart. All he felt was this: that prince who'd stormed the commander's residence, killed 2 officers, and marched a 3rd-grade official out past the pass at knife point somehow didn't seem like the same prince who, just a few days ago at Wonia Mountain, had struck the names of the faint-hearted from the rolls with his own hand. Morale was indeed higher than before. It flourished, but its flourishing set his heart on edge. He couldn't say where the unease came from, but he knew he had to do something. Watching nearly everyone fall over themselves praising me, he grew all the more restless. Su Jing jerked his horse's flanks, pulled up alongside me, and launched right in. Your Highness's actions today were reckless in the extreme. Riding into danger alone, taking a high court official hostage, gunning down 2 men in front of dozens of his guards. Has your Highness stopped to think? If just one hot-headed fool among He Chong's men had made the first move, would you still be sitting on this horse right now? If the crossbow's trigger had jammed for even an instant, if his guards had been a step faster, if Zhao Shan had sealed the city gate a moment sooner, does your Highness suppose this old servant would be standing here lecturing you now? No, I'd be praying over your memorial tablet. I opened my mouth to argue, but he gave me no opening at all. His voice climbed another notch. What did your Highness promise this old servant? To stop throwing yourself into the killing yourself. And what was today? That wasn't fighting. That was gambling with your life. Win the bet, and everyone's happy. But lose it? If your Highness had died in the commander's residence, how would I answer to His Majesty? How would I face these men? Your Highness calls me a stubborn old fool, clinging to rules with no sense of flexibility. But if your Highness hadn't disregarded the rules in the first place, what would He Chong have had to hold over you today? If your Highness hadn't taken it upon yourself to absorb the surrendered Canal Gang troops and recruit men along the way, leaving the ranks a mixed bag, what leverage could he possibly have found? Your Highness broke the rules yourself, handed him the opening, and then broke every rule again to break out of it. Breaking the rules, breaking them yet again. Your Highness, how far do you have to go before you'll stop? Today you dare to take a 3rd-rank commander hostage. Tomorrow, once we reach Xinbei, will you dare to kill a royal official on your own authority? Once you cross the line into killing, there's no reining it back in. The more he spoke, the more worked up he became, his hair and beard bristling, his voice trembling. Your Highness is of royal blood, invested as the Prince of Xinbei, not some mountain bandit or highway outlaw. The smile faded from my face bit by bit, replaced by a thin layer of anger. I was 16, right in the thick of a young man's hot-blooded pride. Being dressed down like this in front of so many people, the fire in my chest surged straight up. But I clenched my teeth and held it down. Lord Sue, I know you mean well. Everything you've said about breaking the rules, breaking the law, I've taken it all to heart. But I had no other choice back there. He-chung meant to detain all of you, to hold the soldiers' families, to force me to abandon them at Baigwan and leave on my own. Could your rules have saved them? Could your laws have made He-chung let them go? I didn't want to break the rules. I wanted to reason with him. But he wouldn't listen. All he wanted was to clip my wings and leave me a prince with nothing to my name. What was I supposed to reason with him about? What? The king has only this one crossbow. Su Jing refused to back down, his voice sharp. Your Highness has a crossbow, has nerve, has a chest full of fiery passion. But has your Highness ever stopped to think? Why did He-chung dare to do this? Because he knew your Highness would break the rules. Because he was counting on your Highness breaking the rules. He set a trap for your Highness, and your Highness walked right into it without a moment's hesitation and got praised by everyone for being brave and clever. Your Highness thinks you won this round, but I think you've already lost. The moment those words left his mouth, the surroundings suddenly fell silent. The guards no longer dared to laugh. They hunched their necks and spurred their horses forward. Zhao Mo held the ledger up over his face. Su Qingyan bowed his head and studied his horse's hooves, as if there were some secret blueprint carved into them. Zhou Lin stared at the distant clouds, saying nothing. Zhang Yunhu's grin, halfway spread, snapped shut. Only Chun, who hadn't caught on yet, still muttering to the squad leader beside him. Lord Su is praising his Highness, right? He got an elbow to the ribs for it. My expression darkened all at once. Su Jing. I pressed down the fire churning in my chest and spoke slowly, word by heavy word. I respect you as a veteran statesman of 2 reigns, a great scholar of our age, upright and honest your whole life, without a shred of selfishness. Every step of this journey, I've listened to you in all things, never once treated you with contempt. If you have grievances, speak them plainly. I've never been a man who couldn't take good counsel. And yet you insist that I've lost. I seized He-chung, forced him to let us pass, got every man out. Not a single brother lost. Not a horse or a grain of provisions gone. The mighty northern pass couldn't stop me for half a step. So tell me, where exactly did I lose? Is it those 2 corpses in He-chung's study? Or is it those rules of yours, carved into your bones, that you'll defend to the death rather than change? My voice rose without my meaning it to on that last line. The instant the words fell, my heart clenched. That was too harsh. Su Jing lifted his eyes and gazed at me quietly, saying nothing for a long while. That faint bright hope in his eyes dimmed, bit by bit, giving way to a spreading desolation. Your Highness has grown up. You hold military power. You're brave and clever, decisive in action. I am nothing but a pedantic old bookworm, clinging to propriety and ritual, and my words have always grated on the ear. No one ever cared to hear them anyway. If your Highness finds me tiresome and wants me to hold my tongue, then I shall keep silent. The air froze, heavy enough to suffocate. Lu Shuren, who had been trailing behind all this while, rode forward. His voice was gentle, and he cut in at just the right moment. Lord Su, please calm your anger. What His Highness did was a desperate act of self-preservation. He-chung used the law to obstruct and detain us. Had His Highness yielded and given ground at that moment, you and I would already be locked in a prison cell by now. But what Lord Su says is not wrong either. Breaking the rules is something that may be done once, but never again. To gain a lasting foothold in the northern garrison city and win over people's hearts, we will ultimately have to rely on law and order, not the sharp edge of a blade wielded on a momentary impulse. But today, your Highness saved the entire army and broke through a hopeless situation. That kind of courage shouldn't be dismissed with a single sentence. I drew a deep breath, and the knot in my chest loosened a little. Turning to Su Jing, my tone softened. Sir, those harsh words just now, that was uncalled for. I apologize. But that line of yours, you've already lost. I just can't accept it. Every step of this journey has been an uphill battle. I fought like hell to protect everyone. I can't swallow having all of that written off. Having said that, I forced a lighter tone, trying to ease the stiff mood. All right, enough of the gloomy talk. Let me tell you all a joke. Once upon a time, there was a man named Pei Nanhai. I slowly recounted the old story of the diplomatic mission to break off the engagement and how I'd haggled him down right there on the spot. When I got to the part where Pei Nanhai lost all face, the smile frozen stiff on his lips, and how the serving maid had to cough up 10,000 taels of silver in cash, I finished with a teasing jab. That old fool's face turned absolutely green. Zhang Yunhu, who'd been standing off to the side eavesdropping with his ears perked up, was the first to lose it, letting out a low chuckle. From behind the ledgers, Zhao Mo poked his head out. Pei Nanhai, wasn't he the first court vice minister your highness ever took down personally? I corrected him earnestly. He was a vice minister, not a regional commander. Zhou Lin, normally a man of few words, rarely offered his own remark. To everyone else, there's not much difference. They're all people your highness has thoroughly gotten the better of. The guards around us burst out laughing, and the laughter swept away the earlier heaviness. Su Jing's face was still taut. He didn't laugh, but that cold layer of distance in his eyes slowly warmed, bit by bit. He wouldn't smile, but the knot in his heart had mostly come undone. Lu Shuren took it all in, the corner of his mouth curving up as he quietly reined his horse back to the side. A moment later, Su Jing flicked his sleeve and let out a cold snort. Silver-tongued and slippery as they come. This reckless stunt of yours, there had better never be a second time. With that, he launched into another round of nagging. A man of worth doesn't sit beneath a crumbling eave. A gentleman doesn't flaunt the brute courage of a common man. One should always leave room to maneuver and never rely on force alone. On and on he went, until he was practically out of breath. Sitting on my horse, my anger had long since evaporated. I just watched him with a smile. When he finally finished, I asked gently, "Are you done lecturing, sir?" Feeling better now. Su Jing's lips moved. He fell silent for a moment. Then his tone suddenly softened, unable to hide the worry beneath it. "Next time you put yourself in danger, at least bring a few more men." With that, he turned his horse around and rode off. I watched his retreating figure and called out, "Take care, sir." He didn't look back, but the pace of his horse had clearly slowed. The smile in my eyes grew all the more genuine. The capital, the imperial study. Emperor Jinxing bent over his desk, reading word by word through the military report sent from the Northern Pass, along with what the Zhaocha Bureau had submitted. The secret memorial. The hall fell silent, and for a long while no one spoke. Huang Chun, standing to one side grinding ink, kept his head down, not daring to breathe too loudly. 500 against 500, a head-on clash with no tricks. The elite of the Northern Pass had been utterly defeated, and Zhao Shan lost so thoroughly he had nothing left to say. He Chong had deliberately detained him, so Gao Ping had stormed into the commander's headquarters alone, shot down 2 guards who blocked his path, seized the frontier's chief general single-handedly, and in the end, led his entire company safely out of the pass. Emperor Jinxing set the military report down at the corner of his desk, lifted his teacup, then set it back down before it reached his lips. After doing this several times, he finally couldn't hold it in and let out a low laugh. What a rebellious son. I sent him to guard the northern frontier, and he's made quite a lively journey of it. He wiped out the bandits of Woniu Mountain, brought the Nantian River Gang to heel, beat Zhao Shan into submission, and now he's bold enough to take the frontier commander himself hostage. He Chong holds the military authority of the frontier, commands countless soldiers, and yet he was played like this by a half-grown boy. Are the men under him made of paper? Huang Chen's hand paused over the ink stone, but in the end he smiled and picked up the thread. This old servant still remembers the day the 6th prince first left the capital. Everyone in the court, high and low, called him a good-for-nothing. Now he's cut a brilliant path forward, breaking through at every turn. From here on, no one in this world will dare look down on His Highness again. He set the ink stick down gently, bowed his head slightly, and let out a soft, faint sigh. Your Majesty, the 6th prince has truly endured far too much on his journey north. Ambushed at Linha, abducted at Nantian, and then harassed one after another at the northern pass by Zhao Shan and He Chong. A road full of thorns, a road full of bloodshed. And yet, battered and bruised as he was, He never once uttered a word of complaint to you. This year, he is only 16. In an instant, the imperial study sank into stillness. Emperor Jinxing gazed at the military report and secret memorial on his desk, his long fingers tapping softly against the cold surface of the imperial table. A slow, steady rhythm, his thoughts unreadable. After a long while, he murmured, "I know all of it." Following a brief silence, the emperor's tone shifted abruptly, tinged with anger and helplessness. He Chong is mediocre and incompetent, narrow-minded, outmatched in skill, yet bold enough to threaten a prince of the reigning dynasty. Utterly disgraceful. I entrusted the vital northern pass to him, and he can't even hold his own ground steady. All the silver I've allotted him year after year has gone to raising a pack of good-for-nothings. But this time, the sixth has gone too far as well. Taking the frontier commander hostage, shooting down a defending officer in public, and daring to declare that I won't punish him for it. How arrogant those words are. I am his father and emperor, with the laws of the realm before us. Since when is it his place to make decisions on my behalf? And if he had acted on impulse today and cut He Chong down, throwing the frontier's army into chaos and mutiny, how would that have been resolved then? After pondering for a moment, he ordered in a grave voice, "Draft the decree." He Chong, defending general of the Northern Pass, deliberately harassed and threatened a prince. He is fined 1 year's salary, demoted 1 rank, and retained in his current post to atone for his crime through service. Gao Ping, Prince Jinbei, acted with reckless audacity, publicly taking the courts. Appoint the officials, execute the guards. Halfway through, he waved his hand and corrected himself. Gao Ping, the Prince of Jinbei, acted rashly and without restraint. His punishment, copy the Great Xia Code 10 times. An attendant shall supervise him along the way. Once he's finished, bring every copy back to the capital to report. Huang Chen bowed and accepted the decree, then slowly withdrew, stifling a private smile. This is no punishment. His Majesty is playing favorites down to the bone. Every one of Gao Ping's offenses was a capital crime, yet in the end he'd only be made to copy out the law. He Chong, on the other hand, had lost both his standing and his face. Which one mattered more was plain as day. Now only the emperor remained in the hall. Emperor Jinxing leaned back in his chair, his gaze returning to the stack of documents. He raised a hand and squared up the 3 military reports, Baiguan, Linhe, and Nantian, stacking them neatly. Then he gathered them carefully and gently placed them into the brocade box hidden beneath the desk. The Eastern Palace. Crown Prince Gao Qian slammed the Baiguan report down on the table, his anger burning even hotter than when he'd read the Nantian report. Zhao Shan lost, and He Chong made a complete fool of himself. Not a single tale of that 200,000 in silver, and instead he gets seized and humiliated in public, his dignity in tatters, and 2 of his personal guards died on the spot. 2 senior commanders of the frontier, jerked around at will by a 16-year-old idle prince. A pack of useless fools, every last one of them. The Right Chancellor, Guohuanji, remained perfectly composed. He unhurriedly lifted his teacup, lightly brushed away the froth, and showed not a flicker of alarm. Your Highness needn't be angry. The bandits at Linhe, the canal gang at Nantian, the sparring at Baiguan, He Chong's provocations, when it comes down to it, these are all just trivial matters along the road, minor skirmishes, nothing more. Gao Ping may be sailing smoothly for now, but he's only enjoying a few easy days. Sooner or later he'll set foot in Jinbei City. That is where the real game begins. Zhao Shan's defeat, He Chong's humiliation, none of it matters. We've spent 20 years building our foundation in Jinbei City, and our roots run deep. Tian, whose old faction is still there, Li Ping lies in wait in the shadows, and the Jinbei military seal has never changed hands. He Chong's defeat merely scouted out the 6th prince's depth for Li Ping. By now, Li Ping already knows this prince is brave and decisive, not to be trifled with. But he has a weakness, too. He's too sentimental, too protective, and he values the lives of the soldiers under his command far too much. Your Highness need only wait quietly. The real storm has always been in Jinbei City. The Crown Prince fell silent for a long while, then slowly sat back down in his chair, the gloom on his brow refusing to lift. Zhao Shan and He Chong are both finished now, for all intents and purposes. Guohuanji set his teacup down gently. Porcelain met porcelain with a crisp clink. Not finished. A fine blade grows dull, but sharpen it, and it cuts just as well. Baiguan is the first gateway to the Central Plains. Hicheng has run it for years, and his foundation there is deep. He can't be replaced so easily. The Crown Prince said no more. He lifted his eyes to the heavy dusk beyond the window. The upturned eaves blurred in the gathering dark, and a lone crow perched motionless upon them. Perched above, its plumage dark and dull, adding a touch of desolation. He hadn't seen a crow in the Eastern Palace for a long time. Deep down, an inexplicable sense of foreboding stirred. The left chancellor's manner. Zhaoan read through the military report carefully. His face betrayed nothing, not a flicker of joy or anger. He simply set the document aside, picked up his brush, and continued reviewing official papers. An aide bowed and stepped closer, lowering his voice as he reported the secret message sent back by Lu Feng, their undercover agent at the Northern Pass. How he'd calmed the furious Zhao Shan, how he'd stopped any thought of sending troops in pursuit, how he'd coldly stood by and watched Hicheng slink back into the city, never once giving himself away. Zhaoan listened, then set down his wolf hair brush and gave a slight nod. Lu Feng handled this well. If he'd let Zhao Shan raise troops and give chase, the forces of Gaoping and the Northern Pass would have clashed head-on, chaos, countless casualties. He held the situation together without exposing his identity or leaving any handle for others to grab. His judgment was pitch perfect. Then his tone shifted, a trace of calculation flickering in his eyes. But he tipped off the sixth prince ahead of time. Once Zhao Shan and Hicheng calm down and think it over, they're bound to grow suspicious. Go make the arrangements. Have him pack his things, transfer him out of the Northern Pass, and send him elsewhere. The aide's face showed a hint of regret. My lord, we spent years painstakingly cultivating Lu Feng at the Northern Pass. If we transfer him just like that, won't all those years of effort be wasted? You've gone to such lengths to secretly support the sixth prince. Zhaoan gave a faint, unruffled smile. No matter. I have my own arrangements. With that, he dipped his brush in ink once more and resumed writing, the strokes flowing swift and bold. The aide bowed and quietly withdrew. The Grand General's manner. Li Gui's hearty, spirited laughter rang out from the study. Military report in hand, his brows relaxed, he was thoroughly pleased. Good lad. Well done. Crushing the frontier army's elite head-on, seizing Hicheng single-handedly and forcing his way out of the pass. The whole company intact, not a single man lost. That's the sixth prince I knew he was. Backbone, guts, and nerve. His deputy, suppressing a smile, reminded him softly. General, the prince will be reaching Jinbei City any moment now. Li Gui nodded, spread the report open again, and read it through word by word. When he got to the part about Gaoping storming the manor alone and taking Hicheng hostage, he laughed out loud again. But as he laughed, his expression gradually sobered, and he fell into a long silence. Deep in his eyes lay something complicated that no one else could read. Some dozens of miles beyond the Northern Pass, the sun hung low. The withered grass along the roadside had turned a brownish yellow, and the wind swept up scattered leaves and twigs, rustling past the horses' hooves. The trees on the distant mountains were all withered, the low brambles on the slopes stripped of green, leaving only dry, brittle branches. Sunlight spilled across the open plains, its warmth thin and faint. The cool of a late autumn afternoon had already set in. We paused to rest and regroup. I found a small mound and sat down, running my fingertips over the ledgers Zhao Mo had organized, reading them line by line as I quietly did the math in my head. The personal guard camp had been through several. Depleted as it was, we'd finally rounded out the ranks to 300. But of the old guard I'd brought from the capital, only 70-odd remained, and many of them had been promoted into the lower officer corps. The other 200 or so, along with the 500 fresh troops of the Jinbei New Army, were mostly new recruits taken in or won over along the way. Their fighting edge would have to be honed over time. Su Jing and all 16 of the manor's officials came along, and with the eunuchs, maidservants, dependents, and household staff, plus the laborers hired en route, the whole column added up to roughly 1,200 people. 600 warhorses stood ready. Pull 500 men to form the cavalry, and there were still more than enough left over for the scouts and for the officials to ride in rotation. The books were clean. After every expense, I still had a little over 200,000 taels of silver in hand. Weapons and armor had been fully restocked at the northern pass. Tang blades, hand crossbows, improved leather armor, one set for every man. Dozens of wagons were loaded down with provisions, enough for 3 months, and iron stock, medicine, and cloth were all accounted for. I closed the ledger, my mind at ease. 1,200 in the column, 800 fit to fight, 600 war horses, over 200,000 taels in silver, 3 months of provisions, weapons in full supply. This was everything I had, leaving the northern pass to march on Jinbei City, and it was what I'd rely on to plant my feet in the northern frontier. Compared to the sorry state I'd been in leaving the capital, I had far more to stand on now. A figure drew near. Feng Lanheng came up beside me and clapped a hand on my shoulder. Pinger, that cave is just 30 li outside the northern pass. You said before you wanted to deal with Heechung first that there was no rush. Now that the trouble's settled, isn't it about time we sent someone to take a look? My train of thought broke off. I was quiet for a moment, then suddenly smiled. I nearly forgot about that. Good thing you reminded me, uncle. I raised my voice and called for Zhou Lin. Take the main body and keep heading north. Find a sheltered spot to make camp and wait. I'll be back before long. I'll catch up with you tomorrow. Zhou Lin didn't ask questions. He cupped his fists, answered in a low voice, and wheeled his horse around to pass the order. I turned to Zhang Yunhu and Feng Lanheng, my tone brisk. Uncle, Yunhu, each of you take a dozen guards and come with me. That cave on the map is 30 li outside the northern pass, half a day's ride round trip at most. While there's still daylight, in and out, quick as we can. Feng Lanheng nodded. He drew the traced copy of the map from inside his robe and slowly unfolded it in the light. Thin lines wound across it, and one marking, shaped like an overturned bowl, stood out sharply. That was our destination. It's this old stretch of forest, he said. The entrance is an abandoned bear den, about 30 li from here. The old hunter warned me again and again. The mouth is small and hidden, but inside it branches off in every direction, deep beyond measure. I gave the reins a tug and said no more. Taking Feng Lanheng, Zhang Yunhu, and a dozen battle-hardened guards, we quietly slipped away from the main column and galloped toward the dense woods to the east. The deeper we went, the darker the forest grew. The forest, ancient trees twisted together, withered vines choking their trunks, dense foliage blotting out the sky. The afternoon light could only filter through the gaps in scattered fragments, shattering into a mottled patchwork on the ground. A thick layer of rotting leaves covered the earth, soft, damp. The horses' hooves came down soundlessly. All around, the silence held nothing but the sound of wind. The air carried the cold, clean scent of soil mingled with decaying wood. Untrodden for years on end, the place breathed desolation. Feng Lanheng reined his horse while comparing the terrain against the map, then raised a hand toward a rock face hidden behind a curtain of vines. It should be right around here. The mouth faces west, buried deep. You'd never find it without a careful search. Zhang Yunhu swung down from his horse and drew the Tang Dao from his waist. A flash of cold steel, and the withered vines snapped clean, tumbling down. As the vines fell away, a weathered old rock face emerged. At its base gaped a dark opening, half a man's height. The mouth wasn't wide. A grown man would have to stoop to enter. The stone rim was worn smooth and glossy by animal hides, and a faint musky, rank odor lingered in the air. Zhang Yunhu crouched, pinched up a tuft of faded fur, and brought it to his nose for a light sniff. Bear fur. Abandoned not long ago, but there's no fresh scat or claw marks. My guess is nothing's denayed here in a year or two. Should be safe enough. I dismounted, walked to the entrance, and leaned in to look. Inside, it was black as ink. A cold, damp chill welled up from deep in the earth, sending a shiver through me. I looked back at him and gave a slight nod. Light the torches. We go in carefully. Zhang Yunhu took several oil-soaked pinewood torches from his saddle, lit them, and stooped through the opening first. I followed close behind, with Feng Lanheng bringing up the rear. Of the dozen-odd guards, half stayed to keep watch at the mouth, while the other half went in armed to protect us. The first stretch of the tunnel was narrow and cramped, wide enough for only one man to pass, bent double. The stone walls on either side were covered with bare claw marks, some deep, some shallow. Countless small bone fragments littered the ground, and every step brought a crunch of splintering. The remains of prey the black bear had dragged back in years past. After a dozen paces or so, the tunnel suddenly opened up. The rock overhead rose sharply, and in the flickering torchlight, a great natural domed chamber came into view. This was the bear den's main cavern. At its highest point it stood a full 2 zhang, broad and open, big enough to hold dozens of people. The air here was dry, thick with the smell of dust, utterly different from the outer passage. It was here, in the deepest recess, that those few mysterious foreign merchants had hidden all their precious relics. Beneath the dry rock wall, the items were stacked in neat layers. The outer wrapping was tightly sealed oilcloth, lined with tanned cowhide, then bound fast with coarse hemp rope. With the passing years, the oilcloth had gathered a thick coat of dust and bat droppings, looking old and ruined. Yet peeling back the layers, the contents inside were perfectly intact. Something stirred in my heart. This rare, natural dryness had proven better than any guard, so it turned out that the best. Good protection has never been about heavy locks and high walls. It's about knowing how to move with the seasons. 3 sealed clay jars sat on the inner side, their mouths stopped up with wax. I pried open the first wax seal, looked down, and understanding flickered in my eyes. Inside were slender, gray-green grains, along with some pale yellow beans shaped like hawks' beaks. "It's rye and chickpeas," I said softly, unable to keep the excitement out of my voice. I recognized these 2 grains from the western regions. In my past life, bored one day, I'd stumbled on a blogger's video that happened to be about exactly these. The rye was long, narrow, and firm, carrying a faint weedy scent. The chickpeas were round and plump, with a light, mellow aroma. Both were drought-resistant, hardy crops from distant lands. For the famine-stricken refugees of the northern frontier, these were worth more than gold and silver. I opened the second jar and frowned slightly. Inside were tiny oval grains, dark brown flecked with grayish-white, a little larger than sesame seeds and hard to the touch. I leaned in and caught a spicy fragrance, slightly bitter, faintly cool. Nothing like the scent of grasses from the Central Plains. I picked up a single grain and studied it over and over, but couldn't put a name to it. I opened the third jar. These grains were even smaller, narrow triangles, glossy dark brown, with a faint purple sheen when heaped together. The smell was crisp and clean, a pure, cool herbal scent, and just as utterly foreign to me. These 2 had completely stumped me, well outside anything I knew. Feng Lanheng stepped forward, examined them carefully for a good while, then shook his head. "Your Highness, I'm afraid these 2 jars hold grass seeds from some remote corner of the western regions. None of us have ever seen the like." I nodded. For a merchant from the west to seal them up like this, they can't be ordinary. Store them carefully for now. We'll bring them back to Jinbei City and find someone versed in herbal medicine and foreign crops to study them at our leisure. The words had barely left my mouth when Zhang Yunhu led the guards in dragging out what lay beneath the pile of oilcloth. Moments later, 3 massive wooden chests were hauled before me, built of hardwood, corners bound in copper, sealed up tight. "Your Highness, there are these big chests too." He pried open the first 2. The instant the lids swung back, a wave of pearly light came pouring out. Gold ingots and silver bars were stacked in neat rows, and scattered beside them lay Eastern pearls, agate, jade pieces, and even foreign glass ornaments. A dazzling array that made even the torchlight seem more brilliant. Feng Lanheng hurried over, gave it a rough look, ran the numbers in his head, then turned to me, all plain in his voice. "Your Highness, these 2 chests, at a rough estimate, hold no less than 100,000 taels of silver." At those words, every guard around us felt his heart lurch. 100,000 taels, enough to keep an ordinary man's family fed for generations. My expression stayed calm, and I simply gave a quiet order. "Seal the chests, escort them carefully, and let there be no mistakes." Everyone answered at once and gingerly closed the lids again. The truth was, my own heart was churning like a storm-tossed sea. I just didn't want to lose my composure in front of my subordinates and undercut my authority. Money is a worldly possession, and yet, When it comes to worldly possessions, no one ever has too much. The last wooden crate was pried open. There were no jewels inside. Instead, it reeked of scholarship. Thick stacks of ancient texts and handwritten notes were neatly arranged, the pages yellowed but remarkably well preserved. Zhang Yunhu picked up a volume, studied it for a long while, then looked utterly baffled. "Your Highness, these characters are all crooked and squiggly. I can't make out a single one." Feng Lanheng leaned in for a closer look, brow furrowing tightly as well. "This isn't the writing of any of our neighboring kingdoms. It's probably from the far west, somewhere none of us have ever seen." The rest of the guards exchanged glances, equally clueless. I flipped through the pages, and it clicked, Old English. No rush. I'd study it slowly once we got back. At the bottom of the crate lay 2 sheets of yellowed, brittle parchment, their texture coarse, covered in curving, unfamiliar script and dense, intricate line diagrams. I took the parchment, my fingertips brushing over the writing as my eyes flickered. These characters, combined with the diagrams, I could already make out most of what they meant. One of them was a map of the secret trade route running from the Western Kingdom straight into the northern territory of Great Xia, marking countless hidden paths, mountain passes, and water sources that no one knew about. The very lifeline the foreign merchants had once relied on to travel through the Central Plains. With this, Jinbei City would face far fewer obstacles in opening up the Western trade routes down the line. The other sheet was even more precious. Though the drawing was rough, it clearly outlined a vast expanse of territory, with cities, key roads, mountains, rivers, and grasslands all marked out. Piecing it together with the scattered words I recognized, I was certain this was a complete map of the entire Liao Kingdom. Great Xia and Liao had been locked in a standoff for years, and no one on either side knew a thing about Liao's terrain. This map was a national treasure of immense military value, worth far more than any amount of gold or silver. I suppressed the surge of excitement inside me, slowly put it away, and lifted my eyes to the others. This is writing from the far western lands. I happened to come across a few records of it years ago, so I can just barely make some of it out. One sheet is a secret trade route map connecting the western kingdoms to Great Xia. The other is a map of Liao's mountains, rivers, and cities. The moment I said it, Feng Lanheng and Zhang Yunhu's expressions changed dramatically. The western trade route, a map of Liao. Either one alone was a treasure the imperial court and the frontier army had long sought in vain. Yet the foreign merchants had kept them hidden away right here. Zhang Yunhu clenched his fists, his voice trembling. "Your Highness, this is an incredible treasure. With a map of Liao, our northern defenses could gain the upper hand in every way." My expression turned grave, and I said in a low, firm voice, "Everything we've seen and heard inside this cave today, every one of you, is to keep your mouth shut. Not a single word gets out. Anyone who breaks this will be dealt with under military law. The books, notes, and the parchment maps I will keep in my own care. The 2 crates of gold and silver will be placed under the strict watch of the captain of the guard." Everyone bowed in unison, answering solemnly. Wasting no more time, we resealed the 3 jars and 3 crates one by one, then lashed them tightly onto the horses' backs. Everything was in order. By the faint glow of the torches, the group bent down one by one and filed out of the bare cave, emerging once more into the daylight filtering through the trees. I swung up onto my horse and looked toward Jinbei City, a new resolve settling in my eyes. The rye and chickpeas could ease the refugees' famine. The exotic seeds awaited study for medicinal use. 100,000 in gold and silver could fund the army and stabilize the people. And the maps of the western trade routes and the Liao Kingdom were the most crucial groundwork of all for putting down my roots in the north. One trip deep into the forest, and I'd come back with my hands full. Even if a storm was brewing on the road ahead, I finally had what it took to stand my ground in the northern frontier and hold my own against anything. True treasure was never just gold and silver. It was vision, the ability to see the value that others couldn't. We head back. I wheeled my horse around and gave the order. My men guarded the treasures as we galloped off, vanishing deep into the dense forest. On the way to catch up with the main force, I rode side by side with Feng Lanheng, happily tallying up the gains from this journey. I made a point of instructing Zhang Yunhu to seal the clay jars holding the rye, chickpeas, and Western medicinal herb seeds completely airtight, and to keep them under close watch along with the 3 large chests packed with gold, silver, scrolls, and sheepskin maps. Not a single slip allowed. After rejoining Zhou Lin's main force, the company made camp on a sheltered slope out of the wind. Dusk had barely fallen when, too restless to rest, I immediately gave the order to summon my officials to the temporary military tent for a council. As the lamps inside first flickered to life, Lu Shiren, Su Jing, Zhou Lin, Su Qingyan, Fang Zhongshu, and when Xueting filed in and lined up on either side, my guards carried in everything we'd recovered from the cave at the northern pass. Chest after chest of silver ingots and fine gold and silver wares were laid out, the light dancing across them, dazzling to the eye. Everyone's face lit up with undisguised delight as they applauded in praise. Your Highness has done remarkably well. With this money as a safety net, recruiting soldiers and buying weapons will be far easier from here on out. Indeed, indeed. I raised a hand to quiet the chatter. Gold and silver are useful tools, but on the road through troubled times, what matters most is food and the means to stay alive. I had someone bring over 2 cloth sacks and poured out 2 kinds of grayish-brown crop seeds, plain, unremarkable little grains. Lin Wenxiu stepped forward for a closer look and spoke slowly. These 2 crops tolerate poor soil and cold weather, perfectly suited to the harsh, frigid land of the north. The yield doesn't match our staple grains, but they can serve as supplementary food, and in a lean year, they could save lives. I will do everything I can to cultivate them. The others nodded. These 2 batches of seeds were hardly rare treasures, but they were solid insurance for our food supply. Then I took out a brocade pouch and carefully poured out 2 strange-looking medicinal herb seeds. Mottled black and brown, with bizarre markings, they were utterly unlike the common herbs of the Great Xia. Take a look, everyone. Do any of you recognize these? The civil officials bent down one after another to examine them. Su Jing studied them for a moment. Shaking his head, Su Qingyan turned them over again and again in his fingers, equally baffled. Zhou Lin, Wen Xueting, and Sun Yu stepped forward one after another, all with furrowed brows. For a moment, the tent fell silent. No one could name their origin. Fang Zhongshu, the physician who had been quietly observing all along, stepped forward at a measured pace. He picked up a single seed, brought it to the tip of his nose, and gave it a light sniff. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Your Highness, my lords, I have practiced medicine for many years and studied herbs from every corner of the land. Yet I have never seen these 2. One of them gives off a cooling scent. By my humble guess, it may have properties to clear heat, draw out toxins, reduce swelling, and quench inner fire. As for the other, I truly cannot tell. I gave a slight nod. Their origin is unknown, and their effects are only guesswork. All the more reason to be careful. Store the seeds safely. Once we reach Xinbei, set aside a plot of open ground. Fang Zhongshu and Lin Wenxiu will take the lead in slowly working out how to cultivate them. The northern frontier is bitterly cold, and on the march, wounds and illness are constant. If we can get these 2 herbs to take root and thrive, they may one day be the whole army's ace in the hole, the thing that keeps us alive. At these words, the delight of striking gold and silver faded from everyone's faces, and their expressions turned solemn. A bright full moon hung high overhead. Campfires crackled and blazed throughout the camp. The guards sat clustered around the flames in groups of 3 and 5. Some turned dry rations over the fire, the smell of wheat bran mingling with wood smoke and drifting into the night. Some bent over their weapons, carefully wiping away the dust and nicks along the blades. Others leaned against their saddles and dozed with their eyes closed, exhaustion written all over their faces. The late autumn night wind carried a bone-deep chill as it swept across the whole camp, stripping away the daytime heat of the borderlands. I sat on a slab of bluestone outside the central command tent, a water flask clutched in my fingers, gazing off toward the northern pass, lost in thought. The joy of finding treasure in the cave that day, the unease of the coming arrival at Jinbei, and the tension of being hemmed in on all sides by 4 rival powers, all of it pressed down on my heart at once and would not lift. The flickering firelight played across my face, lighting it and darkening it by turns. The guards patrolled through the night, stood watch, and tended the supply wagons. The camp was in perfect order. The women's tent was set apart on the inner side, backed against a low slope, more than a dozen paces from the others, quiet and well-placed. What happened that night, I only learned of later. Inside the tent, an oil lamp guttered dim and yellow. Hong Wan sat by the edge of the bedding, head bowed as she mended my old robe. The cuffs had long since frayed. Her silver needle rose and fell, the stitches fine and even. When she finished, she held it up to the lamplight and studied it over and over, making sure not the slightest trace could be seen before folding it gently. Lulu sat beside her, chin propped in her hand, staring blankly at the flame of the wick. Outside came the sounds of the guards tidying the camp, and now and then a few low laughs and curses from the distant fires. All that liveliness seemed to have nothing to do with this small tent. "Sister," Lulu suddenly said softly, her voice as light as the evening wind. "When His Highness was in Nantian, he submitted a memorial to His Majesty and raised our station." Hong Wan's needle paused for an instant, then came down steadily again. "This matter is already. It's been so long. His Highness hasn't said a single word about it since." Lulu's voice carried an unease she couldn't quite hide. "Do you think His Highness regrets it? Maybe he only wrote that petition to save us back then. Maybe he never truly meant to take us in." Hong Wan's fingertips tightened slightly, but her tone stayed gentle. "His Highness isn't a cold-hearted man. He never breaks a promise. All this way, crushing the Canal Gang, fighting at the Northern Pass, standing off against Hichong, he's carried 1,000 weighty matters in his heart. Where would he find the time for feelings between a man and a woman?" Lulu rested her chin on her knees, her voice growing fainter. "I know His Highness is busy. I've never dared to press him, never held it against him. It's just that every night, I can't help letting my mind wander." "Wander to what?" Hong Wan lifted her eyes. Lulu buried her face against her knees and mumbled, "To when he'll truly claim us as his own. I don't care about the title. I'm just afraid he'll turn away and forget us." Hong Wan was quiet for a long moment. The dim lamplight softened the look in her eyes. "I'm afraid too. Every time I watch him sitting alone under the lamp, poring over maps deep into the night, not even noticing when the oil burns dry, I want so badly to step forward, drape a robe over his shoulders, and coax him to rest. But the words rise to my lips, and I swallow them back. I'm afraid of disturbing him while he's weighing important matters. And more than that, I'm afraid of being foolish and only getting in the way." Lulu raised her head, her eyes already rimmed red. "I only asked that he'd spare me one more glance. Today he defeated Hichong, and the whole army praised his courage and cunning. I stood at the very back of the crowd, watching him from afar, and he seemed so dazzling and so far out of reach. He keeps getting stronger. What if someday he won't need us anymore?" Hong Wan patted the back of her hand, her voice unusually firm. "Silly girl, don't think like that. He made a promise, and he'll keep it. We've waited all the way from Hengze Garden until now. What's a few more days?" Lulu wiped the wetness from the corner of her eye. "Sister, do you think His Highness ever gets nervous too? Today, facing off against Hichong, he was ruthless and decisive, not a trace of fear. But when he turned back and saw us, he seemed almost bashful, even softened his voice a little." Hong Wan blinked, and a faint blush crept over her cheeks. "Now that you mention it, it's true. Last time, when he brought us the osmanthus cakes, he just set them on the table and hurried off, as if someone were chasing him." Exactly. The hurt in Lulu's eyes faded a little. "His Highness is so stern when he's drilling his guards, but he always speaks so softly to us, as if he's afraid of frightening us. Sister, do you think he might be waiting too?" "Waiting for what?" "For the right moment, of course. Once we reach Xinbei and get settled, he's sure to remember us." The light rekindled in Lulu's eyes. Hong Wan chided softly, "You're even more impatient than I am." "It's not that I'm impatient." Lulu shook her head earnestly. I want His Highness to know that we're not afraid of him being busy, and we're not afraid of waiting. What we're afraid of is that there's no place for us in his heart. As long as there is, I'm willing to wait however long it takes." Hong Wan lowered her head and looked at the mended old garment, her fingertips gently smoothing the neat cuffs. It was a long while before she murmured softly, "He does. In his heart, there's surely a place for us." These soft, Whispered words drifted out through the thin fabric of the tent. At that moment, Su Jing had just finished discussing the next day's march with Zhou Lin and was heading back to his own tent, happening to pass by. He was a man who strictly observed propriety and had no wish to eavesdrop on a woman's private words. He had just lifted his foot to move on when the words, "His Highness," reached his ears clearly from inside the tent, and he stopped. Standing outside the tent, he listened quietly for a moment. The two girls' shyness, their nervousness, their hopes, and their unease. Every single word sank into his heart. The knuckles gripping his scroll tightened slightly. These two girls had followed all the way from Hengze Manor, enduring hardship and danger, loyal to the core. His Highness had petitioned at Nantian to take the two as concubines, and the imperial decree had long since granted approval. Yet with the endless fighting and constant travel, he had let the matter slip his mind. Young women were thin-skinned. They dared not press, dared not ask, and could only quietly grieve in the dead of night. Su Jing furrowed his brow and immediately turned, walking straight toward where I was. As the chief steward of the prince's household, he was in charge of ceremony and propriety. Since His Highness had promised them status, that promise could not be betrayed, nor could the rules of propriety be neglected. In this matter, he had to step in. I was staring blankly into the campfire when I saw Su Jing lift the tent flap and stride in, holding his scroll. He came to a stop right in front of me, and I looked up, puzzled. "Is there something you need, Master Su?" I knew this old official all too well. He never came around without a reason. Every time he showed up, it was either to admonish my conduct or to lecture on propriety and morality, long-winded speeches that made my head ache. But I knew his loyalty was genuine, so I could only listen patiently. He didn't beat around the bush, getting straight to the point. "Does Your Highness still recall the memorial you submitted to His Majesty while at Nantian?" "I do. I requested Father's permission to take Hong Wan and Lu Lu as concubines. Father granted it. What of it?" And then, I opened my mouth, but for a moment I was at a loss for words. Then what? Then I led troops to attack the Chao gang, fought all the way to the northern pass, dueled with Zhao Shan, and maneuvered against Hichong. Through all the trials and turmoil, with so many matters pressing on me, I had completely forgotten about it. Besides, my original agreement had partly been a calculation, using the banner of righteousness to deal with the Chao gang. Su Jing drew a deep breath and set the scroll down in my arms. "Your Highness promised them status, yet you haven't even held a simple ceremony to take them as concubines. You may have forgotten, but how could those girls forget? You're a man, a noble prince. You pay no mind to such empty formalities. But what about them? Hong Wan and Lu Lu have waited their whole lives for this one moment. If you won't even give them a proper ceremony, how are they to hold their heads up in the prince's household from now on? Head, do you want people whispering behind your back, saying His Highness only took them in as an excuse to raise an army, that it was never sincere at all?" His tone grew sharper with every word, until by the end he was practically bristling, glaring at me as if I hadn't merely neglected some minor romantic matter, but committed some monstrous crime against all human decency. Battered by this tirade, I was left speechless, half guilty, half helpless, and couldn't stop myself from rising to my feet. "Lord Su, it's not that I don't want to see it done, but this whole journey has been nothing but fighting or marching. Where would I find the time? And besides, you're my chief secretary. Since when did you start meddling in whom I take as concubines? Isn't this coercion, plain and simple?" I said it half in exasperation, half in jest. "Your Highness." Su Jing's voice shot up suddenly. Then he reined in his temper, speaking slowly and deliberately. "The bonds of human relations are the very order of heaven and earth, the foundation upon which a man stands. They must never be neglected. Your Highness has already granted these women their titles, yet has delayed the ceremony. Now that this breach of propriety has come to my attention, I simply cannot stand by and do nothing. A man's worth isn't measured by how many cities he's conquered, but by whether he remembers those who sacrificed for him. And here I was, needing an old official to remind me of it. I felt a flicker of impatience, but in the end I didn't argue further. I only turned my head to gaze at the fire outside the tent, my ears burning faintly, and murmured, "Then we'll pick a day and see the ceremony done. Though I don't know whether those two truly want this." I would never force anyone against their will. Humph, there's hope for you yet. Su Jing wore the look of a man exasperated by a promising but wayward pupil and settled the matter with finality. No time like the present. Let's make it tomorrow. Then he launched into a detailed rundown of every ritual and rule I needed to mind, from where to stand and how to carry myself, to the exact words I should say, sparing no detail, going on for a solid half hour. My head was splitting. I quickly waved him off, cutting him short. Enough, 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 old Sue. It's just an ordinary concubine ceremony, and we're in the middle of a march. Keep everything simple, that's all we need. He jabbed a finger at me, ready to explode, but on second thought realized I had a point and had to swallow his anger. As your highness wishes. Though rushing it like this really does those two girls a disservice. The next evening, the company made camp in a sheltered valley out of the wind. I was with Zhou Lin and Zhang Yunhu, taking inventory of our provisions and weapons, when I suddenly saw Su Qingyan come jogging over with a string of red cord in hand, Lin Xiaoman close behind, clutching a roll of red cloth. Zhang Yunhu elbowed Zhou Lin. What are those two up to? Zhou Lin didn't even look up, his tone flat. Chief Secretary Su is arranging the concubine ceremony for His Highness. Zhang Yunhu stared blankly for a moment, then burst out laughing. A concubine ceremony? Out here in this godforsaken mountain camp. I closed the register and smiled. When it came to getting things done, Su Jing prized propriety above all else. If he said it could be done, then done it would be. As luck would have it, the moon was bright and clear tonight. I turned. Bing nodded to Zhou Lin. Pass the word. Tell the men to knock off for now. Let everyone cut loose tonight and shake off the road weariness. Night fell. Two bonfires blazed to life in the center of the camp, flames leaping toward the sky. Crooked red cords were strung above the entrance of a makeshift tent. The firelight bathed the whole camp in a warm crimson glow, lending it a rare touch of festivity. Su Jing, in a blue cotton robe washed pale with age, stood solemnly at the head of the gathering, serving as master of ceremonies. Zhou Lin, Su Qingyan, and I sat on the ground. Wei Yin and Gu Xiaozhou flanked the sides, quietly keeping watch over the surroundings. Lu Dazhuang and Niu Erju stood guard by the supply wagons, joining in the fun, but never letting their guard down. The personal guards formed a ring around us, every one of them craning his neck for a better look. Hong Luan and Lu Lu were led out from the tent by the servant women. Both still wore their everyday plain cotton dresses, without any new adornments. Only a single wild chrysanthemum, picked from the roadside, tucked at each of their temples. Simple, understated, and lovely. They kept their heads down, cheeks flushed scarlet and burning under the firelight. I had changed into clean casual robes, a red silk flower pinned to my chest. Standing before the fire, my usually composed face betrayed a rare flicker of unease. Su Jing cleared his throat, his voice carrying across the entire camp. Ritual is the order of heaven and earth, the very foundation of human relations. Today, Gao Ping, Prince Jinbei, on this auspicious autumn day, takes Hong Luan and Lu Lu as his concubines. We announce it to heaven and earth above, and to our ancestors below. First bow to heaven and earth. I led the two women in a deep bow toward the northern pass. Behind me, the guards struggled to hold back their laughter, until a single glare from Zhang Yunhu silenced them. Second bow to the elders. I turned toward the capital and knelt, then bowed to Feng Lanhan. His Majesty and my mother were far away in the capital, so Uncle Feng was the closest elder I had here. In that moment, I suddenly thought of the osmanthus cakes my mother used to make, and the padded coat she had sewn by hand, buried at the bottom of my trunk. Good, good, good. Feng Lanheng accepted the bow openly, unable to keep the grin off his face. Husband and wives, bow to each other. I slowly turned to face Hong Luan and Lu Lu. The bonfire danced between the three of us, making the two girls' faces glow brighter than the wildflowers at their temples. Looking down at them, my thoughts drifted for a moment. In those helpless days and nights right after I first crossed over, it was Hong Luan who stayed by my side, dressing me and helping me wash. It was Lu Lu who cradled bowls of hot soup, hurrying them to me without a thought for her scalded hands. I owed them so much. This bow today was my heartfelt debt to them, and my promise. The three of us bowed together in unison. The ceremony is complete. Zhang Yunhu was the first to let loose, roaring at the top of his lungs. Congratulations, Your Highness. Brothers, tonight we're crashing the bridal chamber. The guards erupted in agreement, and the bonfires burned even brighter. Feng Lanheng had 2 jars of osmanthus wine brought out, and everyone was given a small bowl. I raised my bowl and stood tall, my voice clear and bright. From this day forward, Hong Luan and Lu Lu are my concubines. No one in this camp is to show them the slightest disrespect. I swept my gaze around the circle, my voice dropping low. In my heart, they are my wives. Is that understood by all of you? Understood. Understood. Only Su Jing shot me a displeased glance when he heard that bit about not standing on ceremony. But in the end, he held his tongue. I raised a hand to quiet the crowd, my expression turning grave. The other day at the North Pass, He Chong tried to hold you back. I didn't let him have his way. You followed me from Linha to Nantian, and from Nantian all the way to the North Pass, suffering, wounded, cheating death 100 times over. I saw every bit of it. Where we're headed is Jinbei City. Liao cavalry are lurking out there, hungry for blood. Tian, whose old followers are stirring beneath the surface. Countless enemies want my head on a pike. But today, I'll say it once more before every one of you. Now that you've thrown in with me, Gao Ping, you are my family. I will never leave a single one of you behind. Not for He Chong, not for Tian Hu's men, not for anyone. Hong Luan and Lu Lu are my kin as well. Anyone who dares lay a hand on them. It wasn't allowed before, and it sure as hell won't be allowed from now on. Drain this bowl, and from this day forward, we are one family. I tipped my head back and drank it dry, then turned the bowl upside down and held the bottom out for all to see. Not a drop left. Drink up. We'll follow you to the death, Your Highness. Hundreds of voices answered as one, crashing against the canyon walls and echoing on and on. The drink went to my head, my blood ran hot, and all the exhaustion and unease of the road vanished in that single moment. I don't know who started it, but someone belted out the crudest of country folk tunes in a cracked, off-key voice, the melody all over the place. Pure, blunt soldiers grit through and through. The whole camp roared with laughter and joined in the ragged shouting, the din nearly enough to blow the roof off the valley. Zhang Yunhu caught fire too, cupping his hands around his mouth and hollering. 1,000 miles from home, we roamed far and wide. Through flashing blades and blood, we scraped by for a bite. The officials off to the side wore all manner of expressions. Lu Shuren smiled faintly behind his palm. Su Qingyin's eyes brimmed with sincerity. Zhou Lin's face softened, and even the usually stiff ones, Zheng Yi, Jia Ji, and the rest, murmured along under their breath. I'd had plenty to drink myself. My cheeks burned, but my eyes were unusually clear. Looking at these brothers before me, laughing, roughhousing, treating me with genuine heart. All the weight I'd been carrying inside me lifted away. I swayed to my feet and raised my bowl high. My friends, today, I'll sing you a song as well. The camp fell quiet for an instant, then erupted into even louder cheers and applause. I cleared my throat and began to sing. It was a song about home and country. In it were the beacon fires rising on every side, the shrill of war horses and the cold gleam of swords, all that tragic grandeur. There was the bravado of 20 years riding roughshod across the land, unstoppable by any man. And there was the deep sorrow of bones buried in a foreign land, eyes brimming with blood and tears. And at the very end came a single, resounding line. The oath. With this body, I vow to guard our land and expand our borders, until all corners of the world come to pay tribute. My voice was nothing special, but I poured every ounce of ambition into it, one word, one line at a time. The clamor died in an instant. Everyone froze, their eyes locked on me, standing there in the firelight. As the last word fell, the bonfire suddenly erupted in a burst of sparks, scattering across the night sky. Dead silence. Then, after a long moment, a thunderous cheer shattered the quiet. Applause, shouts, and roars of approval detonated across the entire camp. This song had captured it all, homeland and country, brotherhood, and it struck straight into the heart of every man there. Zhang Yunhu stood stunned for a long while, then suddenly bowed his head, and wiped the corner of his eye with the back of his hand. Your Highness, my hometown is up north. My parents both died at the hands of the Liao. The one thing I've wanted most in this life is to one day drive the Liao back to the grasslands where they belong. That line in your song, Your Highness, hooves march south while eyes gaze north. I understand it now. He raised his bowl, threw his head back, and drained it in one gulp, the rim striking hard against his palm. Zhou Lin rose from beside the carriage. He was a man of few words, someone who never flushed no matter how much he drank. Yet now he set his bowl down heavily by the fire, straightened his back, and gave me a crisp military salute. Your Highness, I've committed this song to memory. From now on, when I train the troops, I'll teach the men to sing it. This should be the anthem of our northern garrison army. Su Qingyan quietly carried his bowl over and sat down by the fire, took a big drink, and said in a low voice, "What you sang, Your Highness, it stirs the blood more than any blacksmith's work chant. Only today did I realize you carry such a great ambition in your heart." He paused, rubbed the bridge of his nose, and added in a voice almost too soft to hear, "I can't sing, but I'll forge the finest crossbows, the finest weapons, to protect you, Your Highness, and to protect our brothers." Su Jing hadn't drunk much, but his eyes had turned red. He looked at me as though seeing me clearly for the very first time. This song holds the spirit of conquest, the sorrow of dying wrapped in a soldier's shroud, and the will to bring peace to the people. Your Highness is not merely a warrior. You truly carry the heart of home and country in you. I've wronged you many times in the past. I'm ashamed. I set my bowl gently down by the fire, looked at these brothers with their flushed faces and burning ears, and spoke, not loudly, but every word clear. This song is about a group of men who defend their home and country, who fall in battle on the field. And it's what's been in my heart all along, words I've never spoken to anyone. There are no outsiders here, so I'll say it plainly, that I, Gao Ping, am still alive to have made it this far. It was never by my own strength. It was the brothers lying in Fang Zhongshu's tent getting their wounds dressed. It was the souls resting beneath Woniya Mountain. It was every one of you who fought the Canal Gang in blood and never once left my side. It was all of you, staking your lives, who carried me to where I stand today. My gaze swept over every one of them. What I want to do, it isn't for the title of a prince. It isn't for the rank of a king. Ourselves, to make sure that we, all of us here, are never treated as pawns again, never left at anyone's mercy, so that one day we can hold our ground and push our borders outward and have the whole world pay tribute. Not for anyone else, but for our own sake, for the people behind us who deserve to live and work in peace. I raised my bowl again and looked around at everyone. This cup is for tonight's bonfire, for the brothers who've come this far, and for the warriors who now rest forever. May the day come when our hooves trample the steppe, and the Liao dare not march south. And may everyone drinking here tonight live to see that day. Every man shot to his feet. Even Su Jing, slow on his feet, cradled his bowl and forced his back straight, trembling all the while. Zhang Yunhu's eyes were bloodshot as he led the roar. "We'll follow your highness, trample the steppe, hold our ground, and take back our land." Hundreds of voices answered as one, the sound crashing against the valley walls and echoing long after. The bonfire blazed higher, sparks flooding the sky. Zhou Lin tossed his empty bowl into the flames, and the fire leapt up, lighting one flushed, fervent face after another. Zhang Erniu came up to me with his bowl, honest and plain, and said just one thing. "Your Highness, I believe in you. I'm with you." Zhao Mo quietly pulled out his ledger, wrote down the lyrics stroke by stroke, and tucked it away for safekeeping. The celebration ran on well past midnight. Zhang Yunhu drank himself senseless, still mumbling, "Hold our ground, guard the gate for his highness," as they hauled him back to his tent. Hong Wan and Lu Lu had long since been helped by the serving women into the wedding tent, hastily prepared for the occasion. The tent flap dropped, shutting out all the noise outside. I stepped inside, my footfalls very soft. 2 fresh red candles had been lit inside, their flames gentle, spilling warm light over the fur-covered bed and chasing off the chill of the frontier. Hong Wan sat upright at the edge of the bed, hands folded in her lap, knuckles slightly tightened, her lowered lashes trembling faintly. Lulu stood in the corner of the tent, her back to the candlelight, shoulders drawn tight, the tips of her ears already burning red. I walked over to Hong Luan, took her cool hand in mine, and spoke with the low rasp of wine in my voice. "Don't be afraid." She lifted her head slowly, her eyes rimmed red, tears sliding down without a sound, yet the corners of her mouth curved into a steady smile. From the dread of Hengze Garden to the long, unsettled wait along this road, she had finally heard those words. Lulu, flushed with embarrassment, tried to slip out quietly, but Hong Luan caught her by the wrist. "Lulu, don't go." I turned and reached out to tuck a stray strand of hair behind her ear. At the touch of my fingertips, her whole body went stiff, but she didn't pull back. She only bowed her head, her cheeks scorching. Outside the tent, the night wind stirred, the dry grass rustling, and the footsteps of the guards on the night watch gradually faded into the distance. No lavish spectacle, no elaborate ceremony. Only a heart full of sincerity and the resolve to stay together. From this day on, they were my weakness, and even more, my armor. However, many hardships and dangers lay ahead on the road to holding the North. 3 hearts as one, weathering the storm together. That night, I had a dream. In it, I was surrounded by 2 enemy squads. Spear in hand, I charged left and right, breaking through their lines. Luckily, they were nothing but green recruits. I cut them down until they dropped their armor and threw away their weapons, begging for mercy. The enemy commander's face was full of confusion. The intelligence reports had clearly stated that this 6th prince had never seen battle. How could he be so fierce, outmatching even veteran warriors of the battlefield? I was quite pleased with how the fight had gone, silently thanking all my teachers for their guidance. Their figures kept surfacing in my mind, though my memories were a jumbled mess. I could vaguely recall their faces, but their names mostly escaped me. Those surnames were strange. There was one surnamed Big, something like Aki, one surnamed Small, something like Aya, another surnamed Wave, something like Yui, and then there were things like Tall, Bridge, Well, Above. In short, a whole string of odd, peculiar names. The wine, wrapped in the exhaustion of days on end, pulled me into a deep sleep, and the dream shifted again. This time, it was no longer the cold, hard battlefield. Instead, I found myself in an elegant, warm chamber. Sheer curtains hung down, soft couches and fragrant mats spread out, the gentle glow soft and inviting. None of the rough, austere severity of the army camp. Figures scattered before me, and a few women with graceful, willowy forms came drifting toward me. Their features were all different, some gentle, some lively, some radiant, some shy, each carrying an air of extraordinary grace. My heart skipped a beat. Just as I was wondering where I was, soft, tender whispers suddenly reached my ears. Someone brewed tea for me, someone straightened my clothes, someone chatted quietly with me. Every gesture warm and considerate. I was certain I had never seen them before, yet somehow they felt familiar deep down, filling me with a sense of closeness. From the depths of my mind, countless fragmented images came surging up, the evening breeze by the sea, the streets and alleys of the city, night scenes bathed in soft light, and all those tender days and nights spent together. Their faces were different, their temperaments distinct, but they shared one thing in common. In another distant time and place, every one of them had once accompanied me through countless lonely nights. In the dream, I suddenly understood my past life hadn't been only overtime and hustle, only the ups and downs of the workplace. There had also been these old encounters, hidden deep in memory, tender and healing. I wanted to ask their names, wanted to see their faces clearly. But the harder I tried to look, the hazier their features became. The names would come to the tip of my tongue, only to slip away just out of reach. Inside the warm chamber, everything was gentle and affectionate. No war, no scheming, no crushing weight of the road ahead. No need to force the composed bearing of a prince. No need to worry over troops and provisions. Only to set down all my weariness and savor a moment of peace. Lost in the dream, I forgot I was but a guest, drunk in the moment and unwilling to wake. I don't know how much time passed before a faint light broke at the horizon, and the subtle stirrings of early morning drifted in from outside the tent. The dream shattered all at once, and those gentle figures slowly faded, dissolving into the hazy dawn. Slowly, I opened my eyes. The red candles in the tent had burned down to their last flicker, and dawn light was seeping through the gaps in the canopy. I rubbed my temples, still carrying the faint warmth and wistfulness lingering from my dream. I vaguely remembered a beautiful dream from the night before, yet no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't recall exactly what it was. Only a soft, faded trace of it remained in my heart. I looked down at the two beside me, their faces serene, sleeping peacefully. A gentle smile rose to my lips before I even realized it. And that was fine. Old dreams hold the past. The present has its own tenderness. Everything before was merely what once was. From this day on, the ones here before me are the mornings and evenings of the rest of my life.